Check, check.
Welcome, everybody. Don't check when we're starting the stream to the Disney Lorcana World Championship final day. 8 players remain, and I am joined by Moyen. I'm losing my voice a bit. How's it going, Moyen?
Well, I'm doing very well. I had a great time yesterday. Not so much sleep.
No.
Huh?
No, me neither.
Yeah. I mean, I apparently had more sleep than you because you couldn't really sleep. But I won the tennis match in the end, which I'm very happy about after like 3 hours. And then I quickly returned home, and can't wait for more Lorcana.
Yeah, so we've got 8 players, and with the magic of technology, we can reveal to you the lineups of each of their players. Look at this. Bam. Okay, we're missing 2. So if you guys can help us out. It seems the stream is starting in 1.5 hours. Well, it was supposed to start in half an hour, so as far as I'm aware, it starts in half an hour. That's the
Do you
information.
want to share your screen again so I can follow?
Sure. So we've got Ed in the top, and Ed's playing the lineup, which is what we predicted might be the most common lineup. And I also went out on a whim and said that I think that this is unlikely to win, this one.
Yeah.
You think it's likely to win?
I went completely against that. I was like, I think it's the most
share my
likely lineup to win.
properly.
But we don't see that many of this lineup in the top 8. I think it was also board less than maybe you would have first anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of players that went against maybe the expected lineup and tried to cook something up that beats it, which is also very, very cool to see. But I still think they have a very decent chance at taking this down.
Yeah, so we're still missing 2 players' lineups from the top 8. We did scour the footage from yesterday, and we didn't see either of these players on stream during the constructed portion of it. But from the 6 lineups we do have, 2 of them are this Ruby Sapphire, Amber Steel, Emerald Amethyst lineup, which we would expect the most players to bring. Having said that, DKP is also on sort of the second variation of that, which is still playing Ruby Sapphire, but then it's Amethyst Steel and Amber Emerald instead. So sort of 3 out of the 6 are like the most common 2 lineups you would expect, and then the other ones are more out of left field.
Mm-hmm.
So talk to me about Ely's lineup with the Amber Sapphire Puppies. Your favorite lineup?
Well, I do think it's your favorite lineup. While I don't dislike the lineup, but I'm still like, I'm not convinced yet.
Yeah.
Because you can't be convinced by seeing one game of the Amber Sapphire. Amber Sapphire is the biggest question mark in that lineup, how well it can actually perform within the strategy. And because I haven't seen it enough, it's very hard to make a judgment call. But personally, I would see it behind in this given matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think that Ely had the best record actually in day 2. So Ely is the player that snuck in here. All of these players had at least 5 wins because they stopped playing in Swiss after 5. But Ely actually only got to 4. He was 4-0, so he won 3 of Super Sealed, and then we saw him win his first triple deck constructed. But then he played against Ed. When Ed won that game, Ed booked his place as the top seed, and then Ely lost his next 2 as well. So it's actually Ely versus Ed again, and that was the game where we saw Ed roll a 3, Ely roll a 2, Ed went first, but Ed actually managed to beat that Amber Sapphire deck, even when Ed went second with Ruby Sapphire. So that's going to be a really interesting dynamic. If Ely can get that win with Amber Sapphire when going first against Ruby Sapphire, which you would expect them to be able to do, we might actually go to game 3 in that matchup, whereas we just saw Ed take it 2-0 in Swiss.
There has been the request to make the blue more blue, so I'll do that.
Okay, how about we use my version of the bracket? Look at
this.
No,
don't do that. Don't do it.
Much better production quality. There you go. Much more bluey blue. Okay.
Yeah, I'll send you the new version.
Okay. I do also want to say thank you to the channel sponsor Card Market. If you guys are looking to pick up singles online in Europe, Card Market is a great place to do so.
Yep, I hope this helps. Oh, Ed says Federico same colors as me. Love to hear it. Great lineup.
Oh, hey Federico. Ed. Hey Ed. Hey Ed. Good job.
Good luck on it.
We like watching you play.
I love the death stare. This was one of my first times
Yeah,
actually
just
casting
this.
and watching it. It's quite fun
We were
and
saying, like,
intimidating.
the only disappointment is when like there's like the little show reel of all the players doing their poses that you're not just sat there like this.
Yeah, we wanted you to like sit down, do the death stare as your pose.
So Federico's same colors as Ed. So that's like the
All right,
most
I'll put that in.
predictable lineup in many ways. I think Ed referred to it as level 1.
Mhm.
I call it the rock.
Federico's name is so long that there isn't a lot of space.
Are you doing it for me?
Federico Marinangeli?
What pinned message?
Mm-mm-mm.
Lucas colors are in pinned message. Ooh, thank you.
Okay. So I'll add them, and then we have the new thing to actually analyze the lineups.
Lucas is playing red, yellow, blurple, green, steel, aggro. Where did you get this info from? I mean, I'll take your word for it.
So what lineup is Lucas playing?
According to Rachel, it's Ruby Amber, Blurple, and Green Steel. Interestingly, that's the lineup I played against Tim. So the two main lineups, which I was interested in myself, the first two that I would have tested, both have actually made the top 8. Now, I don't know if they're exactly the same kinds I would have gone for, but the lineup that Luca has, and Luca. So Luca versus Lucas is like the two lineups which I was most interested in testing against each other. So that's actually the game I would like to see the most. And we actually get to see them all, don't we? Oh, we get to see them all. That's exciting.
Yeah, that's the best one. At
That's
first I was
really
like,
good.
oh no, I'm so scared. Please throw this match, but I also want to see that match. But
Yeah.
getting to just see all of them is really, really important to me. Yes, I sent you the updated file.
Okay, cool. Your camera's probably going to disappear while I'm fiddling around with it, but we'll get it back as soon as possible. All right. Save image. Moyen smells. That's the file.
Who said that? Oh,
That's the
you
file
said that.
name. Unlucky.
Is it the first time you named a file this, or is it Moyen Smells 6?
All right. And then I'll pull your camera back up.
I think you can win a set champs with Ruby Steel. Just a little bit less likely than with other decks.
We were talking about that, weren't we, Jan? Like yesterday I made the prediction. I said it wouldn't be out of the question that we see every single ink color combination represented in Triple Deck Constructed. And I don't believe that was the case. There was 2 which weren't identified, right?
Yeah, there's definitely Ruby Steel and Ruby Emerald that we didn't see.
Yeah.
But still, I think we saw like a bigger variety than I anticipated. We didn't see as much of the most common lineups. We saw even ink combinations like Amber Sapphire represented, 2 Emerald Sapphires as well.
Yeah, so no Ruby Emerald and no Ruby Steel as far as we know. I think Ruby Emerald is quite playable. Ruby Steel not so much. I think I think Ruby Emerald had some potential. When I was looking at the Ruby Emerald lineups though, like when you play Ruby Emerald, you kind of, if you're playing like a slightly weaker color, like let's say Amber Sapphire, what you want from that is you want to then have 2 very good other decks. But when you play Ruby Emerald, I don't think there's like 2 obvious things that come to mind, right? Because it's like, okay, what do you pair Sapphire with? Well, you pair Sapphire with Amethyst, and then you can go Steel and Sapphire. That doesn't sound like a very good lineup at all, does it? We did see one Sapphire Steel player.
Right. Oh, did we?
Yes,
who was
there
playing
was one
Sapphire
Steel player. They went, I think, 2-1 in Triple Deck Constructed, but they had a bad start in Sealed. I don't remember their name, but I saw a tweet about it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, because that was one of the decks where when I was theorizing about lineups, I was usually very down on Sapphire, on any lineup that included Sapphire Steel, because I always
think
was
Sapphire
quite
Steel might have
skeptical
some
about it.
potential, though, if you build it in a nice way.
I don't. But I mean, I can be wrong easily. Oh, maybe you're a little bit quiet. I mean, maybe it seems quiet because the voice is gone.
Yeah, my voice is. I can turn myself up a bit. Yeah, my voice is gone. I was really ill this week, and I think yesterday took it out of me a bit. But I've just turned myself up a bit.
Also, I inquired, and we might get a Boom Boy shout out today.
Let's go. And yeah, I'll turn Jan down a bit. Broom Boy shout out. That would be nice.
On the biggest stage of them all.
Apparently, Lucas had a lineup video that went published yesterday by his team, and then it got deleted.
Okay.
So like they put it up too soon.
Maybe they revealed too much info about the lineup, but like the colors, I don't think there's any problem with showing it. Also, like almost
Yeah,
everyone
but if
else
there's like
was.
strategy in the video, maybe.
Yes, right. I think then it totally makes sense to take it down if there's too much revealed about strategy, mulligan, everything.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna predict the bracket. We're gonna probably have 2 separate bracket predictions between us. So, Moyen, Ed versus Ely. We saw it yesterday, and we saw the benches. Ely benched Amber Steel. Ed benched Emerald Steel, I believe.
Yeah.
We saw Ed going first. It's not a clear-cut one, I think. I think
this is somewhat of a close one. Who do you think wins this?
It's tough.
Hello?
I think on paper, right, if Ely was going first, you would fancy Ely. Ed's got the higher seed. We saw Ed do it yesterday, but I think that I would anticipate this one to go to game 3. I'd be very surprised if Ruby Sapphire takes down the Amber Sapphire deck twice. It's possible. But you would have to say the most likely case is that we go to a game 3.
Sure, I think there's like the off chance that Ed does beat Amber Sapphire on even when Amber Sapphire is going first. If he does so, he wins 2-0. And if he doesn't, I think he has a very good chance by just winning game 3 where he's going first against like either of the decks, or probably red purple.
Yeah, and at this point, the Amber Sapphire deck is more of a known quantity for Ed. Ed's going to have been able to been practicing that last night when he finished, this morning, if he so wanted, right, to play test against that specific deck to get the matchup down even more. I think we might go to a game 3.
I think it's possible, but
it's not best of 5.
Like,
that's not true. The final is best of 5.
Only the finals is best of 5. So yeah, I to me, especially, so I think if it was like a die roll on who goes first game 1, I think it would be close, but I would favor Ed. I think with Ed also being higher seed, to me, I'm definitely think he's more likely to win this one.
I think Ely's going to do it.
Okay. Well, you're wrong, but that's okay.
I think it's going to go to game 3. I mean, listen, these are 2 of the 3 players I predicted at the start of the tournament to win the whole thing. I watched the VOD back from yesterday.
What? No.
I watched the VOD back from yesterday, and I say, well, I think
said Ely and Teo team. I think
the clear favorite for this is Ed. I watched the VOD back last night. I sung Ed's praises, but Ely and Theotim were my predictions for the whole thing.
Yes, and I predicted Bivens and Ed.
Yeah. No.
Bivens and Frank. But okay. So yes, we all like Ed, but we didn't predict him. We can't take credit for him. But I think
we both knew he was like very strong favorite.
Yeah. At least one of the favorites. Okay, so Ed, let's go to the next matchup.
So
Luca Lazara
I'm
against
picking
Lucas
Ely.
Pauper.
So how are we doing this? 1 second. I will.
Wait, I do my bracket and you do yours. I thought.
Okay, sure. So can I just do this? Sure. I'll do it like this. So I'm going to take my paintbrush and I'm going to eliminate. I'm sorry, Ed.
I'm not. Because Ed's winning.
I mean, Ely's also like my pick for the tournament, right? So I can't predict my prediction for the tournament to lose round 1 of day 2. That would just be ridiculous.
Yes, you can't.
But I do think my main prediction is I think this one will go to game 3.
Okay, it might.
And I don't know. I'm going to give it to Ely. I will say that Ely and Theatim didn't have the best results yesterday in Triple Deck Constructed. I think they were both 3-0 going into, or maybe it was a 3-0 and a 2-1 going into Triple Deck. I think Theatim went 1. I think they might have both gone 1 win, 2 losses, or maybe Theatim went 2 wins, 1 loss. So I think Ely lost to Ed. He lost to DKP.
But this is kind of the storyline that this is painting is that this lineup, if Theo Team played the same one as Ely, that the lineup itself didn't perform super well in Constructed.
Agreed, absolutely.
Absolutely. Doesn't mean it can't perform now, of course. Okay, but let's go to the next one. Luca against
This is the one I'm most excited about, actually.
Yup. But it's Luca kind of targeting Ruby Sapphire in a way, if Red Purple is burned specifically. But with Emerald Sapphire, you kind of always make the assumption, oh, this is kind of trying to be good against Ruby Sapphire. But Luca's Kaupa being so off the known path and playing Amber, Ruby, and Blurple instead, I think they might just be able to like dodge the targeting strategy of Luca Lazara. So that gives them some value to just not have the deck in your lineup that your opponent is trying to beat.
Definitely.
Then the question is, how well does Blurple fare against something like Emerald Sapphire, Ruby Amethyst, Amber Steel?
Yeah, and yo, DKP, Broom Boys.
Boom boys.
So yeah, like I was saying to you earlier, Jan, these are like the 2 lineups I sort of was most interested in. If I was going to be playtesting, the first one that caught my eye was this lineup, and the idea is you build an Emerald Sapphire deck which beats Ruby Amethyst. You build a hyper aggro Amber Steel deck which you play going first with like Lilos, and that sort of theory actually that I came up with is we've seen that sort of strategy being deployed by players. We'll have to see if Luca's got the same one. And then if I was playing such a lineup, my Ruby Amethyst deck of choice would be a Ruby Amethyst burn deck with Chromacons and Goofs. We don't know if that's the list, but that's the sort of setup I theory crafted. And then the other lineup is actually the lineup I played against Tim from Ravensburger in my video, which is coming out next week. And the Ruby Amber deck is likely some sort of just aggro deck designed to be played going first, either a Mufasa deck or possibly even a location deck. And then you've got Blurple and Emerald Steel, which are good going second.
Yep. I think in this matchup, with these matchup spreads, you could somewhat expect both Steel decks to be banned, with Amber Steel and Emerald Steel, as both aggro decks, but also like Emerald Sapphire can profit off that. Maybe Luca Lazara can ban something else. But I think if that's the case, the big storyline will be is like I think Blurple might have problems against Emerald Sapphire. So you really want to get the matchup of Blurple against Ruby Amethyst to win for Luca's Kaupa. And if they get that matchup and that way get that Blurple through, I think they're in a very good position to win the series. Whereas if they end up playing Amber Ruby against Red Purple, and Red Purple kind of gets through in that matchup, I think from that point on, Luca would have a much better chance to actually win the round.
Yeah, and I think Luca's the highest seed, if I'm not mistaken, which is a factor, right? What would be the bench strategy?
Most difficult for me. I think Luca's Kaupa probably benches Amber Steel, and then Luca Lazara either benches Emerald Steel or Amber Ruby.
Emerald Sapphire.
Depends on the builds.
If you're playing Emerald Sapphire, I feel like you're benching Emerald Steel every time, to be honest, because it's got Pete and it's got Ursula 2, and those are like two. I mean, maybe not Ursula 2 if you're playing an item build. Pete is very good against Under the Sea, although I don't know. Maybe it's just Amber Ruby that you could get rid of. Like, I think there's also a lot of something I theorized is if someone brings like a very aggressive lineup designed to be played going first, is that it actually might be a good deck to bench. And we saw someone benching Zach Bivens, Amber Ruby yesterday, right? So
So I think the most likely scenario is Amber Steel and Emerald Steel will be the 2 bench decks, but it's possible that Amber Steel and Amber Ruby would be the 2 bench decks instead. In general, it's very hard to call this one. you could just, I mean, the safe call is just to say if it's close, I'll probably go with the one that's higher seed. I'm not sure that's the most exciting way to do
I
this prediction.
think, looking at the lineups, I think Lucas Cowper is the favorite in this one.
Okay, I'll go for Luca.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think play draw disparity is big enough to make this at least extremely close, and I think it's more exciting to pick against you.
So are you throwing for content?
No. If I thought like Lucas was significantly favored, I would still say Lucas, but because it's close, I'll just go with Luca Lazara.
Okay, so DKP versus Federico. So I think it's going to be Federico, and then we've got Zach. DKP's in the chat. So.
He's mauled in right now. So who do you think wins this? Bivens or Mo?
So DKP, Federico, they both got the same lineup. No,
they don't. So Federico has kind of like the one we expected to see the most, and DKP has the one we expected to see the second most, but he's playing Brooms. Can you really root against the Broom Boy?
No.
Well, you can't.
No, let's actually break it down, right? So, I mean, DKP's going first. He says we're not ready for his Amber Emerald list, so it's probably just a hyper aggro pile.
Might be. So apparently it's something spicy, but we'll see about that. We don't know what it is
I mean,
yet.
his Broom deck is not like a hyper aggressive deck, right? It's like a deck which can definitely win comfortably going first, but can also win going second. Sure. DKP beat Federico round 4. Excuse me, sir. You're not involved in this discussion.
That is true that they did that. I think. And are they? So DKP is higher seed, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'd probably have to go with them. I mean, in general, I really, really rate just like the level 1 lineup. But I don't think there's anything wrong with playing Amber Emerald, Amethyst Steel, Ruby Sapphire either.
I'm going for DKP.
Think I am too.
Damn.
The thing is,
Broom Boys.
I do think, like kind of with the high standards we have for DKP, I expected a little bit better play yesterday, and we didn't see Federico play. But I think he'll be able to recover from yesterday and put on some good gameplay today. I just think
DKP going first with that in his lineup, Amber Emerald and Amethyst Steel, I would be wanting to bench one of those. And then if you do that, you're leaving DKP with Ruby Sapphire, which we know he's one of the best in the world with. I think that the big deciding factor for me in this one is that DKP is the highest seed and has probably 2 decks which are very good going first, and has Ruby Sapphire as well in his back pocket.
Yep.
Zach Bivens versus Mo. So Mo's got Ruby Sapphire, and Zach Bivens has Emerald Sapphire, Amethyst Steel, and Amber Ruby. I highlight Ruby Sapphire in particular for Mo because I think that this is one of those, Zach's got one of those lineups which is trying to beat the Ruby Sapphire decks. Now, interesting to note, if Zach was to pull off this Ruby Sapphire strategy,
yes,
he's playing Ruby Sapphire in the next round, right? Zach is in the area of targeting Ruby Sapphire, could work out, right? He's playing Ruby Sapphire this round if he beats it. If he gets to the next round, he's playing Ruby Sapphire, but then it would only be Ed in the other side of the bracket that would be a Ruby Sapphire potential opponent. But there is Emerald Sapphire as well, which is quite a slow deck. So that's very, very fascinating that Zach's hard target Ruby Sapphire lineup, if it is that and if it does work like that, he's in the final.
Yes, and okay, so we haven't seen the Ember Ruby yet.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious to see that. But I think where targeting Ruby Sapphire can fail is with the Amethyst Steel deck. As we saw, Bivens was playing like the mid-range approach with Rabbits and Zeus, which can work very well against the Shark versions. But I think Mo is on the item version, and I don't actually think that matchup is that good for Amethyst Steel if you have such a slow deck against the item deck. Good luck. So I think that's my only weakness where, or not weakness with the lineup, but I just think Ruby Sapphire has the best chance to get the win there. But I think what Bivens did well is that he doesn't just target Ruby Sapphire's decks. Seem quite decent outside of just trying to beat Ruby Sapphire as well.
Yep. I pick Zach for this one. I just think Zach's got the Emerald Sapphire, the Amethyst Steel, the Amber Ruby. Mo's playing Ruby Sapphire. It's what Zach is wanting to play against, and Zach's the higher seed, and it's Zach Bivens. Nothing to take anything away from Mo, but this is the matchup that Zach wants, and I think that Zach will deliver the goods.
Yeah. Also, I can't get. I find this concept so weird. How I think a lot of people seem to be assuming because it's DKP, you always ban his Ruby Sapphire.
No,
it's the
no way.
only if it makes sense with the lineup. And DKP said in chat, okay, it got banned twice out of 4 rounds.
Benched.
It got benched twice out of 4, maybe 3 or 4 rounds. So I definitely think you just bench whatever deck you're worst against.
Yes.
And it shouldn't play too much of a factor that they're more comfortable on Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, but I do think Bivens takes this one because he's the Bivens.
So we basically disagree on the top side, but I think we agree that, like, I think DKP and Zach, I think Zach is the strongest favorite in the whole of the quarterfinals here, just because he's playing against Red Blue, nothing against Mo. DKP, I think we both agree, is the favorite just because he's the highest seed and maybe he's got a bit more of an aggressive lineup, which suits being the highest seed. But then the top side is very, very tough to call. I think Ed Ely is like a game we saw already. I easily could have picked Ed, but Ely is my pick for the whole tournament. And I think that it will be a tight one. And then the Luca versus Lucas one is the one that's like most difficult to predict. And then for that reason, the one I'm most looking forward to.
Yeah, definitely. So in the semifinals, I guess we have in the bottom one we have the same matchup of DKP against Bivens.
Yeah.
And I think this will also, like, if this matchup even happens, I think this will also be a very, very difficult one to call. But of course I'll go with Bivens because he's my pick.
I also pick Bivens.
Okay.
He has the target red blue strategy, which is my favorite. I really like, honestly, Zach Bivens' lineup is speaking to me. I love the look of it. It's got Amethyst Steel.
On the top one we have completely different players. Sorry.
Yeah. So you've got Ed versus Luca, and you're going to pick Ed, I guess.
Yeah.
Even though Luca has a potentially target red-blue lineup.
Yeah, but I think you don't automatically win against any lineup having Ruby Sapphire just because you tried to target it.
And then if I'm saying it's Ely versus Lucas, I mean, I'm gonna. What do we? Maybe a better way of doing the top side of the bracket then is let's look at Ed versus Luca, Ed versus Lucas, and then Ely versus Luca, Ely versus Lucas. So map out all the 4 potential matchups. So if it's Ed versus Luca.
Okay, if it's Ed versus Luca,
I would favor Luca.
I would favor Ed again. I think you just go through the red purple even if and also you're not even you could just bench if you're afraid of Ruby Sapphire not getting through, you could just bench Emerald Sapphire. I think you have a pretty decent chance of just beating like any 2 of your decks. I think are well positioned to be able to go against Ruby Amethyst and Amber Steel. And
Ed did say that his lineup is sort of like an anti-aggro take on Ruby Sapphire, right?
Yeah, so I think this is kind of within that range. I think maybe you'd struggle more against Lucas's lineup than you would against Luca's lineup.
15 minutes till we start, guys.
Yeah. So we have time to draw our theory stuff.
I'm going to say the final. So if I go Ely versus Lucas, who do I think is most likely to get through from this side of the bracket to play Zach in the final? Ely, because I predicted him to win the whole thing.
In my finals, I've Ed against Bivens, and I predicted Bivens to win the whole thing. But I would give the edge to Ed still in those finals. also partly with Ed being higher seed, but also I've just been very happy with the play that I've seen, and like the how do you say? I don't know. He looked so calm and collected, like really in the zone, that I can really see him take down the entire thing.
I actually don't think Ely's going to make it through to the finals. Like, no Ruby Sapphire. I don't know. I might go Lucas for the finals.
You can. And then Lucas against Bivens in the finals? Or
But I kind of want to, if I'm not putting Ely in the final, I kind of want Ed in the final. I have an issue with my bracket.
Changing the entire. Okay, I'm just tweeting out my predictions.
I mean,
you can
the actual if I'm honest, I actually want Ed in the semi-final, but it's just you told me that I have to pick differently from you.
You don't have to. I didn't always pick differently from you. Like if it's a close one, I guess it's fun if you have a different pick.
I'll stick with Ely. But I think then Lucas. I actually think this is what I think is going to happen. But I think my biggest question mark is that I think this could easily be Ed. And then Lucas versus Zach. That'll be some final, huh?
I mean, all of these would be great finals.
I think Lucas is going to win it all.
Okay. Like I think all of these players would make for a great final, but none of these are non-deserving of where they got.
Worth noting that Lucas has the lineup I played against Tim, so I might be slightly biased, but we'll see. It's interesting. I think if it's a Zach versus Ed final, I think I have Zach. I think Zach could easily lose to every deck apart from Red Blue today and win the whole tournament.
No, but oh wait, what Ruby Sapphire did Ed play? Was it Shark or items?
I don't know, but there's a Bell 3 in there.
So probably items.
I think it's items because there was like a little Sisu. Yeah, there was Scrooge McDuck and Coil, wasn't there?
Okay, so if there's items, I think I'm going Ed. If there's Shark, maybe I'm too afraid of it getting beaten by Zach's lineup.
Okay, do you want to send me your bracket then so I can pull it up a bit?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently there was some decks on Dreamborn. I'm having a look. Yeah, apparently there was some Dreamborn lists. Anybody could hook us up with those, that would be cool.
Those would be great. It's like analyze some of the lineups a little bit more in depth.
Lucas's list. Hey R&B. R&B. Sometimes you've got to be controversial in your picks. I think it's also a type match.
I don't think you have to be high as a kite. Do you know the man that is called the Bivens? I think he can tell you one thing about going undefeated and then losing in Top Cut.
So, Lucas Cowper's world decks. Okay, this is the guy I've predicted to win the tournament. Now let me look at his decks. Yep, like it. Yeah.
I didn't see them yet. Give me a second. Okay.
So Jan, do you remember I messaged you a few days ago and was like, "Oh, this card! If you ban Ruby Sapphire, insane."
Yes, I mean yes, you did say that, and I agreed. Okay. Be honest, I agreed. I said this card's great if you don't have to play against Ruby Sapphire. Say it.
Say what?
That I agreed when you told me that.
No, usually I'm like, you did what you usually do and you just moved on and ignored me.
No, I said, no, you're right. I'm going through the chat logs.
So no Mufasa in this one, which is interesting.
Can you screen share, please?
I have there's a chance that this deck that this lineup is actually banning Ruby Sapphire because I don't know how convincing this is going to be against Ruby Sapphire.
Okay, you're right. I actually ignored you, but like in my mind, I agreed with you. I didn't say anything against it, at least.
I knew it.
Uh,
But yeah,
oh,
R&B,
the
for
title
what it's
there.
worth with my bracket prediction, the one I'm most unsure on is this. It's just like we saw this exact matchup happen yesterday. Ed won, sure, but he managed to win with Ruby Sapphire versus Amber Sapphire. If Edie can win that, it goes to game 3, and I think it's going to be very tight.
Okay, we can watch the main match now
Moyen
as
also
well. But
predicted Ed, and I'm kind of just picking Edie because I picked Edie to win the whole tournament. But this is the one I'm most unsure on. Don't think it will be close. I mean, we watched them play previously, and Ed drew a Sisu off the top and won 2-0. But if he didn't hit Sisu exactly then, Edie was probably going to take it to game 3.
I think, okay, what did you, Ambi? What did you think about the play where they played Scrooge turn 4, or maybe it was turn 3 after ramping, but like over the Sisu and running the risk of Rapunzel drawing 3? It's like, yes, I think he's been great, right? I predict him to win the tournament, but there was a turn that I couldn't really get behind.
You didn't predict him to win the tournament. You predicted Zach Bivens to win the tournament.
No, but in this bracket prediction, I'm saying with this bracket that we got, Ed is winning.
If you go and watch the VOD yesterday, guys,
Yesterday I said
you'll hear
Bivens and
one
Frank.
man bigging up Ed.
Okay, it's not about yesterday. With today's bracket, I'm saying Ed wins.
Moyen goes just before we start the stream. He's like, yeah, just so you know, like if I pick one person, you have to pick the other person because it's more entertaining that way. And then I pick DKP and Zach, and Jan's like, yeah, me too.
I said it first, and you were like, yeah, pick the same one.
So looking at Lucas's lineup, I like this. This is cool. I do wonder how consistent it would be against a Ruby Sapphire that plays Bell. Like your Flynn's not going through. Also, are you really playing a Minnie Mouse if you're not benching Ruby Sapphire? I'm not sure that you are. Like you'd think with Amber Ruby, you're going to bench Steel. But I don't know if you would. Then there's Blurple.
Oh, yeah, Blurple is I don't know. It has a very different matchup spread than the Amber Ruby we've looked at, I think.
Because Blurple's also not very good against Ruby Sapphire. Especially when there's one GOAT. I think one GOAT is a surefire way for me that says that this deck is benching Ruby Sapphire. Because when I was building the lineup myself, because I played it a couple days ago against Tim, I had the same problem. I was like, okay, I kind of like my lineup, but I kind of don't like my ban strategy that much. And then I was like, okay, well, I could bench Ruby Sapphire, and then suddenly I don't have to play GOATs. And I played like a Sugar Rush Speedway deck, but instead you could play just like a normal person's deck. Like Flynn Rider's going to be a lot better. I think it might be benching Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, it's just kind of sad for a Blurple lineup to be benching Ruby Sapphire.
Having said that, there's Curse Merfolks and Vinnies, so perhaps I'm totally wrong. And Gadget Hack Wrench.
Crazy tech, holy.
What is this?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the like not so fun and exciting reason. Just to say, okay, seed 1 and 2 probably have the edge over this bracket, but like the edge isn't that big. I think there could easily be upsets of lower seed winning. It doesn't take that much for it to happen.
Very spicy. Wow. It's a fascinating lineup, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, what's Gadget doing? When you play this character, if an opponent has more cards in hand than you may draw a card. I mean, this to me just stinks of a deck that's going to be played going first, but that would mean then that Lucas thinks that their Amber Ruby deck can win going second.
Or they just think they win the die votes and get first seed and have multiple chances of going first.
I mean, that's a genuine strategy though, right?
It might be. If you can get high seed, like, there would be the payoff for actually having 2 decks that got going first.
Two strength, no, that is a fascinating list. No, like Diablo, no Ursula 3. Jock. Vinny. It's very much an aggro deck, right? 4 minutes till we start, guys. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, please give the stream a like. Hooray.
What qualifies as a made-up lineup? Every made-up format. Every format is made up at some point.
R&B says he thinks the edge is too big in this format, right? Yeah, I don't know about made up format, but
yeah, it's like all formats had to be invented at some point.
I do agree with you that like play draw disparity is pretty significant. But it wouldn't be a very fun bracket prediction if I just go, yeah, so this guy's going first, so I'm going to pick him, and then it's going to... This is the most controversial pick that I've made, but I'm a controversial guy sometimes. Ely's a very good player. My main prediction is it's going to go to game 3 this time.
Okay, I replied in chat, so I don't have to actually say the words.
Was there an announcement? There was some announcements of announcements. They announced that there's going to be announcements today. And they announced that there's like some UK tournaments.
Okay,
which aren't DLCs.
So this, I don't know why we are being a little bit negative in chat when this with this format that they invented, all colors saw play, almost all in combinations saw play.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, we kind of have to say this did what it was supposed to do pretty well. It tested players, or it tested and it tested players playing all the different ink types, and made for some like high level lineup theory. We saw a lot of diversity. Like I don't see the issue with the format.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I've enjoyed it a lot. I do think that the play draw disparity is a little bit alarming in this, and it's going to be interesting to see more of this triple deck. Now we're seeing the decks that are doing well, because bear in mind, in this we're still seeing some of the players that did particularly well in sealed and not necessarily that well in triple deck. Ely being the most obvious example, right? I think he went 1 win and 3 losses so far.
Yeah, yeah, right. I guess the play draw disparity thing, right? If you say if the matchups are more polarizing, the play draw disparity matters more. Probably true. I think some of these lineups have more polarizing decks, while some of the other ones, like the more played ones, like green, purple, amber, steel, ruby, sapphire, they are not super polarizing. I think they have very wide matchup spread. Kind of depends on the lineup as well.
I think I would also like to see more best of 5s actually in general. Wouldn't be against it, but it's just going to be like feasibly, it's going to be too much of a long day, right? Like, I mean, they're starting at what, like 9 a.m. in the US, and they're probably going to be going all day, so. But you could also argue that's an issue with the infrastructure of the streaming setup, because they probably just have one stream table, so it's literally going to be one players come in and play, everybody else watches. It's literally like going to be like that, I would imagine.
What are the 2 best decks that we never got to see?
I mean, we saw basically every deck on stream yesterday, right? We saw Red Blue.
Yep.
We saw Amber Steel.
So Amber Sapphire.
I personally really like this format, but also like Jan and I come from probably a different perspective of R&B, because we come from digital card games where this sort of format is like the norm, and I think it's a much better format personally, and it's much more skill testing in terms of lineup, and there's less randomness involved, where like you can just like win a tournament by queuing really well, whereas like, okay, you can kind of still do that in this format, but like there's a lot more skill involved in finding the right lineup, and there's less like randomness and just pairing into a good or bad matchup.
Yeah, it's like in physical TCGs, these formats are not really feasible for like the masses at times. But outside of that, they do test player skill in deck building and piloting a lot more deeply than like single deck format does.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem with that, R&B. I think that's interesting. Here we go. This intro video makes me kind of sad I'm not there, I'm not gonna lie. It's the toughest part of the day for me, watching the intro video.
Is it the same one as yesterday?
Yeah.
One by one, the top players emerge from all around the globe.
Masterful Illumineers who know how to use their magical ink.
And they are now gathered in one place to summon, challenge, and quest their way to the top.
But only of a lifetime.
It is time to find out who will be
The first ever
Disney Lorcana
world
champion.
Kinda want that Mickey.
Same.
We're buying it?
Kind of want one of those intro videos. They're cool.
Good
Yeah.
morning, Illumineers. It is with deepest pride and greatest pleasure that we welcome you to the Disney Lorcana World
Decent
Championship. We are live here in Orlando at the Walt Disney World
Oh,
Resort,
Rebecca.
where 28 players, the
That's a
best
great
of the
outfit.
best, have made their way here. But only 8 remain on their quest to earn that title of World Champion. We have a thrilling day for you. You are going to see every single match today of the top 8. We cannot wait. We also have some exciting announcements, including those 16 Disney Lorcana challenges coming around the world this next season. So now we invite you to relax. Let us pull up a chair as we kindly present the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
Hello and welcome back
Damn,
to the
Liam.
Disney Lorcana World Championship here at the Walt Disney Resort in Orlando, Florida. My name is Baker and I am joined by the magnificent, everyone's favorite Illuminateur. I'm with Liam. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing wonderful, Baker. Having an amazing time. What a magical day yesterday.
Oh, incredible. Just what a day of
That's a
action and what a
great
pleasure
bow
for us
tie.
to be here with the front row seat for all of it.
If you were here yesterday, you saw some amazing Lorcana. And if you're back, thanks again for joining us. You know, over this last year, we had 11 different challenges, over 15,000 players. 28 of the best came here. And now it's all down to this today, this moment. It's going to be incredible.
It is going to be an incredible day, but let's talk about the story so far. Lore is very important to the Disney
Of
Lorcana
course.
trading card game, so let's review the lore that surrounds the World Championship. We started off.
All right. Those are some. I mean, Baker's always looking sharp, but those are some pretty impressive outfits, in particular from Rebecca, and that golden bow tie tux combo.
But the trophy. I love the trophy.
Yeah,
The Mickey in
the
it.
trophy's great.
Okay.
It was like
you're
the
sharing
Mickey was
wrong-
like pinned to it though.
2 things. You're sharing the wrong screen. And can you mod me? So we'll do a poll for every match who chat thinks is winning.
Sure.
Oh,
But are you
already
gonna
left the
do a
winner.
poll on Twitch or YouTube or both?
Oh.
Yeah.
Does it work on both? I thought I was doing it on Twitch, but I guess we need one in YouTube as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have mods that just do that for you?
Rachel sometimes, but I think I need to make her a mod on YouTube still.
X representing all of the ink types. As Liam
My
said a
cam's
moment
wrong.
ago, our players are being asked to show that they are a master of all of the ink. So they had to build 3 different decks, and then we had a very interesting element of this format, the bench phase. Isn't that right, Liam?
That's absolutely right. There's a bunch of different things which have to happen before you even draw your first card in this format. When players sit down at the table, they're allowed to look at their opponent's deck list and figure out which one of those decks they do not want their opponent to play for that round. And then based on the remaining 2 decks for each player, they'll navigate a 3-game match, having to rotate decks if they win. So basically, a player has to win with both their remaining decks in order to win that match.
Yeah, so really asking a lot of our players, but it was incredible to watch. There's a really, all the extra layers of psychology that come with the bench phase, and then both players revealing their game 1 deck at the same time, predicting what the opponent's going to use, and even down to the deck builder when the players were preparing for this event, like, oh, I can bench a deck. Maybe that influences the sort of card.
We are joined by Moyen. He's part of Lorcana, and you can follow his socials in the YouTube description.
And I'm back. Sometimes
Deck
Speci turns off my cam.
constructed single elimination. We're having best of 3 games following the same rules as the triple deck constructed from day 1, but the grand finals will be triple deck best of 5, Liam. Best of 5, mate.
Best of 5 is so much fun to watch. You know, more Lorcana is better, and when we get to see the best players in the world going head-to-head, some top-tier competition, the more games that we get to watch, just the more fun.
What Gwent's decks you pioneered? Good question. None.
In the World Championship, I hope we get to see it, but I can't wait for
More,
that moment.
anyways, I'm
Make sure
playing
you're
my
here.
50 old deck and
Is for the first time over these 2 days, there will be no bench phase.
That's right.
So the players will need to win a game with all 3 of the decks that they've brought. So the players that have built their deck specifically to lean into this bench phase strategy, maybe this is where it all starts to come apart. If you've said, okay, I've built my decks expecting to be able to bench steel, all of a sudden you're not allowed to bench something. So it's going to be really interesting to see if that becomes a factor. But thankfully, best of 5 means that both players will have a couple of chances to try and get their strategy going.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It's going to be fascinating to see which decks players choose to take into which matchups, and the mind games that happen before each one of these matches is just fascinating. I can't wait to see it.
What an incredible day, and again, a pleasure for us to be here front and center. Thank you to everyone who's been following along for the Disney Lorcana World Championship over the course of the weekend. It really has been an incredible event. I want to take the time to shout out a few people. The judges, I think, absolutely need the round of applause from the entire community. We've got some first-class judges in the room here, making sure that everything is going as it should be. All of the staff from Ravensburger, the Disney staff, our production company, it really is a huge operation. So many people coming together to give us this World Championship. So a shout out to everyone who's been involved in it, and to you guys for watching along. Because without you guys, we're
talking to ourselves.
This
What
is
are
a
we
very
doing?
expensive hobby without an audience, right?
So these players are playing for the glory of being the very first Disney Lorcana World Champion, but there's also plenty of prizes to earn along the way. Let's take a look at what they earned yesterday and what they're going to earn today.
Yes, if you have been following the Disney Lorcana Challenge over the course of the year, these promos will be quite familiar to you. All sorts of things like the Rapunzel gifted with healing, the Cinderella stout-hearted, all the way to Kuzco, Baymax, the most beautiful promos in the world, and of course, that beautiful trophy. But here, see the full binder of Reign of Jafar, all foil. Oh, I love the Ratigan there. I wonder if a winner will give me that. But also all of the Enchanted, Liam. What a prize to take away.
I mean, what a full binder. I actually got to take a sneak peek at one of those yesterday,
Oh,
and
did
it's
you now?
absolutely amazing.
There's not a card missing, is there?
No, I don't think so. I will
Check the Bambi,
not
guys.
admit that.
Check for Bambis.
The Bambi's the best. So to familiarize everybody with what they're playing for today, the top 8 have already earned a Golden Mickey, in addition to some of those promos from yesterday. The top 4 will earn that full set of Reign of Jafar, including all of the Enchanted. The top 2 will get a copy of each one of the Year 1 Challenge Series promo cards, as well as all the previous prizes. And then the ultimate prize, the top prize, is that trophy that we saw, as well as that one-of-one Golden Mickey with winner emblazoned across the bottom. There'll only ever be one, and there's going to be one person today out of our top 8 taking it home.
Yeah, those Golden Mickeys, there were only ever 500 of them printed, which have been given as prizes for the DLC season so far. But this is there will only ever be one first Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor World Champion prize. So that is absolutely incredible. And of course, another interesting thing about yesterday over the rounds of Swiss, they needed 5 wins to lock in their day 2. But for each match win that they attained, that was an extra promo in their pocket. So we actually saw towards the end of the day, we watched Kurt Spice going up against Mo. Mo had it all to play for, was looking for that final win to secure his top 8 placement, whereas Kurt was at a 3-3, so couldn't make that top 8. But Kurt wanted another promo, and I don't think anyone can blame him for that. So it was still really serious, both players really wanting to get the win in that particular matchup. It was Mo that was able to take the victory and proceed on to top 8. But just an incredible bunch of prizes. What an honor it is for us and the players to be here, and to have such incredible things to play for is just such a treat.
Absolutely, and it's funny you mentioned that Mo match. That's the perfect segue to talk about some of our caster predictions from yesterday, because Mo was a pick of one of our casters to make the top 8, and look at that. So here on the screen, you know, all of us casters at the start of this tournament were asked to pick a couple color inks that we thought would be pretty good predictions there, to be fair. A deck that we thought would rise to the top during the triple deck constructed format, as well as picking a player that we thought would make it into the top 8 or perhaps go all the way. And these are our predictions. Baker, you're all the way on the left of the slide. I'll let you talk first about your prediction.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, so I went for probably no one's surprise if you've been following DLCs for a while. I picked very much my pet colors, Ruby Amethyst, to take it all down, which, to be honest, I've had a pretty good track record picking this color combination throughout the season. Consistently a very strong deck in the Lorcana metagame. I don't think I saw a single Ruby Amethyst game yesterday. They probably happened, but that was my pick for the winning ink combination. And my choice of the person to go all the way was indeed Frank Karsten, an absolute legend in the TCG space, but absolutely cemented himself in Lorcana lore by becoming the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge champion in Lille, France. So Frank Karsten was my pick. I thought it was a pretty safe pick. Unfortunately, Frank has not been able to make it all the way to top 8, but still a fantastic performance. As I mentioned earlier, we saw him opening the show yesterday against Zanzayed in some Super Seal, which was really fantastic.
I think Zach Bivens is the favorite.
Yeah, those were my picks, but tell us about Rebecca.
Rebecca, for her ink colors, pick a color combo that I love. Anybody who knows me knows that this is my favorite ink pair.
Definitely, yeah. You just like his lineup because he doesn't play the normal lineup.
I just think I got a good feeling about it. I got a good feeling about it.
A player that
I would say Ed and Zach are the 2 favorites. Ed's obviously the higher seed. Feeling well rested? No.
That's a prize, 2nd seed. Zach's always battling for that top seed. You always see him in top 1 or 2. So fantastic player, and congrats on that great pick, Rebecca.
Yeah, Zach Bivens, definitely a name that will be familiar to people that have been following Lorcana along the season so far. Really talented player, and somewhat more importantly, in my opinion, just a fantastic human being. So super great to see that he performed well. But moving along to the person who made their debut as a commentator for the Disney Lorcana trading card game in an official capacity, we have the famous, the legendary JD. And JD picking Ed Chu, a 2-time champion, won DLC Fort Worth, and then claiming the title of the first ever North American champion. A pretty good bet from JD.
That's true. If you're going to pick somebody, the North American champion's a good pick.
It's a pretty safe bet. I'm not going to lie. I can't hold it against him. But yeah, the ink combination that JD was thinking was going to take it all down was Amber Emerald. And I know there are some very enthusiastic Amber Emerald players out there. A shout out to the likes of Bennett and Kawa in the UK, who I know really live by this ink combination. It can be very strong.
He said Kawa in the UK. Oopsie daisy.
Sometimes you'd see that tricky song Under the Sea. So this is definitely a very powerful ink combination.
We also saw Churn Dog's variants run yesterday successfully. Kurt Spice, I think, on that list. That's a list popularized by SSG Ghosty down out of South Florida.
Kawa in the UK.
So yeah, a versatile ink combination, and more importantly, several other good color combos in a lineup. So
if you're so happy to finally get a mention on the world stage, and then it's as the guy from UK.
Can't blame him for that, but tell us about Brandon, Liam.
Brandon with a pick I kind of anticipated. Mo Shamblin is somebody a player who knows very well, a good friend of his, and Brandon was privy to a lot of Mo's testing process and got inside his head a bit. So Brandon was pretty confident with this pick, thinking that Mo had kind of unlocked the secrets of Triple Deck Constructed, and sure enough, Mo Shamblin battling back from an 0-2 start in Super Sealed to make it all the way to the final day. I mean, Disney is all about stories and storylines, and that's a heck of a story, going 0-2 and then having to battle your way you know, almost perfect
Sure
to
is.
make
I
the final.
I'm
So
sneezy.
great job there. And then Brandon picking Ruby Sapphire, an in combination that everybody loves to love or loves to hate, depending on which side of the fence you're on there. You can run this a couple different ways with the items or the Shark variant, and it was the most popular deck yesterday in Triple Deck Constructed.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me at all. Ruby Sapphire, somewhat the boogeyman of the Lorcana trading card game. But to finish your point you made about Mo, just to add to that, a beautiful
Oh, is that Kim from the UK in the chat?
Oh, shout out to Kim from the UK.
supportive, beautiful wife, and asked for words of advice, words of encouragement to get him through the rest of the day. And those words were, just stop losing. And he did. But moving on, I will introduce you, but you can tell us all about your justifications for this one, Liam. I am joined by, of course, everyone's favorite Illumateer, Liam, in the booth with me, and what a pleasure it is to have casted with you over this weekend, my friend. And you picked Blurple as your winning deck combination. Tell me why, Liam.
Well, two reasons. One, you all got into the spreadsheet first and picked a lot of the ink combinations that were pretty popular and left me with nothing but Steel, which I'm sure we all thought was going to be banned all day, and it was for most of it. But I wanted to go a little bit outside the box here and pick an ink combination that that was a little bit unconventional. I picked Blurple. Blurple is an interesting color combo for Triple Deck Constructed. It does, unfortunately, unpair Amethyst from, or it forces Ruby actually into a matchup it doesn't, or a color it doesn't necessarily like. And
I
in
think they're
this
probably
list
doing
that
one
Blurple's
game at
using-
a time, almost certainly. Just because I know like all the production equipment they have and how it's working, there's one stream table.
Okay. That after checking the list, I was a
Blurple
little
kind of forces
disappointed
you to play
yesterday
like
because there was
Ruby, Ember, Emerald, Steel as the other two decks.
only one. But I'm happy to report that it was a 100% conversion rate for Lucas Kaupa, who is running a Blurple list,
Right.
and he is in the top 8. So
You're still live.
I'm
Was he the
still
only one?
live, and I have to say that Blurple was impactful in the Triple Deck Constructed because it allowed Lucas to navigate all the way into the final day. My pick for the player to make the top cut and then win was Zan Syed. Zan, we saw battle Frank Karsten in round 1.
Sure did.
Clash of Titans. Zan is a DLC winner and a very prominent player. Zan did not make day 2, but had an excellent performance during Triple Deck Constructed. So out of the caster picks, we had 3 out of the 5 make it in. Unfortunately, you and I in the end are the ones who were unsuccessful with our picks.
Yeah, didn't manage to win the bet this time, but I'm still so proud of all the players, and it's just going to be such an exciting day 2. But here we have them. Goodness me, a shout out to our production team. This is, I don't even care. This is epic, mate.
Yeah, I just want to stare at this
love
screen
these
right here.
graphics. So let's talk through them. In the top left, we have Ding Can Fam, or most commonly known as DKP, running Ruby Sapphire, Amethyst Steel, and Amber Emerald. DKP
did all of
is
this work,
indeed
and now
the
they
top player,
finally
very
show the
seasoned
colours.
TCG player, the winner of DLC all the way over in Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah, DKP, a player who's all over the place. Everybody's familiar with him. Not surprising to see in the top cut here. But then moving on, JD's pick, Edmund Chu. We talked about him a lot. He's the North American Challenge winner, running a list of
How many
Amber
non-Ruby
Steel,
Sapphires are there?
Amethyst Emerald, and Ruby Sapphire. A pretty standard list, one of the ones
yeah.
that we thought would be in the top cut there.
I wasn't quick
And
enough.
now moving
We
on
ha-
from
we
our players,
have
we
the
can see the
thing.
brackets here. And you see how all these players lined up based
look,
on their
that bracket,
seeding.
you ready for
and we're
our
gonna watch
bracket?
all of these matches today, Baker.
Every single one, mate. I don't want to miss a thing of the
Oh.
action today.
Bam.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see all of these players.
Ah,
One thing I will
better
highlight
lineup,
as you're
better
watching,
bracket.
you know, there's really 2 strategies coming into
graphic.
Triple Deck
Who did
Constructed.
this?
A lot of players went with the route of taking their pretty standard
Even better
lists,
bracket.
lists that they know are good, that they're familiar with,
I think
and
there's
just
like
bringing
4
really the
Ruby
most powerful
Sapphires
decks
and 4
in Core
non-Ruby
Constructed
Sapphire
in,
lineups in
and
top 8.
relying on them to navigate through day 1. And then there's some other players who went a little bit out on a
Yep.
limb. And you mentioned earlier, Baker, that you can
I'm
choose
basically
to ban an
rooting
ink
for the
color, and that
non-Ruby
kind of
Sapphire
unlocked
players.
some unconventional color combinations,
You're a
some
hater.
unconventional decks, like LAV Pierre bringing in his Amber Sapphire
Typos?
kinda like
Where were there
Hyper Aggro
typos?
Wardy deck, which is very, very good and allowed him to get here. So as you watch these players, take a look at which strategy each player chooses to pursue, because it turns out both of them were good, because
Yes,
both of them
yes.
allowed players to make it into the top cut.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are just about ready, Illumineers, to proceed into our first match of the weekend. Do not go, or as JD would like to say, don't touch that dial. Don't go anywhere. I'm
Stay
stealing
laser
stuff
focused.
now. He's gonna tell me off now. He's already
locked in.
He's giving me an evil look right now. I'm gonna lock in, as JD would like to say. But yeah, we're gonna be going over to our players. Thank you for joining us. Stick with us all weekend. It's gonna be an incredible final day of Lorcana. But yes, first up, we are indeed gonna be watching Ed Chu, the North American champion, the Fort Worth Challenge winner, favorite deck Ruby Amethyst, which absolutely speaks to my... Look at that smile. This man is absolutely beautiful. You love to see that. He's a frequent Disneyland, California visitor, and his favorite Disney character is Maui. A fantastic choice.
Yeah, and take a look at that smile, because you're going to see an icy stare for most of the match. So it's really nice to see him
Don't
enjoying
know about
himself
Melee.
here.
Let's just
I
not
feel
share
like
it for now.
we keep
I'm not
promoting Ed as this like cold-hearted person, but he's so lovely.
is.
He really is like just a lovely human being. He's a lot of fun. He's always laughing and smiling, but when he is in the zone, he's very serious, and he is kind of known for that dead eye stare right to the opponents, but he's just observing. He's looking for reads. He's trying to get as much information as he can, and we can't hold that against him. But Liam, the opponent today from France in Europe, we have Illy. Tell us all about him.
Illy Vipierre, a fantastic player. I got to know him very well here. He's the Bologna Challenge winner. His favorite in combination is Ruby Amethyst. Now, he is
Illy's
a
one of my
longtime
picks
Disney
for the
fan.
tournament
Growing
at
up,
the start of the day
loved
yesterday.
Disney comics. He has editions 1 through 50 of this Picsou magazine, which is a Scrooge McDuck magazine. So his Disney fandom runs deep, and so Lorcana was a natural fit for him as a gamer.
I was very, very close to going Theatim and Ed as my 2 picks, but I ended up just going Theatim and Illy as they prep into. Look at that. Look at that. Love it.
That he knows decks that he loves versus Illy, bringing in kind of this rogue lineup. And it'll be really fascinating to watch here which way Ed chooses
one of
to
these.
go
These are cool.
with his ban. So you have North America versus Europe. You have a standard list versus an unconventional list. This is truly like one of the best matches to start with today. The storylines here run deep.
Yeah, let's not forget the rules for the top 8
This is
are
so
exactly
cool.
the same
Look
as
at
they were
this.
yesterday. We have the bench.
I love
they get
this.
5 minutes to review the opponent's deck lists. Then we will have the benching phase where both players, all the players this weekend were given tokens to represent their ink combinations of their decks. So in a moment after they've done there we go, a nice smile between the players. Good to see that they're feeling good vibes already. But yeah, the bench phase, they will reveal at the same time which deck they're benching for the opponent. We'll put that aside, and then both players will reveal at the same time in secret which deck they're going to be starting with for game 1. And if you win with a deck, you have to retire that deck and move on to your last remaining non-bench deck. Whereas if you lose, you can choose to switch
Meditating, I think.
with the same one. So that's going to be super fascinating to continue to watch that play out today.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
There's 8 games, so what? There's 4 rounds in the first, then there's 2 semifinals, so 7 today. 8 players, 7 matches.
That's it.
Or the first game. And you know, because that's a game as well. You know, knowing that you're on the play or on the draw and knowing your opponent's options and yours, that first game selection really sets the tone for the entire match. And you can be either way ahead in terms of odds of winning or way behind, depending on how you navigate this first phase of a triple deck constructed
You
match.
missed, I think, the best part of the stream so far. They were both meditating at the table when the cameras panned to them. They both had their eyes closed.
Oh.
Yeah, what a match to start us off. Illy.
That was exhausting.
So if we take a quick look at the bracket, Illy, Ed, they're the lineups. What do we think is getting benched? Ooh, it looks like it's actually different from yesterday, I think. Is it? Maybe it's not.
I mean, also, we talked about how, in theory, the die roll and going first game 1 or going second game 1 can have an impact on optimal bans. Did you witness the die roll?
There's no die roll. Ed's the highest seed.
Ah, right. Why were there dice in the middle?
Not sure.
Okay. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And yesterday, Ed was also going first, right? So they must have maybe come to the conclusion that the different ban makes more sense, or also there's some mind games involved.
Maybe I'm misremembering as well. I'm not sure. Ed benched. I don't know. To be fair, we only saw Illy play Amber Sapphire, so I can't quite remember what got benched last time because he lost with Amber Sapphire twice. No, did he? No, that can't be true.
Oh no, you beat.
No, that can't be true because he didn't play it going second. Oh, it was Emerald Steel. Ed had Illy had Emerald Steel yesterday, so it's the same bench. My mistake.
Okay.
Because we saw this exact game yesterday, and Ed used like Cloud Kicker on the Ursula 3. Illy had like 3 Diablos in hand and didn't shift. Mm-hmm. Ed didn't have Merfolk, so a big factor in this game that we saw yesterday was that Illy didn't hit the Diablo shift. But Ed used like Cloud Kicker on Ursula. Ely did get Ursula down and stuck down eventually, but like he only had 2 characters on board, so like the Ursula sang Strength just to remove Genie, and Ed won the game very quickly. So I think the key thing for Ely is, can he find the Diablo shift, right? Like Diablo shift, sing Storm or sing Strength, massive stabilization.
So the big question here is, Ely knew he was going second game 1. Why do you think they chose to play Amber Sapphire as a deck that maybe we had identified might be stronger going first?
Don't think they have.
They haven't?
No. Not that I'm aware of. If they have, it's a different strategy from what they did yesterday. I guess, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they have.
It's not completely intuitive to like, okay, yeah, now we only see these colors, so these are the colors that are being played, right? Yes.
Yeah,
so
and
maybe
it is
it
the
comes
same
down
bench
to wanting
decision.
to get the right matchup, right? So basically, if Ely thinks, oh, I expect Ed to, so they know they're going first. I expect them to start with this deck, which maybe is Emerald Amethyst. Maybe they still prefer this matchup into that over Emerald Steel into that. But with all of this, you can also just get it wrong, and Ed could just start with a different deck that you don't expect them to start with. So I don't think it's like it's always obvious, or it's not obvious. There's not always like a clear better deck to queue, because sometimes it depends on what deck your opponent's queuing.
Yeah, Hagon. Yeah, I saw actually. That was nice of him. I think this also, the other thing is like, yesterday is when I was talking about this one where like when Ely queued Emerald Steel, it's like, okay, how much do you even mind losing this game? Because then you can just pick where you play Amber Sapphire. Whereas if Ely wins this one, he's already got his Amber Sapphire through, right? So I would say like, if he wins with Emerald Steel, then he still has to win with Amber Sapphire going first against Ed's Emerald Amethyst. Whereas if Ely then... So I don't think the reward for Ely winning with Emerald Steel in game 1 is that high. Whereas the reward for winning with Amber Sapphire is probably higher. And that might be why he's just gone for it. Because even though it's like a worse chance of winning, the reward of winning is higher.
Yeah. There has to be some kind of math. Yeah, you can... So basically you would need to know the matchup percentages from each of these possible matchups on play and on draw, and then you can calculate how often you would be supposed to queue each deck. But still, there's not always an optimal one because of the codependency.
So Ely has an aggro deck going second, Amber and Sapphire, Ed going first with Emerald Amethyst. It's the kind of deck you'd expect. It's got Cloud Kickers, it's got Genies, Peter Pan Shadowfinder, Fox, Crab, I think. Rabbit, I believe. All of the things you'd expect.
So with Ely's Amber Sapphire deck, what do you think they're looking for in the mulligan, knowing that they're on the draw?
Rapunzel.
Rapunzel?
I guess you would ideally draw into Rapunzel, though. You wouldn't necessarily want it in your opening hand, but you would definitely want it.
So you need something that also contests the board instead of just questing power, right? To me, the biggest one that stands out is, you can't always get it, but I think the Thunderbolt shift on 3 is the biggest one that could actually contest board and set up for a later Rapunzel.
I guess also like how does Ely contest the board, right? With Amber Sapphire, you don't have Fox, you don't have Crab, but you do have like Lady on 3, and then maybe try and refill. So it was 3 cards Ely got rid of. It's definitely going to be a very, very fascinating one. I think like the big thing here is like you're seeing Ely with Amber Sapphire, which is unorthodox going second, but it really highlights in this triple deck format how the first game at times can not be it's the least important in some situations.
Also, this doesn't really matter, but when I imagine you're 5-0, so you're like seed 1, you play against the last seed. They bubbled in by being 4-2. To me, it would be the worst feeling if now you lose and you're still on like a 5-1 score, but you are out of the tournament and Ely would be through with 5-2. That's nothing against the system. That's just part of it, and you can't really get rid of stuff like that. But in my head, I would be like specifically not wanting to lose immediately now after doing so well in both portions of Super Seed and Triple Deck Constructed.
Here we go. Ed inks Bruno, down comes Diablo, and the World Championships final day is off to a start. Ely does have Daisy Duck, which can contest the Diablo, so it's probably a pretty good start. Daisy Duck, we're used to her questing, but in this match with Ely going second, Daisy Duck likely just to be a card that Ely develops down on the board and can take some challenges and then maybe can heal with Rapunzel, or at least threaten healing with Rapunzel, right? Like if you've got a Daisy Duck on the board, it might stop Ed questing at certain points because they're worried that the Daisy Duck can challenge and then heal with Rapunzel. 63 minutes on the clock, it seems, for the round, which is a weird time length, so I guess it was 65. Anna inked, Daisy down.
Especially these daisies on the draw can feel weird in a way where, so against any Amethyst deck, the first turn where you can exert your daisy would be turn 2, which would be into their turn 3, which is where Crab and Fox all come online. So you don't want to draw too many daisies, and the daisies that you do draw have to often be used for challenging and setting up a Rapunzel instead of maybe questing out each turn.
Lady inked, which suggests that Edie's not going for as much of an aggro strategy, but like actually trying to have a bit of staying power. And I definitely think Rapunzel's going to be the key card to do that. Also, like Ludwig von Drake would be an interesting option here, but they don't have it. Daisy Duck, you would imagine, is going to challenge Diablo, but that would also leave the Daisy Duck vulnerable to a Fox. It doesn't look to be a great position for Ely already.
Yeah, we're basically leading into like a stalemate very, very quickly. And I think in the stalemate, Ed will be very cautiously playing around the Rapunzel. So at some point, first they have to build up a whiteboard and then quest out to really like overwhelm the challenging characters from Ed.
Yeah. And even when we watched this game yesterday, I did make the point that I think the first game in this series is the least important when Ed's going first. Because if Ely was to win, then Ed can choose which side of the coins the matchups are played. And I think that's why Ely's playing this deck specifically. He's not really expecting to win this one. The really big game for Ely in this match is game 2 and 3. He's kind of expecting to lose game 1 in a way, which is why he's queued the Amber Sapphire. Because if he does manage to get a bit lucky, the reward is higher. Otherwise, Ed can queue his Ruby Sapphire going first against Ely's hyper aggro deck, and then Ely might not ever get the chance to win. So there's actually a strong argument that Ely's supposed to lose game 1 intentionally here, but I would argue.
No, I don't think that argument exists, but I think queuing it first makes sense nonetheless, basically because you have this like off chance that you have a great chance to win the round, and in the chance where you lose, even if it's reasonable, you're still completely doing okay in terms of your chances to win.
It's an impressive board though, isn't it? Look at that. Lady comes through. Alice comes through with Daisy. The lady was also there just before. So a lot of characters, but no questing power yet from Ely.
It's 13 lower on the board if they were to quest out. Of course not questing out yet, but waiting for the moment where at least some of your characters would potentially get to quest twice.
Yep, and there is no Rapunzel value for Ely yet. There's 2 evasives as well for Ed. And 2 Diablos with no strength. So there's not going to be an easy opportunity for Ely to get any Rapunzel value. Obviously, Ed's going to have to play around that last card being Rapunzel, even though I don't believe it is. But of course, the top card could still be. Elsa exerts Daisy. Iago finishes the job. And it is going to be a triple quest for Ed up to 9.
Yeah, this Elsa really it's doing so much work. It doesn't look like a lot. It just stopped a character from questing for 2. But now Ely only has 5 characters. And with just having 1 less character, that's 1 less character that I would actually get to quest twice if you were to quest out.
Yeah, it does hit an uninkable, which means that it's going to have to be Alice and pass pretty much this turn.
Well, this turn you could definitely think about questing out, right? There's 3 characters that can challenge your characters. The downside is all evasives also would have rush, but on board you could quest with 5 characters and only 3 of them would actually get challenged. So there's the maximum upside of 2 characters getting to quest again.
Again, I want to stress this point again. This particular matchup is probably the most likely one, this first game of the whole day, that is the least important. Ely is fully expecting to lose this game.
Okay, but you're like, it's not as impactful if he loses it. He doesn't have great chances of winning it, but like, if he was to win this, that would be extremely impactful.
Yeah.
And so it's not like this match doesn't matter. It's more like Ely can be okay after losing it, but if he is to win it, he actually does really, really well.
Yeah. Agree. And I think that thought process is why he's queued this deck going second.
So there's the Daisy trigger. Diablo being added to the hand. And I do agree with the timing of how they developed the board and then chose this turn to actually quest. This seems to me, this seems like the turn where you're most likely to actually have some characters quest multiple times, whereas all the other turns, the value was very, very low. And this is even after the Elsa has already gotten rid of one of the 2 daisies.
Yeah, and Ely got stuck with a card in hand. It's a 5 cost, and he drew the uninkable.
Thunderbolt. I mean, honestly, you could, because chat has been reacting in a way where like, oh no, they didn't draw ink. But I would argue the Alice might even be better, right? It's another at least 2 quester that you were able to play. If anything sticks, it can quest for 3. And then the Thunderbolt is not running away. You can still probably play it next turn and ink whatever you draw. Whereas if you drew an inkable, you would, instead of the Alice, you have the Thunderbolt on board here, which is a bit bigger, but I think doesn't even... Well, it could protect the board to some extent, but depending on the amount of crabs in Ed's hand, they might still be able to get through that.
And if
So
you're
I
Eddie,
don't think this is the end of the world, at least.
if you're Ed, are you still having to play around Rapunzel here, or are you also at some point just having to accept that Rapunzel might... I mean, your board's evasive, right? The whole thing. Or Diablo's of no strength. So Rapunzel is no concern. Ed's actually managed to play around Rapunzel just based off the cards that he's played. So Duke of Wesselton goes down thanks to the Crab Diablo. And I think it was another Diablo drawn. So there's 2 1-cost Diablos and a wrong lever. And there is no pull the lever in the discard for Ed. So that wrong lever is just stalling and putting a card back into Ely's hand and is doing very little. This is actually what I don't like about the lever package at times, is like if you don't get that pull the lever in your discard, the wrong lever can feel really, really bad off the top.
Sure, but imagine the Thunderbolt actually came down. You would have loved to just bounce it and actually take all the trades.
Hey JD, good luck today, mate. You were just rocking it, mate, and very much just looked like someone that belonged there, so good job.
I was a little bit surprised to actually see the Crabbed Diablo challenge the Duke Weaselton instead of the Lady. I guess this leaves up one non-ward character that you can target, but I'm not sure what you would target it with, and I'd rather take 1 less damage on some of the other trades. Right now, one of your other characters will have to take 2 damage, where if the Crabbed Diablo took out the Lady, you could have 1 less damage on this Elsa, for example.
So Alice and Daisy stand tall, Thunderbolt in hand, which Ed is now going to see. Ed has a wide board, but he's 10 lore away. What does Ely draw off the top? We know it's Thunderbolt in hand, 4 ink available. It's a Porpsicle, and down comes Thunderbolt. It could come into bodyguard position. Alice plus Daisy would quest for essentially 5 this turn, putting Ely up to 16. Both can be cleared out. It doesn't look great. Ely doesn't have many story cards, any burn cards in the deck. You don't have something like Super Goof or a Pirate's Life. So the Thunderbolt is going to come in bodyguard position. And then the question for Ely is, does he quest with Alice and Daisy? And does he can't do any challenging. We could challenge the Diablo 1.
Are you allowed to pass? Because basically what pass, if you don't quest here, right? Ed just quests through so much where you never get to quest again because you have to challenge to stop Ed from going to 20. So even if this doesn't set up game, I think you have to... This is the only way that actually might slow Ed down enough to... In a way where it buys you another turn to draw into some high questing characters.
iPad technical glitch. There is also like a world where Ely could use the ward onto the Thunderbolt, but it looks like it was given to Daisy, and then the Daisy trigger goes through. So Ely's 4 away. Ed is 10 away, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters all questing for 1 each. I mean, this matchup looks like if Ely was to have gone first, looks like
Yeah,
it
it
would
might
have
have been
been able to do the
big
juice.
difference.
And let's not forget this was the matchup which was played in Swiss, and Ed rolled the 3 and then Ely rolled the 2. It could have been a very different story had it gone the other way. Ely could have come into this one being the 5-0 player with a different die roll, potentially. We don't know that, but...
Yeah, like they might have achieved very different seeds, but there's always different ways these things can go.
Yep, so...
And there's the wrong lever. Buying this is getting them so much tempo, because now you have to challenge less, which
Seals
means
the
you get to
deal.
quest more, which intuitively looks like you might be able to set up game here.
Yeah.
So they're taking one trade, they're taking another one. And now
Ely's just too
questing
far away, right? And he does concede. In his deck, he doesn't have like the go-go. He doesn't have like the super goof and these kinds of things. But Ely loses game 1, and I don't think he's going to mind that one bit. The big games now are the next 2. I mean, obviously the next 2 games are the big games, but I think the next 2 were always going to be the big ones. If Ely was to have won this, for example, with his Emerald Steel, which is the deck he queued in the Swiss portion of this would then mean that Ely only had Amber Sapphire left, and Ed could choose to play Ruby Sapphire going first against Ely's Amber Sapphire. I would still argue it was better for Ely to lose game 1 rather than win game 1 with Emerald Steel. And I'm going to go to the toilet while you tell chat why I'm wrong.
Okay. Well, the most concise way would just be to actually run through all of the math on the matchups and kind of display the difference between those 2 exact scenarios. But that's not a very feasible way to do it via stream. Well, what Speci is trying to argue is that if Emerald Steel wins, then you are forced to play Amber Sapphire twice, and Ed would be able to actually hand pick that the matchup where they go first is the one where they play Ruby Sapphire into it, which is much more doable than Ruby Sapphire going second against Amber Sapphire. But I think what you're somewhat disregarding within that argument is that like how much value there is in Emerald Steel already having the win. It's not a given whatsoever that Emerald Steel is winning any of these matchups. I don't think the matchups are that polarized where mathematically it makes sense, because Emerald Steel can also easily drop some games here and there. And also Ruby Sapphire doesn't have it's not like it cannot beat Amber Sapphire when Amber Sapphire goes first. I think even then it has very, very decent shot, and we saw it yesterday where it very much accomplished exactly that.
I actually think I changed my mind. I think like the Ely's matchup here with Amber Sapphire going first against Emerald Amethyst looked good enough.
Yeah, that I think a reasonable chance at least. But to be fair, this was like a game where there wasn't like a Diablo shift, so none of the like high roll stuff. They just played cards.
Yep. So game 2. This is the one we saw Ed win last time. This is my main prediction in this matchup is that Ely. We're gonna get to this point. Ely's gonna win, and it's gonna go to game 3. That was my main prediction in this matchup. I did end up picking Ely overall. I still think Ed is, of course, the favorite in this one, no doubt about it. But Amber Sapphire versus Ruby Sapphire. If you bring in Amber Sapphire to the World Championships and you go 0-2 against Ed's Ruby Sapphire, when you're on the play, you're not going to win the World Championships, are you? So this is the big test for Ely's lineup. Oh,
Well, they can definitely achieve the duo
Jan,
Ruby Sapphire. Yes.
Look at that curveball. Ely's not playing Amber Sapphire.
Mm-hmm. So,
Ely's playing Emerald Steel on the draw. Sorry, on the play.
Oh.
And then he's going to try and beat Ruby Sapphire with Amber Sapphire while he goes second.
Well, I think the biggest point for playing it like this is that Emerald Steel doesn't care that much about going first or second against Ruby Sapphire based on the discard plan working very differently depending on how many cards your opponent has in their hand, with the extra card from So now that Ruby Sapphire is going first in this matchup, they will be lacking that one card, and it might be easier to actually accomplish discarding the entire hand. The downside of this is, or the big questions within the strategy is, does Amber Sapphire actually beat Ruby Sapphire while Amber Sapphire goes second? And
I don't think it's a sign of the strategy not quite working in my mind, where you're queuing your go first deck second and queuing your go second deck first. It's a sign that the strategy hasn't quite worked out in this particular matchup.
Well, I think it just speaks to the fact that there's more strategy than just, oh, I pick this one, go first or second. It's also like a lot about what matchup you get game one, which you can't know, but you will be like trying to predict what your opponent will be queuing game one.
Yeah, I think Ed's in a very, very good position. I like this queue to me. I'm not saying it's wrong. I imagine it's absolutely right, but it's just, it sort of signals to me that Ely is not feeling particularly favored in this matchup overall. To take these queue orders are not something that they would be doing lightly, and it's not something that they would be planning to do coming into this tournament, right? Like if you say to Ely, you're in the top 8 and you queue it this way with your lineup, you're probably like, yeah, something's gone a bit wrong with my lineup.
Unless he just feels confident that Amber Sapphire has a very decent chance
Yep.
at beating Ruby Sapphire going second. And that's really the big question that's still in the air.
No Bell either, which we saw Ed hit Bell yesterday early.
Two things. I mean, no, they inked Bell on one. Two things. In this matchup, a card in hand is better than a 3/3 on the board. A 3/3 on the board doesn't help you not get discarded. It doesn't help you remove Diablo. It doesn't help you remove even Beast. You can't. It doesn't remove on its own. So you don't need to play the Bell. The other thing is turn 2. They had access to Tipo. I think they inked it and instead played another Popsicle. So again, ramping is cool, but they value keeping the extra card in hand instead of like using it to get a Tipo on the board and one ink ahead. So like very, very much valuing card advantage or their hand size specifically. The big downside with this is you might be a little bit slow to answer the Beast.
Yeah, this Beast is so much pressure. Like Ely just drawing a card a turn. Ely's obviously like main way of drawing cards is going to be a Diablo, which Ed is often going to be able to answer with like a Brawl, right? But Beast on 3 instead of like a Diablo, poof, that's hard to contend with.
Yeah, the big thing that they would have really wanted to have is like a coil into Brawl or Sisu, right? That would be a very clean answer to it. But without the coil, there isn't really a clean answer to this outside of maybe Rush Maui, which you need to ramp towards. So now, after not ramping on 2, saying, okay, I do, especially now that the Beast has hit the board, I do need to ramp very much. And I actually need to play the Quill to get to an ink point where I can answer the Beast. But also, of course, just trying to get enough items on the board to where you can actually use the alternative ability of playing Scrooge.
Ely inks Morph. He's got Diablos and Prince John in hand. Doesn't have any discard cards. Goes for the Diablo. And doesn't quest with Beast. Someone pointed out Scrooge plus Vitalosphere.
If they did exert, okay, we don't know how many Rush Mauis there are. That's like the very easy way of removing it. But what we did see Ed would have had access to is maybe playing a 4th item, exerting those items to play Scrooge, and then also using the Vitalosphere. Wait,
There's
even
the Vitalosphere,
the
Scrooge for free.
is the 4th item. So you definitely could have played Scrooge Vitalosphere.
Workshop the option taken. Now Ely needs to draw some discard off the top here, really. It's going to be Brawl onto Diablo.
Oh, we forgot to turn cams on off for the match. Sorry. Okay. And Diablo being gone here is huge because they found the workshop, and as soon as you get the workshop down, it's much harder to 1 out of cards, but you can only combat the discard with workshop as long as you're not also drawing them cards. So
damn,
that's a huge part of the puzzle.
Another one,
and still no coil found. And these beasts, I don't know how do you remove them as Ruby Sapphire without coils?
B prep.
Yes, B prep, but you had 4 ink. Do you really think you're getting to 7 ink with cards in hand? Maybe, but maybe not.
Does have a fishbone on the board.
Mhm.
But obviously the
And the
fishbone, I mean, it's the classic thing about against discard. If you're using fishbone to ramp, you're also emptying your hand. But Ed does have that workshop. You have to imagine he's going to get it down, and he does. But Ely is missing discard cards, and another Scrooge for free is great. Ely needs these beasts to start drawing him into discard cards, and it's a problem that Emerald Steel has. It's like, how do you get enough discard stuff in there while also having enough removal? That's why I haven't been that impressed with Emerald Steel recently.
Just the line that they went for here, fascinating, kind of saying, okay, I want to get the workshop down first before playing the Scrooge because I really value being able to use the Quill here.
What is this?
But by not finding an item, do they even have an item to trigger the workshop this time? So now they played the workshop first, but didn't find an item.
No discard.
Ended up not using the Quill anyways, and still no discard found for Ely.
But he can sing Storm twice. Third beast, is that what we just saw? Oh my goodness, inviting the B prep.
Yes, and okay, so Ed could have prepared for the B prep by inking to 5, right?
Yeah.
But as Ed, you don't expect your hand not to get touched. You expect some of your cards to be discarded. So to play around that, you don't ink to 5, which then in turn doesn't enable the B prep.
Yep. When you're playing against discard, you have to be so careful of them, like playing a discard card, singing Sudden Chills as well. And if Ely could also combine that with Prince John's, then Ely's just got a massive card advantage, which he could probably close the game out. But Ely is still only at 2. Fishbone does come through. It's going to be the Tamatoa. 2 Popsicles added back to hand. Scrooge's Quest up to 2. So it's 2-all. But Ely's about to draw 3 cards, +1 for turn.
Was there not a line where you play, like last time you were on 4 ink, right?
Discard!
Could you ever go double ink Tamatoa, set up the 2 Popsicles in hand, and then if the Tamatoa sticks, you can even like play the workshop for free and draw a lot that way? I'm not sure I'm in love with the line where you play the workshop first and then banking on the Scrooge to find an item. We also don't know how many B-preps there are in Ed's list, so that plays a huge role in how you pilot these turns.
Ed has 3 cards in hand, and Ely has 0 discard. But he does have Strength ×2. Pete comes through. That gives him some B-prep protection, which means he knows that he can go wider. Prince John comes down, and he's going to triple sing Strength. Are you kidding me, Ely?
Triple Strength. Bam!
Oh my goodness.
That's okay. I'll allow shortcutting here. This was kind of cool.
And the Pete stops the B prep. But Ely needs to draw some discard cards because that's how he's going to keep filling his hand up.
Yeah, but like, so he can dodge the B prep now, but if he can't protect against it next turn, what if Ed just draws a lot of cards here?
Yeah.
Tries to find the B prep, then resets the board, and from then we have an open game again.
Ely did just ink a Pete as well, which might suggest to Ed that Ely has another Pete in hand, but I'm not so sure that they do. I think there's just a lot of uninkables.
That's like one of the saddest inks, right? Your opponent doesn't have a coil, and you really, really want to be playing on the B prep. You're super far ahead on board, but maybe it was just the only inkable and he was forced to do it. But
there's
it's
the coil.
Definitely sad that that's the card that they had to ink. And there's the coil.
This game is definitely not over.
Well, game is giga open.
It's 3 law to 2. Ely's going to draw 4 cards to start the turn. Uno.
What?
Dos.
Draw for beast.
Tres.
Draw for beast.
Quattro.
Draw for turn.
Still, oh my goodness, he found a discard card. Sudden Chill. Congratulations.
Bam.
But no.
How many cards in that
Pete.
land? 4?
Ed, yeah, I think it's the 4 to the left there. I think Ely had this Muses in hand the whole time, maybe. I'm surprised that the Pete got
if
inked.
they did, I think they would have inked it and not Mew. Or at least I hope if they did, they would have inked it over inking Pete. So it's a board state where all you need to do is discard some cards.
PJ. Unless Ed doesn't play any B preps, but surely that's not true. Maybe he plays like 1.
There is items list that don't play
Yep.
actions at all.
Pete sings Sudden Chill. This is going to draw Ely 2 cards. Bruno! It's another discard. But not quite.
There's still no more discards, right? They ran out of discards again.
Yep.
Did they draw another beat?
Self-storm.
By playing this. Oh,
Ursula can check for the B prep.
they sang it with Beast, even sacrificing 2 lore.
Yeah.
Intriguing, but
I think the Ursula's nice. You get to check. And
Yes,
if you hit
definitely
something, you
check,
draw
yeah.
twice.
there's the vision. How much ink is Ed on? Is he on 8 or 3, 6, 8? Oh, that's what he asked as well. 7 ink. So with the vision, if the hand size is big enough, what Ed can do if there's a B prep in his deck is actually go vision, ink, use the quill, play the B prep off the vision.
Yeah.
The vision is potentially frightening.
So the question is for Ely, how into B prep do you play here? He sings Storm with Prince John. He's just losing all this lore.
Now questing out to 6. Yeah, Sisu definitely does at least some damage if Ed is to draw into it exactly this turn. You'd clear everything except 2 beasts and a Pete.
Doesn't even play further.
If you ink twice, you clear everything except 1 beast and a Pete. At which point, the game is recoverable from there for sure.
This Pete ink decision is still very, very curious. I'd love to go back and see if there was another inkable option.
Like if there was another inkable, we have to be quite critical of the play, but like we don't remember.
Sisu?
Was the only uninkable.
Big Sisu, but no B prep.
And with just 7 ink, using 2 ink puts you down to 5 ink, and even if you ink twice, you're exactly 1 ink of playing that Sisu that you picked off the vision. So kind of needs to stall another turn.
And what's interesting is Ely's sort of like safety first approach to not overextend too hard into a B prep means that even if the B prep doesn't arrive, they're not even in a necessarily guaranteed winning position. Sisu comes through.
Wait,
PJ's gone. Ursula's gone. 1 beast is gone. 2 beast is gone. Oh my goodness.
Oh, so I guess they were on 8 ink? Because now they're at 10 and ink twice. Okay. I guess I didn't count correctly. Then that's a very, very good pickup of the vision.
1 card in hand for Ed, and I think Ely knows what it is. I think it's a Vitalosphere.
Yeah, I guess it's 10 ink now.
But I think that this is my problem with Emerald Steel. Like, where's your discard? So is there a world that Ely is supposed to send the Bruno, if he still has it, and just try to discard the Vitalosphere?
Ooh. You really don't want to give the Sisu back if you can help it.
I guess coil.
Checked it again. It's the coil. Because the other approach is just try to draw into more discard stuff. You can. I think you just wait here, and then you have you still have the beast that draws 2 a turn, and as soon as you find enough discard to discard the hand, then Bruno is guaranteed to actually get rid of the Sisu.
Mm-hmm. I think like you've got in my mind, I would just be like going as wide as possible here and try and get the Diablo start drawing Ursula. I mean, you can draw off Diablo next turn if you discard the Baboom, right? You can shift it onto Morph.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't actually need to risk developing the Diablo just yet.
Yeah, it's a fair way to play this, kind of holding it back, but still having the option to shift it to draw a card next turn.
Sail drawn. Obviously, Ed can play the coil and draw for Workshop, which is what they're going to do. So 3 ink spent, 1 card drawn, and it's another Tamatoa. That's
not a bad draw whatsoever. This refills the hand enough in a way where it might get them close enough to finding the next board wipe.
Sail, inked, Popsicle played, Workshop triggered. Remember that person in chat that said it was over?
Mm-hmm. Did Ed use the coil triggers? It kind of didn't look like, or maybe already did do the 2 triggers on the Pete in case he wants to trade. Mm-hmm. In the end, he didn't trigger the coil, but maybe he did so at the start. also wants to quest instead.
Alright, Ely's going
anyway.
to draw for Beast, draw for turn. But even if he has discard now, it's too little too late, and he doesn't even have Prince Johns to draw off that. So he's going to check the hand with a Diablo 1, Big Tammy T, Popsicle Workshop. Ely just needs to wrap this one up, but like the amount of lore they lost by singing songs, right? 4 lore was lost by singing Storms with Beasts and Prince Johns.
And at this point, last turn, you had like a 50-50 to get rid of the Sisu with the Bruno. Now that Ed drew into like a Tamatoa, you didn't want to more discard. You suddenly only have like a 1 and 4 to actually get rid of it by Brunoing it. But also you don't need to get rid of it that way because it is exerted now.
Yep, Baboon was discarded to shift Diablo, which gives Ely that Diablo in, and it's going to be Sisu traded out. Ursula and the Muses. And it's back on over to Ed. Ely's going to draw for Diablo. Finds another beast, the 4th beast. So Ely's got 3 cards in hand. It's a Diablo 1. It's Bruno, and it's Beast. So if Ed can find a board clear here, Ely's not going to be left with much left at all.
Yeah, but it's like 1 clear away from suddenly Ed having a grip onto into the entire game.
But an exerted Diablo, when Ed's about to start drawing for workshops and all this sort of thing, is not good news for Ed either.
Yeah, until that clear is found, Ely can just also refill the hand while Ed is refilling his hand.
Ely draws Bruno off the workshop trigger from Diablo, and Ed draws the Sisu.
There it is. And I do think this should be more than enough to actually close out the game.
Yep.
Because this is the first point where the game actually looks over. Or up until this point, everything was open, but now Ed has the draw engine set up. They have a lot of cards in hand, and they have control of the board. Whereas Ely is still on low ink, has like a very awkward hand with 2 Brunos, and all of the beasts and Diablos have been exhausted, and the biggest one is all of the Prince Johns are gone now as well.
Yep. I mean, it's very possible Ed has no B preps in the deck, right? Which would very much explain the Pete Ink decision.
Sure. Definitely.
And I mean, for Ely here, right, they just lacked that discard. They hit 1 sudden chill the whole game, but it also begs the question, well, how much discard do they actually play? It's very easy to cut Hypnotize, to cut Chip, but these discard cards are so strong against Ruby Sapphire, and you can maybe see why Ely felt like he needed to play this matchup going first.
Right, you also... Wait, for some reason when I explained it earlier, I was like, oh, you play this going second. But like, I didn't even explain it properly. This seems like a very, very off decision to me to cue this the way they did.
Yeah, I
right?
think it's a big sign that they didn't fancy this matchup going second, and that I don't think that the lineup is worked out quite how they were hoping. You could also argue that Ed's version of Ruby Sapphire, he said it's an anti-aggro take on Ruby Sapphire. It's an item build with Bell and Vitalospheres and Scrooge. I like the Ruby Sapphire list a lot from Ed. A lot.
Just confirming that like the mainstream set Ed's list doesn't play B-Prep, which explains a lot of how this game was played. And but all of the critiques we did were always with like in the back of my mind. Also, we said like if Ed plays B-Prep, then we can criticize his play. If there's no B-Preps, then all of these inking decisions earlier made a lot of sense.
And it's Ed's. Ely's out.
Yep. I guess this didn't end up being very close. I'm so intrigued, or you could even say confused by the decision to queue Emerald Steel first. Whereas I think, well, I guess against items the issue is if you play it second, there's not too much of a draw engine being set up in the meantime. But like the item list going first, giving them time to actually set up their workshops can be really, really troubling for Emerald Steel.
You need more discard in that matchup. Like just sudden chills, maybe he plays a few Hypnotize. It's just not enough. You just need more discard.
Sure. We don't. I just, it's hard to cast these without knowing the list, right? Because what if they just saw the wrong half of the deck and there is actually a bunch of discard in that deck?
Yeah.
Possible.
I don't think Ely misplayed minion. Like, we were talking about the P ink as if B prep was coming, but there was no B preps in the list.
But,
Ely knows
yeah,
the list. We don't.
Yeah, there was some close decisions, I think, where it was between, do you look further through your deck to find more discard, or maybe do you value the questing power? But you could easily see how, because with 2 Johns on the board, if you find a single more discard, that might draw you 2 more cards, which then chains into the next discard, and then
Yep.
you can actually get them to 0 cards and completely snowball the game from there. So even those decisions, I think they were definitely not clear misplays, and that they were like reasonable calls for Ely to make.
But yeah, if you're looking at Ely's queue order, right, he queues his hyper aggro deck going second, and he queues his Emerald Steel deck, which is a deck designed to be good going second first. It just shows that he wasn't confident coming into this one, that something's gone a bit wrong with the lineup, or you could argue that Ed's lineup, Ed's Ruby Sapphire, is just that good that it just made some tricky decisions really for Ely with the queue order.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, with the Q, like that's gameplay wise, I'm completely content. I think they played very, very well. With the Q order, I'm like, how does the lineup work if that's the Q order that you?
Yeah, but I think exactly, I agree, and it's exactly when I see this queue that it's a sign that Ely felt like the lineup wasn't working in this matchup, and they had to make things unorthodox.
Maybe that's also like somewhat based off their experience in the triple deck constructed, right?
Yeah, I imagine they tested this matchup a lot. Theatim's there in Florida. I imagine they tested the matchup a lot.
Yeah, that definitely, but also maybe your confidence is like a little bit shattered after they went 1-3 in their triple deck constructed. And maybe they were struggling against this lineup before this as well. With their biggest success definitely being in the Super Sealed portion where they went undefeated for 3 rounds.
Yep. Yeah, and overall, like the again, we're still assuming that Theatim had the same lineup because we didn't actually see it. We got an interview, but it didn't perform well overall. Let's listen to Ed.
Oh, congratulations.
I'd love to hear about the queue order.
One step closer. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, I try not to take too much of it in until the end. Job's not finished, and we just have to keep on going.
Keep on going. Well, this match was really interesting. It was a rematch for you and Ely from yesterday. Yesterday, you went into that green steel deck with your Emerald Amethyst. How did it feel, and what were you expecting with that Ruby Sapphire against the Emerald Steel deck?
Yeah, I think from his perspective, I think he really wanted to change it up, right? Like, if you take a loss, maybe it's time to, switch it up. And I thought that he might just bring the Amber Sapphire deck first, even though he's on the draw, to give him a better chance with the Emerald Steel on the play. So I did test out all their permutations last night just to make sure, I have all my bases covered. And, I just drew the right cards at the right time. And I was very fortunate to win that last game, especially he had 3 beasts on the field. I'm pretty sure there's no coming back from that. But I played to my outs. We played the Sapphire Coil with the Sisu combination. One of the most powerful, combinations in the game. And, we pulled it out in the end.
Yes, that Sisu showing up right at the right time. The other card that showed up at the right time was, I believe it was Wrong Lever in that first game. There was a bunch of cards out on the other side of the board. Talk about that moment.
Yeah, that one was tricky because, as they say, if you're the aggressor, you don't have to do any of the math. Unfortunately, I was on the other side of that, so I had to do a lot of calculations to make sure that, he doesn't get to 20 before I do. The Wrong Lever, I think in that particular spot, it wasn't really relevant, but it definitely secured the win, being able to bounce back the
I actually really like the queue order from Ely for what it's worth.
I think the tempo back.
That was spot on.
Well, that worked out in your favor. Congrats, one step closer. Like you said, job's not finished. Next is top 4 for you. So we are very excited to see what is next for you, Ed. We will be back with more games in this top 8. And until then, let's fist bump it out. Baymax, ready? La, 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 la.
No, great interview by Ed.
Yep.
Right,
and Rebecca.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I guess you always have a little bit more of the caster's perspective, whereas of the players.
No, she asked really good questions. I wanted to know about the queue order, and she asked about it.
Yes, I'm saying that's fair. I'm just that's not what I paid attention to,
Sure.
because we have different perspectives.
Yeah, but I really like the Q order by Ely. I think it was spot on, actually. I like the decision to queue Amber Sapphire in game 1. And I actually like the decision to try and get the Emerald Seal through going first, because it almost worked out for them. And then they could have gone to a game 3 with Amber Sapphire going second against Ruby Sapphire. But I think if you offered them that at the start of that matchup, they'd probably take it, right? So, yeah.
I think it's at least like a close decision. And
I like it. It's unorthodox. Unorthodox, but I think there was a lot of logic there. I actually don't think it's close.
Also, well, it is extremely close, and saying it's not close is ridiculous. But outside of that, congrats to Ely. Great performance on this world stage.
Definitely. Absolutely. So the next one we're going to be watching is the one I'm probably most excited for in terms of pure decks, because it is quite wonky lists in terms of unorthodox, what you wouldn't expect. And it's going to be the Luca versus Lucas. So we've got Ruby Amber, we've got Blurple and Emerald Steel from Lucas, and then Luca is on Emerald Sapphire, Ruby Amethyst, and Amber Steel. These are the two lineups I sort of theorized. If I was going to be coming into this tournament, they're the two I would have been giving the most practice to. Like, they're the first two that caught my eye as some unorthodox lineups. So it's going to be really fascinating to see how it goes. I do think...
Should be right up your alley with all of these unorthodox decks.
Say it again?
This should be... I don't know, maybe it was a wrong saying, but like... You should be comfortable casting the next match, I feel like, with all of these unorthodox decks.
Yeah. I'm really, really excited to see the lists. We looked at Lucas's a bit. The Ruby Amber's like an aggro deck. There's a very funky aggro-y Emerald Steel deck as well. So Lucas might be struggling with the fact that they've got like two more aggro style decks, despite being the player going second. We haven't seen Luca's lists. Oh no, we did. We watched Luca yesterday. It's like a typical Ruby Amethyst. It's like a typical Emerald Sapphire with no Oswald. And then an Amber
like
Steel.
item heavy Emerald Sapphire, but we didn't see an Oswald.
Yeah.
We also didn't see like a band, did we?
How long's the break? I would imagine it's not long at all. They'll basically get the players that were just playing on the stream table off, get the new players in. So I imagine it's not going to be a long break whatsoever. I think I might unmute the stream and get myself a drink for the next round.
Yeah.
Is that good of you?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Will be
The first ever
Disney Lorcana
world
champion.
Well, Illumineers, I am here with Liam. Welcome over here to the interview area.
It's nice over here.
It is.
A little more
isn't
airy
it?
and spacious.
Yes. I was just chatting with Ed Chu, our first player to make it into the top 4. A very exciting first match that you got to
Am I
commentate.
standing where Ed stood?
You are.
Oh, I feel better at Lorcana.
Right, yes. Just being in the vicinity of Ed makes
Exactly.
you a better Disney Lorcana player.
I agree.
So much excitement today, and we have some exciting announcements, Illumineers. Liam, are you ready for some exciting announcements?
I don't know. I don't think so. But let's get to it,
Let's
because
get
I'm sure
to
the audience
it.
is.
Yes, I know everyone's been waiting, and we have Baker in the booth with Cooper, who is our tournament manager at Disney Lorcana, to have some exciting, I keep saying exciting because it is, it's exciting.
Very
what do you guys got?
Exciting is the absolute right word, Rebecca. You say it as many times as you want. I'm joined by Cooper. Great to see you, mate, from the Ravensburger team. Thank you so much for all the work that you've been putting in this weekend, but we'll do more of that later. I know you're keen to get some information out to the Lorcana community. People have been waiting, let's say patiently, for some information on the next season of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. We're going to be giving you information throughout the course of the day, but we're going to be starting off with some specific information. What have you got for us, Cooper?
Yeah, so we're going to talk about the European market first. So let's talk about formats before we get into any dates or locations to start. At first, we are going to talk about the main event. So in both North America and Europe, we will be switching to best of 3 for all of the Swiss rounds. So I do want to make it clear, last season we tried out the 2-game format for main events at Challenge for many reasons, and we would love more feedback on that from all of the players, and we're going to continue to run side events and look at what the feedback is over the course of the next year. But for all of our Swiss rounds, we will be moving to best of 3.
That's really exciting.
Yeah, it's very exciting. We're looking forward to it, and it's been a lot of feedback we've received already
rounds
over
of
the
best of
first
3
year
Swiss
of
is a lot
competition.
more
So
games.
thank you all. If you have more feedback, continue to share it with us through the organized play feedback section on our Discord, which is discord.gg Disney Lorcana, or directly to our Lorcana OP at ravensburger.com email. Like I said, we do want to do some more testing of the 2-game format, so let's make sure to get all that feedback in. To make this work, our main events will take place over the course of 2 days. The majority of these Swiss rounds will happen on day 1. As you can see, we have 8 rounds of Swiss on that first day of competition, followed by 4 rounds of Swiss on that day 2 of competition. From there, we will move into a single elim bracket, best of 3 as well, with our grand finals being best of 5.
That is incredible news, Cooper. I think you've just made a lot of people in the Lorcana community happy. But for those of you that enjoy 2-game format, as Cooper just said, don't worry. We're not just completely abandoning it. We're going to be doing some side events under 2-game format, continuing to evaluate it, and who knows what the future might bring. But we will be swapping to best of 3. That is really exciting, and I personally love the idea of extra rounds, and I think that's a very common criticism, right? Well, comment from the community, right, is I want to play more Lorcana. So 8 rounds on day 1, followed by 4 rounds of Swiss on day 2 is fantastic.
Yes, and to prep for this, we know that there is set championships coming up for Reign of Jafar, so we will be requiring that stores run those upcoming set championships with the best of 3 format in the new Ravensburger Play Hub platform. If your store hasn't signed up yet, or you know that your store is kind of on the fence about it, please push them to do so. Let them know that they can sign up for that RPH at tcg.ravensburgerplay.com.
Rest assured, Lorcana community, Ravensburger are always listening, always watching you, Lorcana. That's brilliant news, Cooper. I think there's going to be some people really excited for that. But I do believe there's another format that's going to be very integral to our second season of Lorcana.
Absolutely. So additionally, earlier this year, we announced that rotation and splitting the game into 2 constructed formats will be happening. That is, of course, core constructed and infinity constructed. We're happy to announce today that for this season of Challenge, we will be including main events for both Core Constructed and Infinity Constructed. The initial events of the schedule will happen with Core Constructed events, while the last challenge before championships will be an Infinity Constructed main event.
I like it.
This will be really exciting for us to be able to use cards from any of the sets that have released, and we'll also be looking to include side events for Infinity for all of those Core Constructed main events, as well as Core Constructed side events for all of the Infinity main event challenges.
Cooper, does this mean I can get my Flavershims and Fortispheres ready to come back?
For now, yes. Those will be available at the start of Infinity Constructed when it releases with rotation later this year. The ban list will be completely separate from Core Constructed. We do want everyone to know that we are monitoring that list closely, and we will provide updates if there are any changes that we need to make.
There are Sapphire Steel players out there right now losing their absolute minds. Liam, what do you think of this news, mate?
I mean, what I heard was all of my Dalmatian puppies will still be legal in Disney Lorcana challenges for the foreseeable future. So that excites me the most.
So if there was anyone out there that was maybe a little hesitant for rotation, thinking, oh, but what if I lose some of my favorite cards? Don't worry, there are going to be formats for you. And I honestly am so pleased to see that a Disney Lorcana challenge will feature Infinity Constructed as part of its main event. I'm sure that Infinity may be side events throughout the season, perhaps. Maybe we'll get more information on that later. But the whole event being a Infinity format is fantastic and really goes to show that there is a lot of reason to want to play this format. I love it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we just announced a sale of first chapter earlier this weekend, so be sure to start putting in for the ability to purchase those. You'll definitely want those cards to compete in Infinity Constructed later on.
Love that, and a separate ban list for Infinity is super, super interesting. So I'm really excited to see what this is going to look like in the future. I'm a big fan of Infinity. What else have you got for us, Cooper?
I think it's time to talk about the schedule.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's release it.
Yes, please.
The first challenge for Europe will be happening, we can confirm, this year DLC challenge is back. So we will be kicking off things in Bologna, happening October 4th to the 5th of 2025, followed by a second challenge happening in Ghent, March 7th to 8th of 2026, and we'll be rounding out the challenge schedule with a Dortmund event, June 6th to 7th of 2026. We are also happy to announce the European Championship dates, which will be taking place September 11th to the 13th, 2026. We'll have more details on exactly where that will take place later on in the season. And of course, we will love to see you all there and hope that Bologna will be a massive kickoff event for the start of Season 2.
That is amazing. I am so happy to get the official dates and locations revealed for the European season, and then the European Championship. We've got the dates, information on where that's going to be held to be followed.
That's not going to go down well with the community. There's not a lot of events. No one in France, none in Italy, none in UK or France.
Book off work or do whatever it is you need to do. We have finally come to you with these dates, so put these in your diary. I'm so excited for the next season in Europe.
Baker, the other thing that's really exciting is this top 32 per challenge that are going to the championship event. That means every player who makes it to that top cut of top 32 gets the invite to the European Championship. That is incredible.
Yeah. And if you've been watching this coverage all weekend long, you've been excited about watching this top tier Lorcana and asking yourself, how do I get there next year? Now you know this is the start of how you get there. Top 32 in one of these challenges is your gateway here for year 2 of the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
We're really looking forward to it. And by
what happens if you don't get a ticket?
All of those who want to attend this event, tickets will be on sale July 16th. Okay. So all of the links to the ticket pages for Europe will be live on our social medias later today. We will be sure to post those so you all have the information. Be sure to put it on your bookmarks. We'll have more information on what those packages look like and the prices soon. But just know July 16th will be that date.
July 16th. Put that one in your diary, people. That is when you're going to be able to get your tickets for these events, and I'm sure they're all going to be extremely popular. The first season of Lorcana showed us just the overwhelming demand for people to want to play this game.
People are just a little excited to play Disney Lorcana.
It's actually 3 in Europe, right?
And get together with the community. That's the other thing that's so amazing about these events is not only do you have that main competition, side events, and just the Disney Lorcana community coming together. And I know everyone is really excited about Season 2.
I know people just can't wait to get in the same room all together. Like, the community really is the heart and soul.
And maybe the championship isn't counting as one of the 16.
I'm really excited to just see all my friends and the people that I've met over the course of Lorcana. So this is incredible news, Cooper.
Yeah, and Rebecca, you mentioned competition, and it wouldn't be a competition without prizes. So let's transition to that. We have some new cards to show off.
We have some really exciting things here. First of all, we have this participation card. Every single player who plays in a DLC is going to get this alternate art challenge foil, Pegasus, gift for Hercules, and he's adorable. I cannot get
Anderson
over this
artist.
card.
Let's go,
and
Kenneth.
Also, we can confirm this card is returning in Fabled, which is very exciting. We know that this card was played in a lot of Emerald decks, so it is coming back and a great one to feature for the Disney Lorcana challenges.
That is stunning. Sorry, Liam. I know you're very keen to talk about these arts. Go on, son.
I am. You know, one of the best parts about Disney Lorcana is the artwork. It's magical. It's memorable. This original art was done by artist Brian Weiss. It was an adorable card then, but artist Kenny Anderson from Scotland bringing this card to life here. It's wonderful to see existing cards in alternate forms, and I'm so excited for Kenny, who's a dear friend.
Yes, and then we have the performance promo card. So every player who wins 5 rounds, and again, there are 12 rounds of play going on day 1 and day 2. And we have this alternate art foil of Mulan charging ahead from Reign of Jafar, who we just loved her. You know, what a great charge for a challenge. She is challenging ahead there.
And speaking of people we love, I love artist Lady Shalarin. She's an artist who's been around Lorcana for quite a while. If you're familiar with Lorcana, you may recognize her from the art for Seasoned Emboldened Warrior, and then the new Desperate Plan Enchanted card was also done by her.
Beautiful. These arts are absolutely stunning. When the judges or whoever's giving away these Pegasus, I want them to go up to each player and say the flavor text. His name is Pegasus, and he's all yours. That's a requirement from me as far as I'm concerned. But the third and final promo, top 64 Simba Pride Protector. Liam, Rebecca, break this down for us.
Yeah, Simba Pride Protector. I loved the art on the original one, but this alternate art that we have here is incredible. Who's the artist on this one, Liam?
Oh, this is Jean Pluneve. today. This is an artist we're also familiar with. I'm sure everybody remembers the Mufasa, ruler of Pride Rock from Shimmering Skies. That was her, and returning here to the world of Lion King, getting to do this Simba in an alternate form for the top 64 of the Disney Lorcana challenges. We love highlighting the artists in this game because they're the ones who bring it to life. Getting these promo cards revealed is a big moment for us. It's also a big moment for them.
Yeah, these prize cards are incredible. I love that they have that participation card, so everyone who is there gets that Pegasus. Like I said, he's so adorable.
I want 7.
Right? And just all the art cards, the alternate art cards are super fun. The foil is beautiful, and there's just some exciting prizes that you can win. There's going to be more prizes, though, which we're going to have for you later. There is a lot of exciting, more things to announce today. We have more challenges to get to you, and we can't wait. But for right now, we're going to leave it there, and you'll have to stay with us for more. Thanks so much, Cooper and Baker. Thank you, Liam.
Oh, no problem. I have somewhere to be, though.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe you should go. Is it a long journey?
It's a bit of a trip.
I wish you well, then.
Thank you so much. I'll see y'all in a moment.
Okay, let's talk about it. What do we think? What does chat think?
3 European challenges. When the last European challenge was when?
Oh. I don't... the last European challenge, it wasn't even this year, right?
No, it was like November or something.
Yeah, like the Birmingham challenge.
It basically means there's going to be, within a 2-year period, 3 European Lorcana challenges.
And now, I think, I don't know, maybe I had wrong expectations, but did you expect the first challenge to be this far away with November?
Is that when it is? The next one's November?
Yeah, that's the first or one of the 3 that they announced, and first of them November.
I probably expected it to be a bit sooner.
Birmingham,
October
September,
apparently is the next one.
Okay,
that's about when I expected, but 3, like, it's not like it's just they announced 3. It's like they announced 3 and yeah.
Dude, come on, it's about time.
That interview area is on the other side of the park. You don't know.
Hold on, it's fine.
Got you sweating out here or something, man.
Yeah,
How are you? Those were some super exciting announcements.
Yeah, that's very disappointing, isn't it? Let's be honest. There's no event in the UK. There's no event in France.
Yeah.
What?
Also, I mean, I might seem a little bit more down than you because I also really, really love the 2-round format.
I like 2-game format also.
I like 12 rounds of best of 3. I think can work completely fine as well. But I'm just a little bit sad to see 2-round format go as well. Where maybe I hope the community is happy about it and prefers this new format.
Yeah.
Or what new format? Best of 3. Everyone knows best of 3.
I quite like Ghent. I like having one in Belgium. I think it's cool to have a DLC in a different country. So it was Ghent, Bologna, Dortmund.
So Italy, Germany, Belgium.
Dortmund's very, very close to Bochum, so it's like basically the same place.
Yeah, and Bologna is the same place.
Yeah.
And maybe, I hope Genf is easier to get to than Lille. Lille was a nightmare to fly to.
Ghent's quite near to Lille, it's like an hour away, apparently.
Yeah. Very, very
near.
But
2 core constructed challenge events in Europe when we haven't had a DLC since...
Right, it's just 2 core constructed events in Europe, because one of them's Infinity. That's...
I think people are going to be extremely disappointed.
Yeah. Well, I like, everyone can feel about it the way that they want to feel about it, and I don't want to like influence people to feel badly about it. But personally, I don't feel great about it. Okay, next match is up. Lucas against Luca. Let's.
And then there was also the promos. No promos on the level of like Rapunzel, right?
Yeah, Simba. I don't know how to feel about Simba. Simba is kind of competitively viable. He was seen in some competitive Steel songs, and maybe after rotation could also be more viable again than it used to be. But still, I kind of want to see like Staples get.
I actually I actually think the Pegasus is the worst card. The Simba is the worst card of the 3 from a competitive standpoint.
No.
Yep.
Isn't Mulan worse?
Like Ruby Steel is obviously a bad color, but the Mulan's a good card. And the Pegasus one, I imagine, gets better post-rotation because, like, I can just see, like, Amethyst 1-drops not being rotated, and then I think, like, a card like Pegasus becomes more of a staple.
Pegasus can always be good, but I think Pegasus and Simba are fine. I think Mulan, to me, is a little bit of a miss, but I might be wrong. Okay, next match is starting. Box into the ink. Ruby Amethyst playing against Blurple.
Didn't see what got benched. Here we go, Luca versus Lucas.
Yeah, we predicted that Emerald Steel and Ember Steel would be the two decks benched by these two lineups, but we'll see it.
Yeah, and you have to think that even though Luca's going first, Blurple is favored here, you would imagine, right?
But with Ruby Amethyst going first, do you think Blurple is favored?
I would say just about. As long as they hit their turn 2 ramp.
I think this is still a very close matchup. I don't think Blurple is favored going second. Yes, they both got benched. Perfect. Great analysis by my co-host.
Thank you. So it's the Speci special, the 1/1 drop of dreams. There is a Tipo in hand.
Shinmiri line.
And a genie.
Opting to ink the sale and actually play the Tipo to contest the 1/1 drop opening. I think if it wasn't for these 1-drops, you would just play the sale and keep an extra card in hand.
Mm-hmm. Blurple being favored isn't a thing this set. What? Blurple's good. Very good.
Yes.
Most decks are like evasive, so library on 3 for Luke is an interesting approach. I like it with those 1-drops. Does he just leave them ready and then bam, turn 4, 3 cards into library?
Let's turn off the cams again.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
No worries.
I wasn't really apologizing to you, more to chat.
Oh. Well, I accept your
apology. Special is double inking twice in the same tournament. Alright, that's a ban.
Goodbye. Yeah, so while Lucas is getting set up, there is quite a bit of lore being gathered on the other side. Wait, you don't? Do you not quest as Luca? What's
Luca left everything ready to move into the library.
He wants that card advantage. Library, but if you quest with 3 characters, still, like, I guess there's potential, maybe Peter Pan, but like, there's Fox. But just on board, I think there is some value that could have potentially been gained by questing out.
No, I'm only kidding as well, don't worry. I mean, the fact of the matter is on the DLCs, right, you've gone from 4 European DLCs within like a 4-month period to then 3 across a 2-year period. It's like they've fallen off a cliff, and one of them's Infinity. I like the idea of doing Infinity. The only problem that we have basically with all the announcements is that there's not a lot of European challenges.
Also, for most, like, it's not really true that we can go to all the European ones with 3-4 hour drive. It's not that close. And on top of that, we love DLCs so much. We also fly, like, I think we're both very open to flying to America just to play more DLCs.
Yeah.
Yep, and UK players definitely can't just drive everywhere.
Genie. I think that's basically just the bottom line, right? Like, I think all the announcements were exciting and promising, but then, like, the kick in the teeth is 3 European DLCs until next year. Like, when's the 4th one going to be? It might not be until 2027.
And also, I think
like,
the big one
is crazy.
3 DLCs would already be like, okay, that's not too much. It's kind of a little bit too few. But on top of that, one of them being Infinity, I think might somewhat take the wind out of the sail from some of the new sets. If you feel like, in this set maybe there's no DLC, or no DLC that plays core constructed, or maybe
Yes.
I think, yes.
I totally agree. And it's also, the question is, how many tickets are going to be available, right? Like, we're saying this as if, like, if you want to go to all 3 DLCs, you can in Europe, but if it's still 2,000 tickets, I imagine it's significantly more.
Significantly more than 2,000? It's kind of hard to, like...
With 12 rounds? It's got to be, right?
I think it could still be 2K players, I think. It's just, while more than 2K tickets would easily sell, logistically, it's not that easy to run an event with more than 2K players. Yeah, I don't know, now talking about this, I didn't pay like the utmost attention to the details of this game.
But Lucas still got the library. He's got 5 lore. Lucas is down at 0. Lucas has that Genie and Iago, and the library has 3 damage left on it. Luca is up to 5 ink. Obviously, getting to 7 is where he can start taking over the game a bit more. Sing's friends of Genie, and that's because the Iago's extra strength is needed to finish off the library in one swoop.
Yep, so like the strength is the more important stat than the questing power here.
And the library popped off. Luca went for that line of just moving lots of stuff into the library and questing.
Yeah, but I mean, it also lost. I'm just like, the library was good. I'm just not sure if it couldn't have been better if you just quest out, let them challenge something, and then still have the library just with Ronda's character, but a lot of like extra lore.
Yeah, so Lucas basically sacrificed lore for extra cards in hand.
Yes. And
which I think I like against a Blurple deck. It's like a long battle and you've got the B preps.
Because now yes, you have more cards, but also you kind of lost control over the board to some extent with like both Iago and Genie being evasive. The library is gone now, and then from here on out, Blurple can kind of push the advantage.
Cheapo inked. 3 ink available. It's going to be Fox onto Genie. Which means that the Iago could have sung Friends and the Genie could have quested, and therefore Lucas did just waste 1 lore on this turn. But maybe he drew the Fox after the Friends.
Yeah. And at that point, I think it's like perfectly sequenced to just sing Friends for the outcome where you don't draw the Fox, and then by drawing Fox, you still have a better play available, then you change your mind. Like, this is exactly how card games are played. You play in a way that kind of makes sense, and then as you sequence it in a way that you get new information first, and if the new information makes you take a different line, you have to be very flexible in your mind to actually be able to go for a different play.
And that was 3 DLCs, which means you've still got 13 more to be announced, which is a lot. Library comes through. Crab into library, takes out the Fox. The crab trigger! Crab trigger!
Crab trigger!
Judge!
Judge, Iago is supposed to have +3 challenger. Maybe they said it. La biblioteca.
So the Diablo's in the cove. Cuzco! Sorry, in the library. The Blues Co.
Blues Co? I've never heard that.
Double Genie. But yeah, now you're Blurple, you don't have a B prep, and Luca's got 2 Genies on the board. But Iago's still chilling.
Yep, and as long as Iago's chilling, the Genie are only ever questing once, or at least one of the Genies is only questing once, and then kind of getting eaten. On top of that, there's like Elsa, that could exert one before it even gets to quest. Elsa, in fact, hitting the board, now getting rid of the first genie, which it doesn't just get rid of this one genie. It's also like, if you didn't do this and both of them get to quest, then you can only challenge one of them. So this enables Diago to take one out this turn and then also threaten to take out the next one next turn. So very, very efficient Elsa in terms of that. The only way in which it's not efficient is it's not ink efficient at all to play at this turn. But Luca's still deciding that it's so accomplishing so much that they're fine not spending 2 of the ink this turn.
Yeah, and if you're Lucas, you're always just having to recognize that the chances of Luca having a B prep in hand are extremely high. Like, you just assume it is in hand, and it's always like a balancing act about you don't want them to play B prep, but like you also can't respect it too much, right? So how do you think Lucas is doing right now at like sort of trying to thread that needle of like applying some board pressure but not overextending too hard into the B prep?
I think while he's doing very, very well at that, he was forced to answer the genie, which now is walking to like an ink threshold, which is this is the first turn where Luca has enough ink to be able to play Peter Pan plus Shark, which I think that's one of the biggest swings that Purple Evasives has available to them.
Yeah, and Lucas doesn't have any way of looking at Luca's hands with Amethyst Sapphire either. So you just kind of have to try and read exactly what the most likely things are. There's a lot of cards in hand for Luca. Pirate's Life into the ink. La Vita del Buccaneer. It's going to be 3 for the crab. Genie trading for Cuzco. That's not something you see every day.
Yeah, I mean, stat-wise, it makes a lot of sense. It's the only thing that is kind of weird is to see an evasive trade into a non-evasives. But other than that, what's really getting rid of the Cusco? On top of that, the genie being left up on 3 damage is still a huge threat that you can't easily take out, because if you do take it out, the half shark is ready to challenge back. Now,
what can Lucas do about half shark?
Yeah, the key card that he's looking for to deal with the spot state is mainly Hades, but there is also some other ways where you can get rid of it with something like an Elsa, or maybe even Elsa and a crab.
That was good. I liked that from Lucas.
So now that the shark is gone, they are allowed to take all of these value trades into the genie with all of the evasives. Also, if you're Lucas, you know that there's no Peter Pan Shadowfinder in Luca Lazara's hand, because you can kind of make the read that if they did have it, it would have hit the board last turn in conjunction with the Peter Pan, not Peter Pan, the Maui half shark.
In conjunction, that was some very good English. Nice one.
Yeah, and then I said the wrong word, and I was so mad. Did I use it correctly, the conjunction?
Sure. Whatever you want.
Okay.
I've actually been snacking during this cast. I've got some snacks in front of me.
Yeah.
Could you tell, Genie?
Yeah, because you didn't speak a lot. Oh, Genie? Like a chip.
Mute my mic, but
5 ink used.
Do some more crunching.
Finder keepers, snack. So this is going into the stage of into kind of that stage where value is more important than tempo, right? Because especially with the board resets that Ruby offers, Lucas is constantly being put into being asked the question is, how much do you want to commit to this board? Because you need to commit enough where you don't fall behind in tempo, but you don't want to commit so much where you run into the B prep, which is exactly the dynamic that we were talking about earlier.
7 lore for Luca. Lucas is on 4, but this is a bit of an overextension potentially into a B prep. Is Luca ever tempted to B prep this board, do you reckon, Jan?
It's possible. Do you also, if possible, as the red purple player, you would love to delay the B prep to a turn where you can play it on the same turn where you can also add a location like a library, which then asks your opponent is, do you have like Fox Crab or do you have like a Blue Skull? So you would like just be prepping and letting them develop onto an empty board is usually not what leads to a winning position.
Baker's not casting, so we don't need to preemptively unmute.
Who's casting?
It's Brandon and Liam.
Hmm?
So Luca could quest for 2, or sorry, for 3, up to 10, and B prep. Bam!
Yeah, it's like, yes, Lucas committed these genies, but at least they still drew him some cards. And if the B prep was to hit the board, we see there's the Finders Keepers, which is one of the main tools to refill Lucas's hand to also enable him to refill the board.
Should we unmute the casters to see if they sing Be Prepared?
Sure.
I mean, is he even going to go for it? He sang Friends with the crowd rather than questing, so he's at 9. I feel like Lucas is just inviting the B prep with how much they extended here.
Yeah, but I think they want the B prep to happen so that then they can have an empty board.
Fox and then B prep.
Oh, so with their hand, they just really, really value the genie back in their hand.
I don't think they heard it.
They had Baker in the background singing it. I could hear him.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, so they didn't have access to a location to be combined with the B prep. Oh, that's a Seid bereit. It's a German B prep. Okay. Got excited for a second.
Lucas, that means be ready in German. Knowledge.
Yeah.
Lucas has Finders Keepers in hand. Someone said he needs to find one. He already has one actually in hand. And there it is. Draw 3. Finds another. Finds another. Oh, that's Iago.
But still, not a bad draw at all, because Lucas knows the genie was bounced to hand in Luca Lazara's last turn with the Fox. So if they just are to develop something like an Iago here, as soon as the genie hits the board, you can again then Elsa it and take the trade before the genie ever gets to quest. Now the big decision is what do you ink to develop that Iago, and they go for the bell, which makes a lot of sense without any items and at a stage where value is much more important than tempo.
Not sure who's got more cards in hand at this point, but Luca probably has a slight advantage thanks to that library play earlier. And it's interesting to look back at that, like, okay, they lost lore, but they gained a lot of extra cards in hand with their sequencing around turn 4. I quite like what I'm seeing from Luca based off that play earlier from this position.
For me, it's the opposite way, whereas I feel like even if Lucas might be on less cards, which I'm not even sure is the case,
yeah.
I feel like he is rather in control of like he's kind of dictating the tempo of this game.
Yeah. Like even though having B prep is a good thing, right? Lucas is kind of making it, using it to his advantage by controlling the pace of when the B preps come down. So Luca's at 10 lore. Both players with an Iago, Luca also with that Diablo and the Genie. Lucas has Monstro, Let It Go, Elsa, and Peter Pan in hand, as well as a Finders Keepers. I think it's 5 cards in hand.
One of the big differences is I don't know how this exactly happened, but I guess it's difficult to count the ink, but it almost looks like Red Purple is on more ink, and whereas Purple kind of protected their hand size by maybe not inking as aggressively, because although they rammed, they seem to be on less ink.
Sail. It's going to be a Let It Go, making Iago vanish. Bam! Vanish.
No, it doesn't vanish.
I know.
So it leaves the board and then
it vanishes.
On tricks. I know you know that, but I'm still saying that for the audience.
Suddenly Lucas with an Iago and an Elsa. And this is like the kind of board which Lucas not going to be able to be prep, but Lucas is going to be able to just get some board control over. So it's like the key thing for Lucas in this one is just threading that needle. But here comes Peter Pan. Is there the half shark? Bam! There it is.
Shark!
The
this
wombo
is
combo.
the exact play they needed to actually like swing the game into their favor again. It's like they didn't need to answer Elsa and Iago. They kind of just need to do something meaningful that advances their game plan. Because also they do have a little bit of a lore lead, but I think this Shark should really, really help them get the game into a game state where they can be the aggressor again and push for that 20 lore.
Pro.
Yeah, the Let It Go was definitely... well, it's definitely something you could look back on and think, how much of a threat was the Iago that was removed by the Let It Go? Because it wasn't like... It's not like you had a genie to protect.
What's Monstro's stat line? 5'8"?
6'8".
6'8".
6'8", quest for 2. Rush.
In my Blurple, I put Peter Pan Shadow in, and my Monstro gains a take that half shock. That would be nice right now.
Okay.
But this Peter Pan can also do the trick.
Right, I guess there's now both Cusco and Let It Go, I guess, gave Luca some more ink to work with. So 11 ink on Blurple's side, and 12 ink at the start of Luca Lazara's turn for Ruby Amethyst's side.
2 half sharks down as well for Luca, right? Ursula. Hades!
Some of the board's kind of being started, and there's the Hades! A huge proactive play that doesn't just draw cards. No, it also plays a 2-quester that threatens to draw 2 more cards again. And with all of these Elsas and the Let It Go used, at least Lucas's hand is kind of running low on like hard removal that could deal with something like Hades and Half Shark.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen this matchup in play since like the Half Shark Peter Pan came through, and also the Hades. It seems like Twitch is struggling. Twitch stream's lagging as well. But like, look at the amount of cards that Luca has available. And Blurple just doesn't have that like reset board button. Like while Lucas was threading the needle, as soon as Luca gets into this position where they have the advantage, Lucas doesn't have a way of dealing with this.
It's basically Blurple is better at getting ahead and playing from ahead, but then if they ever do fall behind, they have a much tougher time recovering from that position. They have infinite value with these. I mean, I don't know how many popsicles are on their discard. I actually didn't see that many. I don't remember that many being played, but like there's Tamatoas, there's the Monstro, there's a popsicle in hand. Is this 4 Tamatoas in hand? You just flip your hand, you show it, and you say, oh, Exodia, GG. I've assembled the big Tamatoa. Speci, don't leave me hanging.
I'm worried that my stream crashed.
Oh. It did crash recently, but is it okay
fine.
now?
Like I meant my my thing I was watching, but they were just so still for a second.
Oh, okay. And to me, this comes down to, at the appropriate moments, Lucas didn't have the most efficient ways to go about dealing with Luca Lazara's board. And because of that, they had to use some like premium removal, which they now ran out of. And what I mean by that is like, I think if they had a couple of Hades earlier to deal with the Half Sharks, or maybe the Iago, they could have pushed for tempo quite efficiently, whereas with how it panned out here, where they didn't have the Hades at the appropriate time, they had to use the Let It Go, which maybe they shouldn't have, but they used the Let It Go and the Iago, then the Shark came down, they're struggling to deal with that, they had to use a lot of Elsas, and now all of the small stuff is starting to add up, and it can't be dealt with super efficiently. There's the Croc, wait, was it? It's like the 1-cost item that gives Rush. In French. What's it called? The Croquet
Croquet Mallet.
Croquet Mallet.
The timer's counting up because it's untimed. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. There seems to be some bugs. Our Twitch viewership also just doubled, so I think there's some issues going on with the Twitch mainstream as well, so I don't know. But that's the game. Luca takes the win in game 1. I thought Blurple was going to, you know, historically that was Blurple's game, but that did not work out at all in this case.
Basically, I think Blurple is favored in the matchup to in a way where if Blurple goes first, I think Blurple is more favored than Red Purple is favored if Red Purple goes first. But I think with Red Purple going first, they still have like the slight upper hand in the matchup. And I think some of the key moments going wrong led to all of the small stuff kind of just piling up. And over time, Luca Lazara was able to gain some lore here, a little bit of card advantage here and there with the Hades, the location on top of a few characters. And then Blurple was at that point just struggling to play from behind. Oh, I'm watching our stream back, Speci, and I see you speaking on your cam but I don't hear anything.
Lucas got Emerald Sapphire, and I think like that's the one that Lucas is going to be really wanting to win, right? A big reason I predicted Lucas to win this one is Lucas got this Emerald Sapphire with no Oswald. It looked a bit tame as a list. So if you're not playing against Ruby Sapphire, is this Emerald Sapphire deck going to be able to get a win?
Yeah, and you said this was kind of built to beat Sapphire as a whole, right? And we'll have to see.
But Blurple is a very different beast of Sapphire, right? It's the only Blurple in the tournament.
Like more of an Amethyst deck.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, I have actually played this week, believe it or not, Blurple versus Emerald Sapphire items, because I played it against Tim from Ravensburg in my video that's coming out later this week. I had Blurple, Tim had Emerald Sapphire. It felt pretty difficult for Tim. Like the Under the Sea can put in serious work, but if Lucas can just get a nice early start. So my gut feeling is what I did against Tim was I decided to queue I actually had the same lineup as Lucas against Tim's Emerald Sapphire, and I actually queued my Blurple going first. And that's exactly what they've gone for as well. So they're going to play Amber Ruby going second. They're actually worried about getting their Sapphire through, so they're playing it first. And I did the same exact thing against Tim in my video later this week.
And it's very easy to say they were playing this item list without Oswald because we didn't see the Oswald. But in this opening hand, very different story. They are opening with the Oswald.
Oh, okay. I mean, now I like the deck.
Yeah, it's so easy to say, oh, that you don't like a build, like before knowing the build, right? Because we see like 20 to 30 cards, maybe 30 to 40 cards a game out of the 60. Out of the hopefully 60.
I'm going to try and restart some of my audios. Is it my mic or is it Jan's? If you could let me know, I'm going to try and fix on the fly. Apologies.
Him to exert a character when it's played. So
I think you guys might need to refresh.
and all it takes is one or two good items put off the top from an Oswald for this Emerald Sapphire list to really start rolling.
Yeah, this is an engine builder list, as we call it. It's a card that wants to...
But yeah, the deck makes a lot more sense with Oswald. Without Oswald, it just seems quite tame. And I think when I played against him, he didn't have Oswald. But I like the decision to queue the Sapphire first, right? Like, you know your opponent's got a deck which is targeting Sapphire in a way. So play your Sapphire deck going first and just try and get it through. Go like Genie on turn 3. Try and quest out. Try and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, against these Emerald Sapphire decks in general, it's like on the play, you can kind of go under them at times with most decks, but going second all of these attempts can often end up being too slow.
Unfortunately, we haven't been seeing the mulligans much, which is one criticism I would have of the stream. Mulligans are so important in Lorcana. It would be nice to get a bit of a closer look at it. Does Lucas have a turn 2? I'm not sure that they do. There's Tipo. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, because the best answer that you have to an unexerted character in Blurple is the Elsa. So both being on the play and having ramp are two factors that are like crucial to actually answering the Oswald because they get too many of the on-ink triggers.
Genie was found off the top, but the Go Ink is one we're going to have to look back on as being interesting. But Oswald is now ready to party. Has Luca got the second Oswald to go for the turn 3 of Dreams? Oswald, Ink, double Oswald trigger. Bam! Here we go. It's the Oswald trigger. Oh my goodness.
That's the trap.
That's insane.
Well, the problem, I think the second Oswald would have been huge here because it's not just about getting 2 triggers now, but it would also be about sticking an Oswald even after you're hit with the Elsa.
Hidden Ink caster comes through. This is drawing a card.
As well.
Hidden Ink caster draws a card, and it turns your uninkable cards inkable. And the Ratigan trap that was played, this other one, that is, as I'll hide the cameras, that one is stealing lore away from your opponent.
Let's hide cams, by the way, again. And I hope the audio issues are fixed, but there's still some complaints about it.
Just don't think about it. There's nothing we can do. Elsa comes through and takes out the Oswald. That's big. Lucas being able to deal with that Oswald. I mean, we saw the Oswalds yesterday just sitting there and sitting there and sitting there. But Lucas with Amethyst, along with their Sapphire, like the Elsa, is really helping. And this is one thing I'm worried about for Luca, right? Like their Emerald Sapphire deck, it's aimed at targeting Sapphire. But Lucas with the Oni Blurple deck is like probably the most difficult Sapphire matchup for Luca's deck.
And specifically on play, ramping to this Elsa is just so huge at stopping the Oswald in its tracks.
Workshop comes down for Luca, but that's pretty slow. Luca's going to be trying to build towards Under the Sea. So Bell is Singer 3. Singer 5 would help out as well. Thanks, guys. I don't think there's any audio issues, by the way, Jan. I think we're all good.
Sometimes I hear your voice different, but that's just the Discord call, I guess.
Elsa and friends drawn for Lucas. And again, it's just about how quickly can Luca get up to that Under the Sea. And how quickly can Lucas continue to quest.
Great start, right? You have to ramp into the Genie, you stop the Oswald with the Elsa. And from this point on, you can like really push tempo. Huge Cusco here.
Yeah, and we saw Lucas ink Goat to keep that Cusco in hand. And I was a little bit surprised by the player, but you can exactly see the thinking now, denying the card draw engine of Luca. But Luca is going to banish the Ratigan's trap, and Lucas is back down to 3 lore, and surely that means that Tamatoa is not far behind. Under the Sea is in hand for Luca. He has that Bell. If you can get a 5-cost character stuck down on the board as well, that's going to be Singer 8 for Under the Sea. With a single ice block, the whole of Lucas's board could be swept under the sea in just a turn. It is going to be Tammy T.
Now forced to return not 2 popsicles, but instead go with the trap and a popsicle.
Yeah, and recycling the trap is really nice, but Lucas sees the potential of that Under the Sea, and Hades comes through, and the questing continues.
Now that there's with the Hades and the Cusco giving ink, Luca Lazara now has access to just hardcasting an Under the Sea, but without any coils on the board, there would still be the Hades and Cusco actually sticking.
And again, I want to go back to the most fascinating decision of all of this, which is Lucas queuing this Amethyst Sapphire deck going first. Really, really cool to see. I definitely think it's the right decision.
I think we could just very much see how this is a matchup where it seems to be one of those matchups where it makes the most difference to be on play or draw, with just how the timing of Oswald Elsa works specifically.
Ratigan's trap double, and Scrooge McDuck comes through as well. Not sure if Scrooge hit an item there though. Seems as though Luca might still be thinking about it. Coil or trap or something else.
Hello? Oh no.
OBS disconnected, but it's reconnected immediately.
Well,
what's happening?
Happened. Okay.
It's back.
Stream's back
Goes
up.
down for like a split second.
Yeah.
I think the YouTube, as long as the YouTube stream's still live, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, they both died for a second, but I think, oh, yeah, this one now would be it.
As long as the YouTube stream is still there, we're fine. Yeah, it's fine. That could have been a lot worse than it was.
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that little disconnect. But Lucas is 4 away, but there's 2 Ratigan's traps on the board. And that's meaning that Lucas can lose 4 lore, being back down to 12.
Yeah, it's kind of like the traps. It's not the time for the traps yet. The traps are good once you kind of somewhat stabilize, and then you use them to stall out. But you can't just stall out and let them quest each turn. You have to do the stabilizing first.
Yeah, but again, the blue-green, the Emerald Sapphire, it's very much aimed at dealing with Sapphire decks, and Lucas has a different Sapphire deck than the rest of the field. This is arguably Lucas' toughest matchup in the entire tournament, and he's still in it. There's what, 1 Sapphire Steel, 1 Sapphire Amethyst, and I think every other Sapphire, there's a couple of Sapphire Ambers, and then the vast majority of the field is Sapphire Ruby, or there's a couple of Sapphire Emeralds.
It's already 19 lore on board, but no gold in hand. We saw 1 inked earlier, which definitely paid off with the Cusco stopping the draw engine.
From memory, because I think we saw Lucas's list, I think that's the only go in the entire list. Genie. So here, if you're Lucas, you need to play around Under the Sea, right? So you just need to develop as many characters with more than 2 strength as possible. But it goes with the Genie. It is just going to be a big quest. Obviously, Hades, Cusco would mean you need 3 ice blocks if you're Luca this turn, and Under the Sea, which I just don't think that they can do.
Yes, it's kind of like the coil is a big part of what has been missing. But this Cusco has been doing so much work in both of these matchups. I know they weren't able to win last matchup, but dealing with locations in one matchup, dealing with these draw engine items in this matchup, now even being bounced back to hand for that exact reason.
And if this is Lucas's game, we're going to go to a game 3 of Emerald Sapphire versus Amber Ruby in the Disney Lorcana World Championships. I love this format. GG. I don't understand the hate for this format that we were getting earlier, right? There was some negativity. This is what I want to see. And people are like, I don't get this Emerald Sapphire deck. Well, that's because this is a format you've never watched before. This is not core constructed. This is a format where if your opponent doesn't win with a certain ink color, you beat them, right? If you just say, I will beat your Sapphire decks every single time with my Emerald Sapphire deck and all my other decks. It doesn't matter if the deck loses to every other matchup in the game. If you can beat that 1 ink color every time, you win.
Yeah,
the whole tournament.
It's not possible to beat something every time, but it is definitely very possible to target a specific color or specific ink combinations for sure.
But the beauty of this was the Q order from Lucas. He Qs the deck that you would usually expect him to play going second. And it's the second time we've actually seen this in the top 8, like an unorthodox Q order. And that's where you maybe see the disadvantage of these kinds of lineups that have like a designated deck to be played going first, because sometimes you're then put in awkward positions where you have to be flexible and you end up playing decks like an Amber Ruby deck going second, which is probably not what you want to do.
Yeah, but that's one of the big downsides I mentioned like at the very start of yesterday's stream, where it's like there's value in having a designated going first deck, but it will make your Q order more predictable, which there's value to be lost there as well.
So we're going into game 3 of the second semi-final. Second quarterfinal. Ed won the first quarterfinal. The winner of this will be playing Ed in the semi. If you're Ed, who would you rather play against in the semi-final?
I think if you're Ed, you say, "Oh, I beat whoever wins." GG.
Nice. I like that. But I think on a serious note, he'd rather play against the player not playing Emerald Sapphire.
I guess Blurple, Amber Ruby, Emerald Steel. I think his chances are like somewhat similar against either of them.
I disagree. I think that the Emerald Sapphire deck. What is the other decks? I guess.
Yeah, Ruby,
I'm thinking only about the Emerald Sapphire, to be fair.
Yeah, they could just bench Emerald Sapphire and I think be completely fine against the other two.
Yep, true. So Amber Ruby, it's got Flynn Riders, so the Bell 3 cost is going to be big, potentially. Flynn Rider obviously going second is not too impressive. Rapunzel's the main card draw in this one. It's definitely not the quickest deck you've ever seen. I think it's going to be difficult for Amber Ruby. I think that Emerald Sapphire is favored here. What do you reckon?
I don't quite recall the exact lists to be able to judge this, but
Bell 3 for Luca is huge. Oswald.
Yes, that's one of the biggest or the most important factors. And if the Bell comes down, I guess Daisy is huge because it can at least quest and not be contested by the Bell.
Yeah, and also there's not many characters in Luca's deck. Unfortunately, we missed the mulligan again, as we do see the Porpsicle come through. No Bell yet, but Luca might not be in a rush to gain lore, or might just want to like bait Lucas. Does Lucas even have anything to play on turn 1?
So imagine
Mulan.
Even if you have the Bell, right? By not playing Bell, maybe you bait Lucas to play a 1-drop that actually gets contested by Bell. Whereas if you play Bell, they'll probably play Daisy if they have it. But maybe by not playing Bell, they go to play Lilo, and then you're like, got you, I play the Bell. And that's more important than 1 lore by like a mile.
Oswald.
A Popsicle had to be inked. I assume there's a few uninkables in Luca Lazara's hand already.
Yeah, and Lucas isn't going to have a good answer for this Oswald unless they play like Teeth and Ambitions, which as far as I'm aware, they don't. This Oswald can probably just sit ready and waiting. Mulan will quest for 1. The turn 2, it's going to be Piglet. Does apply some pressure, especially with Lady on turn 3. So not going for the Flynn Rider, which makes... I mean, I don't know if they have it, but you'd say that it's a much more logical turn 2 play for Lucas. No sign of Rapunzel in Lucas's hand. They do have Lilo, though, Jan, and that could be a big factor. As we see the Oswald!
There's a Fishbone Quill! That's one of the best items you can ever hit in this situation. Because it's not just a huge swing. You got this for free instead of paying 3 ink. It also just gives you access to so many more Oswald triggers. And what we saw earlier, Luca actually has access to a second Oswald in their hand. So this could be the big swing that they needed to get ahead themselves.
Lucas with the Mulan still on the board, but the Kick Cloud Kicker in foil. Fishbone Quill coming down on the same turn. Like, imagine playing a Fishbone Quill and bouncing your opponent's Piglet back to your hand. Because that's what they just did. Lady,
at
though...
the same time. And with another Oswald in hand. This must have been like adrenaline rushing through their veins when they hit that fishbone quill.
Luca with a second Oswald. Every time
There
he
it is.
inks. Ink. Double Oswald trigger.
Bam! Scrooge.
Bam!
Bam! Oswald trigger. Bell.
Bell.
Okay, but we can ink... Oh, wait, do they have an inkable?
Yep, hidden Inkcaster.
Hidden Incaster. Now they have inkables again. Problem solved.
Oswald trigger. Coil.
Bam! Coil.
Oswald trigger.
Bam! Workshop.
Oh my goodness.
It's
We're
starting
professionals
to
at
get
casting Oswald right
completely out
now.
of hand with
I think
4 Oswald triggers each turn.
I can confidently say that we are the casting pair that has casted the most Oswald triggers in Disney Lorcana history right now. Because we did it in the LCC and now again.
Sure. Yeah, we did it quite a bit in the LCC.
See,
There was a lot of Oswald triggers.
Minnie Mouse into the ink. No sign of Rapunzel for Lucas. He left that Mulan ready in case Rapunzel reared her neck. But she did not. Reared her head.
I don't know. I don't understand the reference. Explain.
He
Bam!
doesn't have
Everything
Rapunzel.
passes.
But he does quest for a lot.
But now with the coil down as well, some of these will just be traded very efficiently.
Oh,
with the
Jim dear. Oh
but
dear.
It says no, you can't touch lady, you can touch piglet.
0-4 bodyguard. Imagine if it was the 0-5 guy.
Oh, this would be insane.
The uninkable
Suddenly you
0-5.
need characters to get rid of it. This bodyguard is actually putting in so much work.
Yep. Lucas did ink the mini, so they valued basically getting the piglet down alongside. I don't know. Could it have been better to just play the mini? I think it might have been, right?
Yeah, but I guess now you open yourself up to just triple challenge to get rid of one of the piglets. But I guess at that point, you already replaced the piglet. But maybe, I mean, you're right. I think it was definitely an option to play the mini instead, which then protects your characters significantly longer.
When you have an extra card in
And you
hand
have
that way.
Yeah, and you have to maybe just take the risk that, okay, yes, you're losing to Under the Sea, and Mini is a little bit slower, so it loses to it a little bit more, but I don't think you're in a position where you can afford to play around it.
You know what else you can't play around?
Oswald trigger! Well, you can sometimes.
2 more Oswald triggers.
Oswald trigger!
Tamatoa to the bottom.
Stop what you're doing. Oswald trigger! There's a second coil!
Piglet's got no strength, mate. Unlucky.
Workshop being triggered. Workshop being triggered.
And the sing together on display is enough for Under the Sea next turn. The Scrooge just came down, but next turn the Under the Sea can be sung.
Lady, you also have no strength.
Oswald trigger, Galactic Communicator.
Bam!
Hidden Incaster, draw a card.
Oh, and now they have 2 workshop triggers in the bag, but instead they might be opting to use, what's this card called?
Oh, the Galactic Communicator bounces back Jim Deer to hand. Oh dear.
Galactic Communicator! And, okay, you could say, this the same, in this instance, Minnie Mouse would have also gotten bounced,
Yeah.
so at least now they have a piglet in play.
Yeah, so
But
Lucas.
still, this is such a huge board swing, it might not matter.
But Lucas still has a piglet, still has a Mulan. I just want to go back to the clip in Lil where I pointed at Hidden Incast and I was like, you guys wait, this guy's gonna pop off.
And now it's played at Worlds. At this point, they don't even need Under the Sea. They have the draw engine set up, they have control over the board. No characters of Lucas are ever going to have strength again. How many cards does Luca have in hand and which ones? That's what I want to know.
Daisy, Prince John, and I guess Jim Deere's back in hand as well. 4 cards in hand it is.
I meant Luca Lazara. Is he out of cards?
Oh. No.
No, okay. You just put them far to the side. Yeah, okay. If he was out of cards, maybe. But even then, you just need to draw into any item. But I think with this board state, I personally have a hard time to see Lucas Kauper pushing for a win here.
Mulan, Piglet, Conquest for 4. Lucas would be up to 11. But again, Luca has Ratigan's traps in his deck, which can steal that lore away.
And his deck isn't very thick anymore. They drew so many cards, and they're going to draw a lot more cycling through the deck to make it more and more likely to find those Ratigan traps.
So it's Prince John and Daisy. Prince John quests for 2, I believe. And whenever your opponent plays a character, it takes 1 damage. It might only quest for 1.
No, I think it quests for 2. Let me check. There's a lot of Johns. Prince John. Oh, it only quests for 1, you're right. I guess it costs 3, so.
Yep.
Questing for 2 would be somewhat ridiculous.
Oswald Trigger, stop talking. Hidden Inkcaster.
Bam.
Coil
triggers. Inkcaster draw. Thinking on workshop triggers.
Oh my
Another Oswald
days.
trigger happening instead first. Now the workshop being triggered. No, the sequencing of this is actually somewhat interesting, where it's like you don't need to trigger all of the workshops, but if you plan through what you actually want to achieve in your turn,
Oswald Trigger.
You have
Oswald Trigger.
Bam, okay. Then you have to like at some point realize, okay, if I don't take the trigger now, then I'm actually not spending all of my ink, or with what I'm trying to achieve this on, how much spare ink do I have access to?
Under the sea.
How many workshop triggers am I able to take? Okay, maybe no one cared about this rant, but that's okay.
I liked it.
It's not a rant analysis.
I liked it, but
why did you keep interrupting me with the Oswald triggers then?
I wasn't really listening. I was too busy watching the Oswald triggers.
Fair enough.
We had it covered. You know, you had like the insightful stuff. I had the Oswald triggers. GG.
Yeah. The great synergy.
Go on, Luca Lazara.
This game, while it took a lot more turns to actually finish, this at least against a deck like Amber Ruby that is really built to play from ahead, I think when the Quill was hit off the first Oswald trigger with a second Oswald in hand, and that second Oswald wasn't played that turn to immediately. You don't go. So they turn 3. They didn't decide to go Oswald Ink to get 2 triggers. No, they played for board first with the Kid Cloud Kicker, but then were able to hit the Quill and just from there on set up second Oswald, find all of the items that they need, and gain just so much tempo out of the. Honestly, one of the MVPs of this match of this game was the card which name I'm forgetting. The 2-drop item that bounces a 2 strength for this character. What's it called, Speci?
The Galactic Communicator.
The Galactic Communicator! Honestly, before yesterday, I'm not sure I knew that card existed. Which tells you I haven't been prepping too much Emerald Sapphire items.
You mean Bleen?
I will not call it Bleen.
No, I also refuse. No, it's not allowed.
Okay.
So it's not looking very good for your bracket prediction. First, you predicted Edie to win round 1, and then you predicted Lucas to win round 2. Meanwhile, my bracket is looking pretty crisp and accurate. Look at this. Wait.
Oh. Wait. Mine is looking crisp. I'm correct on both.
No, look, mine's correct.
No, show my bracket. Show my bracket to the stream.
You never shared it to me.
I did. Look in our Discord chat.
I mean, it's just your bracket is the one that's on screen. It's
yes,
correct.
But we see the colors as well in our graphic because we're advanced. It's the very last picture I sent you.
Sure. Here you go. Here's this one. Do you think Ed's going to beat Bivens. Spicy. You just covered all bases. You're like, yeah, well, if Bivens wins, then, I predicted him at the start. But if Ed wins, I predicted him on day 2. Doesn't count. Doesn't count.
But you didn't even predict Ely to win, so you also did the same thing. And I didn't do it on purpose. I just actually, that's why I predict to win based on the parameters that we have. Well, yeah, partly for the ink efficiency, but also...
It's only one game going on at a time, and it is in the feature area. There are a bevy of players who played here yesterday who didn't make the top cut, and it's some family and some plus ones who are out there watching this live. And every single time there's a great play, every single time a player wins and advances, there's a round of applause from all of the competitors cheering on their fellows. It's a wonderful environment and a really exciting atmosphere right now.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what we saw yesterday, we know that the competitors are all cheering each other on. So the ones that didn't make it here to day 2, a lot of them are here to watch. The ones that did make it to day 2 continue to progress, and teammates are cheering each other on, family members are here to cheer each other on. It's one of the things I enjoy most about the Disney Lorcana community.
It is a community, and I will say a lot of these competitors, if they didn't know each other before this weekend, have spent a lot of time together, and I think there's a lot of friendships made, if I can say something a little cheesy, out there this weekend. I know I've gotten to know a lot of these players very well, some of which I never met before, and they're all wonderful people.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone on a long journey to get here, right? There were 11 challenges, there were 2 championships. These players are seeking...
Okay, so 3 European challenges, Jan.
Yes.
That's not a lot, is
well,
it?
2, kind of. Well, I played the Infinity one, most likely,
so
but it's not quite the same.
If we compare it to Season 1, right? Between June and November last year, there was 4 challenges, right?
Yes.
And then between, let's just say, because December was Euros, let's just say between January and January, as in 2 years,
yes,
there's going to be 3.
Wait, why by 2 years? Oh. But I mean, maybe...
January this year, January 2025 to January 2027, there's going to be...
Is it possible we get more DLCs until 27 January?
What's that?
Is it possible we get more?
No, this is 16, right? And like the Euros is like September, so I mean like maybe you get like the new season starts in like 2027, end of 2026, but like
silver lining.
So between in the first we had like 4 DLCs for Europe.
Yes.
In like 4 months. And then over the next 30 months, you have 3.
Well, why are you rubbing it in? I was already
Luca, our next player to make it to top 4. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Grazie mille. Allora, ciao Luca, siamo qui. Stiamo salutando tutti gli illuminati. Complimenti per la tua top 4. Come ti senti?
Allora, grazie, sono sereno, tranquillo, è andata molto bene.
Said he's very happy, molto bene.
Continuiamo la corsa per vincere.
So thank you, I am really tranquil. I liked it, and now we continue our path towards victory.
Yes, indeed. And that path took you to a rematch against Lucas, your competitor you played yesterday in round 5, and you won 2-1. How was it in this rematch, knowing what you were going to face in these decks?
Dice, ieri hai affrontato un rematch che ti ha riportato contro Lucas a rigiocare. Come ti sei sentito nel fare questo rematch e nel sapere contro cosa stavi giocando?
Allora, ero molto tranquillo per questo rematch, anche perché ieri l'ho vinto, solo che ieri è andato completamente diverso il matchup.
So I was really tranquil about this rematch, also because I won it, but yesterday it went pretty different, this rematch.
Io ho perso il dado e quindi lui ha iniziato con il giallo-rosso aggro che ha vinto la partita e poi sono riuscito a vincere con gli altri 2 mazzi contro il suo blu-viola.
Yeah, so I lost the dice in the beginning, so I went against a difficult deck, but then I was able to win with the other 2 decks and proceed to the next round.
E niente, adesso è andata molto bene quando sono partito con blu-verde item, perché ho incontrato aggro, ma il mazzo si è incastrato decisamente alla perfezione.
And this time went very well when I went versus the item aggro, because my deck has really done its thing and we won very fast.
Per quello che invece riguarda il rosso-viola, beh, il mio best deck, quindi di base cerco di vincere sempre contro tutto.
For what concerns the Red Amethyst deck, that's my best deck, and what I try to do is to win against anybody and everything.
Yes, and you did. You got the win in that game one. You won on 2 Pirates Life there at the end. How did that feel?
Quindi durante il game 1 hai vinto contro 2 Pirates Life in quel game 1 appunto. Come ti sei sentito?
No, avevo 2 tipologie per chiudere la partita, alla fine ho optato per quella più semplice con doppia Pirate Life, ma le avevo già da un po', erano lì che aspettavano solo di arrivare a 16.
Doesn't matter the Pirates Life, I was winning anyways.
La
I just ended the game quicker.
prima e lui non ha risposto e
What
ho
he said,
chiuso così.
maybe.
I had 2 paths I could follow towards the victory. In the end, I decided to pursue the one with 2 Pirates Life, so I played that. My opponent did not answer. I've said it from the round before, and he didn't do anything, and then I won.
Well, congratulations on your win. Congratulations on top 4. We can't wait to see you in the semifinals, but we have 2 more rounds coming of the top 8. We can't wait to show you those games, Illumineers. Stick around, and we'll see you back here soon.
Yeah, congratulations to Luca. I mean, Luca has been like every DLC I see that guy chilling. I give him a little nod.
Congratulations to Luca, and also congratulations to Lucas.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good stuff. Good tournament. Very good tournament. Very good gameplay. Cool formats.
Yo! DeCandio retweeted my post about saying RIP 2-round format. And he quote tweeted it, saying, "What can I say except ...
Do you understand that?
No. But it still makes me mad.
What can I say except...
Oh, you're welcome. Now I'm even more mad. I don't want to be welcome.
What can I say except you're welcome?
I'm drafting up responses and deleting all of them because they're awful.
So the next one is DKP, who says we're not ready for his Amber Emerald deck. And Federico, who won the challenge in Birmingham, I think, on Ruby Sapphire, has Ruby Sapphire, Emerald, Amethyst, and Amber Steel, which is like the cookie cutter lineup. It's the same one that Ed's on. What? What's wrong with this guy? Yeah, it should be interesting. DKP is the highest seed. DKP also said that he won it yesterday. So that's cool. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Big shout out to the channel sponsor, Card Market. If you guys are looking at picking up singles online and you're in Europe, Card Market's the place to do so. Wasn't a lot of Emerald Steel. I mean, I can show you the top 4 again quickly. Like, there's a bit. 2 out of the 4, 2 out of the 8 lineups have Emerald Steel. But Lucas is out on Emerald Steel, and both Emerald Steel, like, players have gone out. I don't really like Emerald Steel. I don't think it's that good. I'm a bit of an Emerald Steel non-believer. I'm still very curious to see Lucas's Ruby Amethyst deck, because if it is a burn deck, he's literally got the first lineup I suggested. was the first one I was interested in. I was like, okay, Emerald Sapphire, some sort of build, I don't know what, probably Oswald, sure. Then a hyper aggro Amber Steel, which we didn't see. Wait, did we see? I guess no, the Ruby Amethyst is a normal Ruby Amethyst deck, right? So it's not a burn deck. DKP!
Into this one because we don't want to hold anyone up. We have DKP.
We're rooting for
being
DKP.
Player number 1, the Melbourne Challenge winner. Favorite deck being Ruby Sapphire, professional TCG player, coach, and content creator. Favorite Disney character,
Donald Duck. Yeah, I wish I could do a Donald Duck voice. I cannot. So we will go on over to our next player, which is Federico Mangeli, and he is our Birmingham Challenge winner. His favorite deck, also Ruby Sapphire. A lot of Ruby Sapphire love here. And his favorite Disney character is Mufasa.
Mufasa.
Say it again.
Mufasa.
This matchup is going to be excellent.
Could be
I know
another
that we have
Italian in the semis if Federico wins
DKP,
this.
of course, bringing that Ruby Sapphire that he is
quite
known for,
Italian
as well
dominance,
as
wouldn't
an
it?
Amethyst Steel, and then an Amber Emerald deck.
Yeah, also Federico is bringing Ruby Sapphire as well. So both players on their favorite deck, and as you can see, the players are ready to start. They may have already altered their hands at this point. I know we're trying to get into the match as quickly as possible, but Federico bringing Ruby Sapphire, Amethyst, Emerald, and Amber Steel, as well as his lineup. So I think, okay, looks like
Federico is a stylish looking guy, isn't he? He's got nice hair, nice watch. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you're right. It looks good.
Cool.
When they're looking at these deck lists and making this decision here, and some of the decisions that we've seen being made.
Yeah, there's a lot to think of. One of those is, depending on who your opponent is, what's their bread and butter, right? DKP is known for playing
We
Ruby
need to
Sapphire.
try and work out what the Amber Emerald deck of DKP is, because you said it's
now we have
spicy.
Shark lists, and so if you're playing against somebody who
Yeah,
has that in their lineup,
I
you
don't
definitely
buy
have to
it
consider
until I see it.
benching that, putting them off of the deck that they're comfortable with. But there's other very things that people have done too. People have come in saying, I just want to ban a specific ink and build my decks around those. So I'm interested to see what both players decide here. We're about to see benches in just a moment.
Gonna reveal them. I like the drama of this, Brandon. The drama. Here it is.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Okay, so Amber Steel is gonna be benched for Federico, and then that Amber Emerald is going to be benched for DKP. So they are gonna have those Ruby Sapphire decks that they both can play with, and we got the mirror.
Damn, Ruby
We
Sapphire
have
mirror.
So we're
All right,
doing
Moyen,
the
your
Ruby
time to
Sapphire
shine.
mirror right off the bat. Very interesting stuff, an exciting thing for the
I'm
people
still
at home.
drafting
We'll
up
get to see.
responses.
Federico won a DLC with Ruby Sapphire.
Yes.
More
He
sharp
does
lists,
not
like we
fit
were saying. I'm
DKP.
not sure what Federico has brought
Well, no,
today.
not
Is
that.
it the
I don't like the fear narrative. You just ban what.
Yeah,
makes
that's what I'm
what's
saying.
good against them. Yeah.
I agree. And like, if there's one player left in this tournament who should not fear a Ruby Sapphire mirror with DKP, it's the man that won a challenge playing Ruby Sapphire.
Who gets to be on the play and who gets to be on the draw? Okay, we have stuff from production that says, oh no, sorry, they're just playing both Ruby Sapphire. I don't know who's on the play and who's on the draw. We'll
right
figure that out in a
here in the top
DKP
8,
is
of
the highest
course.
seed.
Yesterday, the players were all doing die rolls to see who would go first.
Oh, the seeding,
and
of course.
today it's seeding. So, which is why I know that players were really wanting to get that 5 wins yesterday as soon as possible to gain that higher seeding and give them the advantage today. So it is.
I mean, do
the
we
player
even
who
know that
ended-
DKP is not playing the Shark? DKP wouldn't play the Shark deck if he doesn't think it's better for the format. Just play what you think is better. I don't know.
To the tabletop view, but as you can see, both players are just shuffling up. Soon we will get into the altars. For anybody that might be new to Disney Lorcana or has not played as much, the way we start this game is both players shuffle up. You get to draw 7 cards each, and then both players can put any of those 7 cards back on the bottom of their deck and draw back up to 7 cards. That's
I tell you what, it would be some story if there's 2 Italians in the top 4. It would be very impressive.
high-level player.
Are you surprised by
that altered-
DKP picking Ruby Sapphire? As the deck going first, game 1?
Good question.
Is Federico on items or the Shark version? Because in the Shark mirror, going first doesn't really matter as much. So then, if that was the case, I would maybe try to dodge that as the going first matchup and play Purple Steel instead. But if it's against the items version, I think that's a matchup where it is quite important for the Shark version to go first to actually get some manas out and then be able to protect them before they're contesting the board with Scrooges. And then queuing the Shark game 1 makes sense.
I think we're definitely seeing the advantage of having this flexible queue order, right? Where DKP has 2 decks here, which are both able to win going first and second, and he's just able to make like this perhaps slightly surprising queue order, and it doesn't come at huge detriment, unlike queuing Amber Sapphire going second. Here we go. It looks like there's a lot of ramp for Federico. I'm glad we're catching the altars. Sisu's in the hand for DKP, which isn't going to stick around. Greatstone Dragon would suggest that it is an item build, but lots of Porpsicles available for Federico. It's a really good opening hand. You can imagine Greatstone Dragon isn't going to be sticking around. What are you looking for if you're Federico? You've got Porpsicles, you've got Sails. What else are you looking for in this particular matchup?
Sorry, I was phasing out. What is the question?
Federico's got Porpsicles, Sails.
What else are you looking for in the matchup?
Yeah.
Well, you have most of what you're looking for. You're definitely looking to set up a workshop as your draw engine as soon as you have the time to do so. And then outside of that, also contest the board with something like Talas and Scrooges to a point where the other side doesn't feel comfortable just dropping manas. Is it possible you wait?
That was muted. When you've got like this many Sails and this much ink with Federico, do you ever go like double sail? Like you do a sail on 2 like you usually would, but then also like a sail on turn 4, for example? Or is that not something you see an item build do as often?
No, they can definitely do it, but they do it for different reasons, right? They don't do it to hyper rush to Shark, but they can still use it as a way to get to the 6 ink breakpoint to get an early Tamatoa out. Or also, one way where it works out very nicely is with the second sail and double inking, getting active ink, you can actually set up the workshop while also getting to an ink total that allows you to actually trigger the workshop a couple of times.
DKP versus Federico, Germany versus Italy.
To
put themselves in the semi-final of the World Championships. We've got the USA versus Italy in one semi-final. The last German standing in the tournament is DKP.
Yep, we need to hide cam again. The T-bow being the ramp option that they are going for here. Most likely, I think, because that's the one that was available to them, as generally you prefer to ramp with Sail in this matchup.
What I'm really enjoying about this format as well is like a mirror here. Like you should be like, but I'm actually quite excited to see it, and we're only going to see it for one game as well. So nothing stale in this format from a viewer experience.
Yeah, but I never say to a mirror, unless the mirror, like at least not to an interesting mirror like the Ruby Sapphire mirror.
Scuttle,
the World Championship. Isn't that a card you think is awful?
No. I said it was very bad in the decks people were playing it in, which it was.
Isn't this like kind of the same idea of playing that?
Yeah, but you actually have a lot of items now. It's probably quite good in this deck.
You just flip-flop.
So good it got inked. GG.
This is the exact deck where you didn't like it in.
No, that's not true. People were putting Scuttle in every Ruby, like in every Sapphire deck, even when they had like 12 items. No. Please stop talking rubbish.
No, they also like in heavy item stacks. That's where you also didn't like
I said I didn't mind it there, but people would put Scuttle in a deck with like 12 items, and that's why I hated it.
Never did that. But that would be so bad to do.
Yep. And people did it. Tala into the ink, and it's going to be Tala played.
Tala,
Tipo or Brawl.
one of
the
the
options.
best cards we've ever had. Does everything.
Do you think it's going to get reprinted? Probably not, right?
Well, probably not, but I hope it does.
I don't. Welcome, everybody. If you're enjoying, I'm watching on YouTube, make sure to give the stream a like. If you're on Twitch, don't forget Twitch Prime, no ads. Sale for Federico. He's going for this double sale I was talking about earlier on, but actually going for it on turn 3, not even on turn 4, so he can ink twice.
Well, this is the exact double sale, right? Where
yeah,
this turn 3 that we're talking about would be the usual 4 ink turn. So now they go to 5 ink this turn, which allows them to go to 6 ink the turn after. Also, I think with these being the Ruby Sapphire decks, DKP being on Shark and Federico being on the item version, I think that's where the queue order makes a lot of sense, where you get a lot of benefit out of playing this matchup going first as DKP here.
Federico draws a Let It Go. Still trying to identify, I mean, with the coils, you would imagine it's like an item-heavy build, but Let It Go, not something you would expect to see in an item build necessarily. Something that you would really see, because you can recur it with Shark.
Wait, the Let It Go is just an important piece to actually be able to out an opposing Shark and exert your characters.
What happened to DKP's hands? So he went for a bath this morning, and it turned out that the bath had blue dye in it, and now he's got blue hands.
So it's not even gloves, it's just dye.
Yeah, there's blue.
Makes sense.
He's chilling, he's doing this thing. He won a DLC like this, so I think he's just in his comfort zone. So Brawl inked. Another ink is the Vitalisphere, and there's the coil. 5 ink for Federico, 4 for DKP. So DKP ahead in terms of board presence. Now equal. What the heck is that?
That's the
Merlin's
carpet
carpet bag. I have dissed this
that's...
card a lot on my videos before.
This is probably outside. Okay, so outside, the best way to utilize this card is if you get to play it for free with the 6-drop Tamator. But outside of that, this seems to be one of the best turns to actually fit it in. As usually on 5 ink, one of the best things you can do is like play Rush Maui, but that's not important in this matchup. So this actually setting up a draw engine for this matchup, I think. On turn 5, on the play, he might be able to get away with it.
What a way to pack.
Oh, I see.
Tamatoa though for Federico. Federico again ahead in ink by 1.
Yeah, and also, it's easy to say that Dinkang Pham was ahead on the board, but also Federico already had 4 items on the board, so if they ever find and Scrooge, they can very, very quickly recover the board state.
So how Fargo comes through, develop your brain into the ink, B prep into hand for DKP. So the Merlin's carpet bag, you're paying what, 1 ink to add an item from your discard back to hand? And that's going to give DKP some real staying power. Now it's Pirate's Life or how far I'll go off of the develop. I think it was Pirate's Life that went to the bottom. Thanks, Rachel, for the gifted sub.
So now they were able to accelerate a lot, which puts them a lot closer to going for those. So they kind of also, they're acquiring cards in hand and ink, to then 2 also acquire the pieces that you need to swing the board. So they're going forward for a game plan where either they can force a B prep and then follow it up with manas, or instead maybe combine a B prep with a MacDuck mana on the same turn.
Federico did a Speci special. He was like, "Oh, has anyone got any paper, please?" So yeah, the Merlin's carpet bag I saw in some lists a few sets ago, and I did not like it. With the Tamatoa though, like the fact that you can play it for free is interesting, and also in like a triple deck constructed format where like you're not planning on banning Ruby Sapphire, you in an item matchup right against the item deck, this is giving you some serious staying power that you otherwise don't have without the workshops.
Yep, it's like usually in the Shark version, if the Shark gets removed, if the manas are dealt with, you can sometimes just struggle to be proactive. But with the carpet bag on top of just, I assume, what is the 4 count of the 6-drop Tamatoa, you can then be proactive a lot more efficiently.
DKP passes and it's back on over to Federico, who has that Tamatoa on the board. Tala and Tipo could be options, but look at that in hand. The lucky dime. And if DKP doesn't have any hideaways, that dime could just be on the board for the rest of the game and really change the dynamic. Federico actually pays for the Porpsicle. Obviously could have been played for free if they quested with Tamatoa. Another Porpsicle. Is Federico just questing here and putting the dime pressure on this early?
In the item deck, I think it's definitely something that you would like to do. Sometimes if you have like efficient ways to get like a Great Stone Dragon or a Workshop into play first, that actually has much bigger impact than having a dime on the board that you're not using for a while. But of course, cheating 7 ink is incredible in a way where you get to play that 7 cost item for free.
Yeah, DKP took a whole turn to play the carpet bag. Meanwhile, Federico took a whole turn to play the Tamatoa. But then if the Tamatoa quests the next turn and plays a dime, you've got a Tamatoa and a dime. And it's very difficult for DKP to deal with. You imagine hideaways are in DKP's list though, right?
They might be. The big thing that DKP is missing so far is the half shark, where with just a half shark on the board, you don't allow the Tamatoa to freely quest because you gain so much out of being able to challenge it.
Sure.
You would at least force Federico to use the Let It Go and then get more ink to then do more stuff over the next few turns.
Federico looking to ink the Fishbone Quill. Sapphire Coil Trigger and not going to take that free Lucky Dime because instead wants to challenge the Grammar Tala, just taking 1 damage back thanks to the coil, and then it's going to be 3 on the Greatstone Dragon. Kept in the mulligan, I do believe.
This is one of those cards that can, in a matchup that's decently fast, sometimes doesn't do anything. But in a matchup that goes on long enough and is slow enough, this can really, really snowball into incremental advantage.
3 Popsicles, a coil, and a Greatstone Dragon for Federico. DKP has the carpet bag, the Popsicle, as well as the Tipo. Federico might just... Go on.
I'm just wondering, would you heal this Tamatoa or not?
Yeah, it's my same question. So we interrupted each other to ask the same thing.
Yeah. Do you want to answer it or should I?
I don't think he's going to do it because of Maui.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's one way to say it. I think the other one is like it being on 4 or 5 willpower doesn't actually change breakpoints, because with Maui it's the same, and outside of Maui, there's not really a damage instance where it being on 4 or 5 willpower would make a difference. Still, he ended up thinking about it quite a bit because there's also not a huge difference between the Popsicle being on the board or not.
Yep, the carpet bag draws a card, the Popsicle heals. It's actually exactly what I was going to say, Jan, so thanks for that.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of said it, but you just said it in less words.
And I also only said it because the Maui had already come through, so...
Yeah, I know. What's the easy way out?
Federico. So, what did DKP? Rushed in with Maui, he drew off the carpet bag, he banished the Popsicle to heal the Maui. Banished 2 Popsicles, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess with the carpet bag now you have like infinite... I say infinite healing, but it's just like you have more healing than you really require. So you don't have to, you can be like somewhat loose with it and actually heal stuff a lot, because you know you'll get back access to that healing every turn with the carpet back.
Federico's going to ink Let It Go. He's got another Let It Go in hand, by the way. In comes Krakatoa, and is going to get the Porpsicle back to hand.
Yeah, also, as it has been pointed out, that DKP both mulliganed away a hideaway and also drew back into it. So just adding to the point of maybe not valuing getting the free game out super early, and instead waiting for something like a Tamatoa to stick and then finishing the game off in the same turn where you're actually deploying the dime.
We saw the carpet bag, one ink to put a Porpsicle back to hand, and then Hades comes through and cleans up the big old crab. DKP 6 lore ahead. Federico, though, looking at a tempting board to be prep, but that carpet bag is putting in work. I already know that one guy in my YouTube comments is going to say, I told you so.
Yep, already someone in chat said like, oh, it was good. It has been good in this deck for a long time. And it's like, yes, some people played it in Ruby Sapphire, but I don't think it was really something the community saw as strong. Or at least
I certainly didn't. I roasted it in my video. Sisu was drawn off the workshop. What else is drawn off the workshop? Another workshop. Bam, bam, bam. Federico. All kinds of cards. And you can see why the carpet bag for DKP is helping him in this matchup, right? Like just a little bit of a way of competing with the workshop card draw.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you have to also put up threats with that card draw. So the card draw is just a way to support continuously being proactive. It's like you can't let the item deck have the time to get the value out of all of these workshops, because then they set up for these huge Sisu swings and huge Tamatoa dime plays that you can't compete with as the Shark version.
Bologna DLC details up. Ooh, how many players? 4,000? If it's 4,000, we're kind of cooking.
Yeah, well, it's still like not a lot of tournaments to play, but 4,000 is kind of cool if it is 4,000.
So Federico has spent all the ink on the workshops and the Porpsicles and the workshops and the Porpsicles. There's nothing in their discard pile to add to the inkwell with the Great Stone Dragon. But I believe they're just deliberating on whether they should ink for turn here. Which is interesting. It's often like those ink decisions that are some of the hardest decisions. Every item you ink is a card that you could have played to draw 2 cards.
The Hades is funny because while it inked the Tamatoa, even if it was to have banished the Tamatoa, it would have still ended up at the inkwell with the Great Stone Dragon.
True. I don't think worrying about overdrawing is something that you start worrying about anytime soon, that's for sure.
Because you can like set up board states where you can kind of win from hand at 17 ink, for example, if you have enough items. You just don't need that much lore to set up Tamatoa, dime, activate dime. So there's some ways to set up to win the game that can't be interacted with if you get the time to set all of that up.
All right, this is where DKP usually plays manas, but I don't know that they have any. They do have a vision. They could dig for mana with Porpsicles and vision, perhaps. But this feels like the time for the mana, right?
Yeah, it's exactly right, because you got this window of opportunity where there's no characters staring at the mana, because Federico took a turn off kind of just drawing cards. And drawing cards they did, and inking they did, but they didn't play anything that could contest the mana. So
Vision.
This would be the perfect turn to play like mana, or at least...
Oh, no dice.
No mana found. Is an enchanted Sisu found, but not great in this matchup.
There is still Porpsicles, and DKP has 6 ink available. Hideaway onto a workshop.
Into one of the 2 workshops. That doesn't...
Hideaway onto a
the
workshop.
One too. And
Double.
now you can have all of this ink, but maybe you run out of cards. Okay.
Now finds the mana. Could he have
And
gone
now
for the
plays
Porpsicle first? Played
yes,
the
he
mana?
could have. No one forced him to draw last.
So you could have played the Popsicle and then maybe gone for the mana. Ink's Popsicle plays, Popsicle draws. Pirate's Life does a little bendy neck stare at his cards. I think he's going to get neck ache if he keeps doing that.
Well, it might be possible that even if you draw Popsicle first and you draw the mana, maybe you would still want to play the double hideaway first, but it's just not the right sequencing.
What's with the continuous hand shuffling? It's just a habit, but it's also, there's reasons for it, right? Like if you draw a card and then you just never shuffle your hand, like a very, very good opponent could basically track the cards in your hand, whereas if you're like shuffling your cards, and then basically what it just turns into is it just turns into like a comfortability thing that you just get used to.
Yep.
You're like moving your hands while you're thinking and focusing on the game. And also it gives you +5 points if you shuffle your hand in a cool way.
If you don't shuffle your hand, it gives you like +6 points. But then you have to like, I mean, if you like shuffle it like every once in a while to not have your hand be tracked, that's perfect. Yeah,
DKP, this is the DKP stat. I swear it gets neck ache. Right, you want to see my DKP impression?
We don't have cams on. Okay.
It's pretty good. I've practiced. I've seen him do it a lot.
Right, it doesn't. If you acknowledge it or not, drawing last is not good.
Federico staring down a Tipo, a Hades, and a Maui. DKP's at 9 lore. Federico only at 0. And it is Federico still deciding what to do on this turn. How far goes come and gone. But there's still 8 ink remaining.
It's not like DKP is like pressuring that much, but he's still gaining 3 lore a turn currently, and at some point it gets into the range where you really have to start to be careful as Federico here.
Sisu cleans up the Hades, cleans up the Tipo. And suddenly there's something on the board for Federico to challenge.
And maybe finally, at some point, as soon as the Sisu is banished, they get to use that Greatstone Dragon they kept.
They did use it once.
Did they?
Yeah. They put a big Tammy T in, I think. Something like this.
Wasn't it Hades?
6 cost Tammy T, rather.
Was it not Hades?
No, the 8 cost was.
Oh, okay.
They definitely used Greatstone once.
Okay.
So Popsicle, recycle. Basically, you play you get Popsicle back, pay it for 2. Both Popsicles banish. Enchanted Tamatoa.
So, Federico, I don't know, it looked like they've been doing more, right? But DKP is at 9 lore, and they've still been getting card advantage of Carpetbag and Tamatoa all this time. So, they're definitely approaching the ink thresholds to be able to do some of the more powerful stuff of the deck, which is like multiple manas or B-prep manas.
Yeah, DKP ahead in lore still. This double hideaway play is fascinating as well because you have to assume there's not a third, which means that Federico's dime is now sort of safe, but DKP really just like throttling the card draw engine of Federico, and actually he's the item deck now, right? Like he's playing the Half Shark item deck. It's been the story of the carpet bag. What was the flavor text on that one again?
That's a funny way to pack things up.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. Great voice acting. Have you considered a career in that?
Yeah, I shouldn't do that. Thank you.
Sisu ready for Federico. No exerted characters for DKP. 9 lore to 0. Income Scrooge McDuck. It costs nothing.
All of the items on this board for this entire game, and finally there's a Scrooge, and with the look on Federico's face, it looks like it might have whiffed.
Yeah, and it hits a hideaway as well, which could have dealt with the carpet bag.
And 2 Tamatoas, so a 6-drop and an 8-drop.
And the facial expression of DKP, okay, not bad.
Okay, 1 discard in their hand. Maybe I'm outvaluing the item deck. Workshops are gone. Scrooge doesn't find an item.
In comes the Porp. Draw a card. Workshop. Oh, wait. It got used by Hideaway. It's in the Inkwell. Workshop. Oh, wait. It's also in the Inkwell. Double Hideaway denying the card draw for Federico. Scrooge McDuck and Sisu for Federico. The Scrooge did come in this turn, but of course no ink was spent on it. Only that 1 ink for the Porpsicle so far. 7. I think there's 12 ink for Federico.
Yep, and they also haven't inked yet this turn, so effectively they could use up to 11.
Coil, trigger onto Tamatoa. -2. Bam. Sisu. But now, is DKP at that 11 ink threshold of dreams? Are we about to see the DKP special? The B prep into the mana? Do they have enough ink for it?
Looks to me like they do. They're on 10 now, so they...
Okay, 10 plus 1 is 11.
Yeah.
B prep, Cyberite, ink, McDuck mana.
Oh! This is what they've been setting up for the last 20 minutes.
Call me DKP, because I just predicted that move a mile off.
Oh, but I called it like 5 turns ago that this is what we're setting up for this entire time.
Nobody likes a clever clogs.
But you try to be the clever... Wait, the clever what?
Clever clogs.
I don't know what that means, but you try to be the clever clogs first.
What's be prepared in Italian? Any idea? Oh, it's actually not printed in Italian, is it? Numero uno. That one is. Yeah, the first 2 sets, I believe, weren't printed in Italian.
Oh, didn't know that.
Yep. Because I tried to get like a Porpsicle, or someone was trying to get a Porpsicle of every European thingamajigger, but then someone was like, yep, there's not Italian Porpsicles. McDuck Mana did just gain 2 lore. It's not been updated. DKP should be at 11.
Yep. You should be part of the production. You're like, oh, 2 lore missing there.
We see the Porpsicle banish. We see the Carpet Bag trigger. Carpet Bag is breaking the game right now for DKP. It's putting in so much work. I can't believe it. Vision of the future.
The Carpet Bag, this game would be entirely different.
There's not a second mana.
Did they? I know they already inked 2 Popsicles. On 2 occasions, they inked a Popsicle to play a Popsicle. Do they still have another Popsicle in their discard? Because the value of the 6-drop Tamatoa is vastly reduced if you just have...
I think there's one. Adamant also points out that Federico passed with 8 ink here, but that was the power play of the double hideaway from DKP onto Federico's workshops. There's just not enough card draw that Federico's used to having at this stage in the game.
Yep. Yeah, you have all of these items, you can recur the items, but they're not actually gaining you card advantage without the workshops. So that the double hideaway definitely paying off.
Yeah, DKP's lore has been updated correctly now to 11. 9 lore away. Obviously, Pirate's Life in their deck. So if you're Federico, you need to keep him as far away from that as possible. I don't know what's going on here.
But they just kept picking up the vision cards and his hand, and then the vision cards.
Okay.
Now they're recontemplating.
Pirate's Life in hand for DKP. Pirate's Life off the vision. It's a big decision. Tamatoa for draw. We haven't actually seen DKP at a half shark yet, have we, either? Looks like it might be the develop your brain being taken.
Develop your brain. The upside of the develop is that you can find a mana for this turn. And the upside of that is huge. But if you are to miss, you might end up doing a weaker play than just playing the 6-drop Tamatoa.
So it looks like they went for the develop. Do they find the mana that you think they're looking for?
What do you think they're looking for by picking this develop?
I would say probably looking for mana. Vision.
Okay.
Pirate's Life. Mana!
Mana! That is! This might be a quicker vision than the last one by like 500%.
Bam!
Bam!
And if you guys are unaware, you can't be prep locations. You can try, you can do it, but they're not going to go anywhere. They're going to stay on the board. And Federico doesn't have a good way of dealing with this. But Federico, let's not forget, does have a dime and does have a lot of items, but I don't think they're going to have enough, particularly with the B prep in DKP's hand. They're 9 lore away. 4 lore gained off the McDuck Manors will get him to 15. Double Pirate's Life would get him to 19. So I don't think DKP can win next turn. I think he's still 2 turns away, minimum.
Yeah, but it's not about turns, right? To an extent it is about turns, but you also need to find a way to at least be able to deal with the manas in the foreseeable future. And right now, Federico just doesn't have the tools available to really even try to contest them.
I mean, you've played against DKP in these Ruby Sapphire mirrors many times. He's pretty good.
Are you trying to provoke a reaction?
No, I'm saying he's pretty good.
But why did you need to mention that I played him a lot of times?
Because you've been in Federico's position where DKP is dominating you.
No. I think if we were to hyper-analyze those games... No, okay, I don't want to say it.
Federico's not looking too happy with how this one's gone. Popsicle comes through. Mana! Come on, 4 manas. 4 manas. Do it, do it, do it.
Someone in your YouTube chat really wants to be banned.
Oh. Yeah. Agree.
So we'll do them the favor.
Cheerio, loser.
Bye-bye.
Cheerio. Three manas. Federico scoops. Damn.
This was an incredible game, and like, you can talk about the sequence, or we can talk about the sequencing all we want. What it really came down to is DKP recognizing they've drawn this many cards, they've inked this much. I can just give them more ink as long as I can deal with their draw engine, and that probably buys me enough time to then gain the incremental value of the Merlin's carpet back and get to the point where I go B-prep mana and then just spam manas from there on out and deal with all of the characters that they would play. But Federico just drawing into more and more items without the workshop kind of being dead draws, not able to recover.
I think what's interesting as well is like the carpet bag. We saw Federico sort of wince when he used Scrooge McDuck. It missed and it put Hideaway to the bottom. Like the fact that Federico couldn't answer DKP's carpet bag really flipped the script on that one. And now DKP has brooms. If he wins with a Yensid broom deck, which is a deck he stole off yours truly. Yeah, maybe not, but I am the original broom boy. So I'm quite excited to see Yensid brooms.
I had to put up with you being the broom boy.
It's true.
I had to play so much against that deck. I traveled all over the world and we're like in Seattle a week before the event, and I had to spend like 60% of my testing time playing against brooms.
And look now, It would have been very good practice at this point. Imagine that. You're like, okay, now I'm playing against brooms. Thank you, Speci.
I mean, that would be very helpful. I'm probably much better at playing against brooms than I was before.
I'm just going to go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hide the cameras, but you're not muted.
Okay. That was incredible recognition to go for the double hideaway on the workshops there. And it's not like it can't backfire, right? If the ink you're giving them, they are able to use it and get a neutral engine, you kind of look silly having spent so much of your turn using the two hideaways, but they very much played towards their outs there. Is hideaway good against any other deck or just red-blue tech? No, we've seen it do pretty well earlier, where it can also occasionally deal with a library really very well, or even with I mean, I guess against the mana, but that's red-blue. So against red-purple, it can deal with locations pretty well. And then maybe also against items in green-blue, but that's not really what it's there for. There is the scuttle that Speci so loves. So now it's really all about purple steel brooms. DKP has 2 chances of getting it through. Again, we have to highlight the picking order here. With Federico choosing that he would rather take his chances going first with this and then say, okay, he has to win going second with the other deck that he has left. Is it Amber Steel or Emerald Amethyst? Well, the timing the time rules depend on the event. They were much more lenient in this event, but the entire top card from now on is untimed.
I just realized the semi-finals are guaranteed to be 2 players from North America and 2 players from Europe.
The finals are guaranteed to be America against Europe?
No, like the semi-finals are guaranteed to be 2 of each.
Ah, okay.
Both semi-finals are NA versus EU.
Yeah, Amber Steel got banned, so... Yeah, I was just highlighting that they chose to play red-blue going first against Purple Steel, as going second. Purple Steel can kind of run away with the game. Whereas Emerald Amethyst should still have a better chance while going second with all of the tools that they have for going second, like Crab and Fox. Dry skin. The reason is dry skin.
So DKP plays Magic Brooms with Yen Sid. So you have this broom, which is obviously just good. Yen Sid is a 2-drop, which has a 1/3 stat line. When you play it, if you have another Magic Broom in play, you draw a card. If you have 2 Magic Brooms in play, it quests for 3. He's got Dock.
The Yen Sid is so much above rate if it ever gets to quest for 3.
Yeah. The thing is, a lot of the time when you play this deck, you're like 1 broom away from your 2 Yen Sids questing for 3. And you just don't draw the broom, and then you've kind of cooked. It's like got
Or
high
if you
roll
don't draw a
potential.
Broom at all, then the Yensid doesn't even draw, and then you're giga cooked.
Mm-hmm.
If that is to happen.
So Federico, what's the other deck they have after this?
Emerald Amethyst.
Mm-hmm.
And Amber Steel was banned.
No ramp. Wow. Wow. But there is a Fishbone on 3.
And the item deck can like kind of get away with not ramping on 2 if they just curve the small like coil into small Sisu into the 4 drop.
Especially.
Of course, it's still rather ramp, but they can get away with it.
Yeah, especially with the Fishbone on 3, right?
Mm-hmm. It's just a very card-intensive way of ramping, but against a non-discard deck, that is completely okay.
Broom plus Smee. Probably for DKP, like the ideal turn 2 here would have been a Yensid, and then turn 3 would be another Broom plus a Smee. Yensid quest for 3. So it's definitely not the perfect opening for DKP here. Like, you like look at it and like Broom Smee, like, oh great, but it's like actually very far away from his best opening. I would probably argue that even better than Smee on 2 would be like just 2 more 1-drops, for example. Smee's like always fine, but usually with an Amethyst Steel aggro deck against Red Blue, you want to be playing Smee on turn 3 alongside another 1-drop. Do you agree with my analysis, Jan?
Yes.
Hmm.
Great analysis. 10 out of 10.
Thank you. Yeah, I have heard that some stuff is leaked, but we will not be talking about it until it's put up on stream.
Yeah, I mean, really, we're going to have the announcement so soon. I think we can wait the last few
Yeah, we're
hours.
definitely not talking about it here. Absolutely not. Brawl on to Smee. So the Fishbone actually getting inked, but triggering the coil. Brawl gets Smee. DKP draws. He's going to have 3 ink available this turn. And the hand isn't... There is a Smee, so you go Chernabog Smee. Very good turn 3. He's sweet. Chernabog Smee. The question is, does he draw with Broom? The answer is probably not.
Yeah, definitely not. It's also, at this point, you're going white now, which is the highest questing power that you can develop. You usually want to be developing that. And then once you're getting closer to your board actually being able to be dealt with, that's when you play the stickier threats like a library to kind of diversify your assets.
Yeah, and particularly with like the Amethyst 1-drops, right? You can just pick your moment to banish them and they replace themselves. So they gain you lore without you losing you cards in hand. And DKP's list does have a little bit of story or burn with the Cobra. 2 docks in hand though for DKP. Look at the body language. Is Federico able to get any sort of read from that?
Yeah, you know, if you're sitting in front of one player, they would exactly know you have 2 docks in hand.
Yeah, and that player is Ed.
That is Edmund Deathstare Chu.
Channelbox Followers is going to quest for 1. Up to 3. The Magic Broom is still available, but of course going to trigger the Chernabog's and draw a card and draws a Fox.
The Scrooge alone is really, really tough for DKP.
Absolutely.
Like whatever quests already gets value traded.
Yeah,
but not questing is just not really an option either.
There's not many cards in Lorcana which can come down, certainly historically in a Ruby Sapphire deck, this early, which can trade your Smee out and remain on the board, right? Usually like a Tarlet here, it's an even trade, but Scrooge is that extra willpower making a big difference. Cobra discards dock. Look at Federico's body language, like the acknowledgement knowing that there's another dock coming. Is the Magic Broom going to be banished to draw? This is DKP's decision now. If you're banishing to draw off the Broom, you're probably not questing with Smee. I like it! Leaves both up. Overloads the removal.
There's so much value in this lore that I'd happily give them one trade if it means the other character gets to quest again.
Yeah. Basically,
As Federico, I think. Yeah.
The key thing is you do one or the other, right? You either draw off the magic broom and don't quest with Smee, or you don't draw off the magic broom and you do quest with Smee. And I think like the key clear choice in this position is you need as much draw as possible. Quest while you can. Scrooge can only challenge one of your characters, so just quest with both, gain as much draw as possible, and then just keep overloading your opponent's removal.
Yeah, I was about to say that the Smee damage was missed, but it's one of the easiest things to miss in Lorcana, I feel like. Also, I think as Federico, you have to make a read on why was the stock discarded, and there's not that many reasons why that would ever be discarded, right? It's probably the only one that they have another dock. So now Federico can play with the knowledge of, oh, my opponent has a dock in hand, so they will not run out of cards super quickly. They have some refill in their hand.
Coil trigger onto Smee. It's going to make that trade even more disastrous. Workshop, but Federico with no ramp. DKP, I mean, you'd take this at the start of the day, wouldn't you, being in this position, that's for sure. Workshop trigger, draws a Shield of Virtue.
Their game ahead. Red-Blue has missed ramp. They are pressuring. They have some refill.
So, is Cobra likely to take this trade?
It might protect some questing power over the long term, even if it sacrifices one door immediately, because if it doesn't trade, maybe the Scooch gets to banish multiple things. But still, I think more likely than not, the Broom might be triggered to draw a card on the next turn, and then you just quest with the Cobra and say, okay, if you want to
Coil. Coil's the problem in that instance, though, right? Because Federico inks, lowers the strength of the Cobra, and then suddenly Scrooge is still there, and your Cobra's gone, and you just gain one law for your trouble.
Cool.
Heroes of the Portugal. I think you're probably DKP is going to take the trade, but draws another uninkable in the form of Fire the Cannons.
Kind of being forced. Oh.
Yeah, this is okay. Get the library down, move the Cobra in. Is that... It's a broom. It's the 2-cost Big Sweeper. It's not called the Big Sweeper, but that's my favourite broom name. It's the Aerial Cleaner or something.
So at least they found something that they don't mind inking. Of course, they were annoyed with the Fire Cannons off the top of the deck, but still, I think they're in a completely fine position. The problem is the Fire Cannons together with the dock kind of doesn't allow you to hold the Fire Cannons for when it would be good, but if you want to play it, you actually have to play it. Maybe before it would, this 2-damage instance would be relevant.
Shield of Virtue into the ink, Coil trigger onto the broom. And it's going to be Tamatoa. There's not, and Port School comes back, there's not enough ink to get that Vitalisphere through, so DKP is going to gain a law for the library up to 10.
Also just one item being recycled, if I saw correctly, from the Tamatoa, as they only had one popsicle.
So here the decision for DKP is, do you spend 1 ink?
On the Fire Cannons?
1 for Diablo. Actually banishes the broom immediately and draws 2. Interesting. Goat and Snake. I was wondering if you ever...
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. If you like...
Play the Diablo,
get the dock out,
play
and
the
then...
dock, discard the Fire the Cannons, then draw for the broom.
Yeah. Because now... you still don't have access to the cards that dock gives you, and you have to like kind of navigate through all of these turns, still finding a way to use all of the cards that you draw before you get access to the new cards from dock. So let's
say he plays the Diablo, right? And then he plays dock, just discarding the Fire the Cannons. You could play it if you want. Then you banish the broom. I feel like it would have been better by quite a large margin. I
personally would have liked to see them draw off the dock first before like deciding whether they want to draw off the broom. But now that they drew 2 cards off the broom, they...
I mean, you're always drawing off the broom.
A good window to draw off the dock.
You're always drawing off the broom in that position.
Yes, but... Okay, no, you don't draw off after you're playing the Diablo, right? You play the dock first, you draw, and then you think if you draw. And yes, you...
No, because you still want the Diablo down.
Yes, so you play the Diablo.
Yeah.
And then you don't draw. And then you play the dock. And you
yeah, okay,
dock,
we're in agreement. Yes.
Okay, so this Tamatoa looks like it. Well, it looks menacing, and it needs to get rid of the library because it will start ticking away. But as soon as you exert it, without taking a trade into the code and healing it, now you open it up to actually the fire the cannons damage actually being relevant. So like Goat and fire the cannons can take out the Tamatoa, which might be enough to protect the library for a little bit. But the White Hemispheres, of course, could stop that game plan.
I think DKP in like some of these positions with Amethyst Steel needs to slow down slightly. Like we're used to seeing him playing Ruby Sapphire where he's got so many reps on the deck, but I feel like a decision like that was very complicated, and I don't think he quite gave himself as much time as he could have to consider the ups and downs of that particular decision.
Yeah, none of this is to say that one or the other was like significantly better than the other, because it is quite a deep decision, and I think what you're highlighting is completely correct. It's just take the appropriate time to actually make that decision, where this decision felt a bit rushed without maybe reaching the conclusion of what you actually want to do that turn.
Dime does now come through for Federico, and it's going to trigger the workshop. TKP is 8 lore away with a goat on the board, a snake in hand.
Is that a hideaway found?
It is.
That's an incredible pickup.
That extra ink, though, for DKP does make his hand a little bit less awkward. Sail is inked, and Dime is going to trigger for 2 onto the Tamatoa. So Federico up to 4 lore. DKP is at 12. He draws for turn. Hits another broom. That extra ink is not irrelevant because you can go snake, goat. But again, that dock is still just stuck in hand. What are you doing with the dock?
Well, I guess the dock has to wait, doesn't it? Because you have to just use the snake. It's too efficient, and it's one of these ways you can advance your lore that is very, very difficult to interact with. You just play the goat. If they don't deal with it, you quest, bounce it, replay it, and then you're threatening to do the same thing all over again if you draw into another mim.
And Federico shakes his head. Fire the cannons, Magic Broom 2, and Goat in hand. Goat's going to come down. Now the question is, do you ink the Magic Broom 2? Does DKP have enough ink? I would imagine he doesn't ink it. But he could. He does go for it. Doesn't value that card at all.
Yeah, the Fire the Cannons, if it wasn't for Popsicles, you would just play it here and say, okay, at some point this will change when Tamatoa actually gets banished. But because of Popsicles being able to heal it back up, you'd rather not spend the ink now and maybe spend it next turn before the dock.
What do you think about this ink decision? Was there a huge need to ink right now?
To me, yes. I think inking this turn lets you have extra ink after playing the dock next turn, and that should enable some like higher tempo plays, higher impact plays than the broom itself. And you could say, okay, but why couldn't he just play the broom and then play the dock and then do all of the other things? I don't think you have infinite time. The Dime is down, the Tamatoa is down, now the Sisu came in. Like,
also, he draws for Diablo as well, right? So it's like an extra card in hand. Yes,
and Federico is putting on the gas. You really, really need to close out this game as quickly as you can.
It's a tense one. DKP's 3 away, finds a library. Could, at this point, consider like challenging with Snake, moving it into the library, fire the cannons to Tamatoa.
Yes, that's definitely an option. It's now also counting how much lore can my opponent gain if they are to play the 8-drop Tamatoa, as that kind of determines the reach that your opponent has and helps you figure out what you need to play around.
And the great thing for DKP in this position is while he's not playing Ruby Sapphire, he's playing against it and he knows how to beat this deck. He knows what he needs to do. He knows the kind of plays that Federico might have up his sleeve. 2 cards in hand for Federico. It's a workshop and a B prep.
There's no better deck than learning how to play against the deck than just playing it yourself.
Yeah. I think the library's going to tempt him here.
And I wouldn't fault him, it seems. Because like also on board it doesn't get challenged, but at the same time, what if Federico might be able to just ignore the library for 1 turn and then finish the game after?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big consideration because the library, while it is efficient, it's not the fastest way to actually pressure going to 20 lore from this point.
And it still leaves him with that dock in hand, which is a bit awkward. Inks the library. Chernobog's followers. This could work out for him, but there's a B prep in Federico's hand, and now Doc discarding the fire the cannons. I think this comes back to the awkward sequencing order. Draws 2 Docs!
But it's not that bad. It's like 2 more characters that are threatening to quest. I guess not using one of them.
Fire the cannons and a broom! Oof.
I think I like the decision of not using the fire the cannons. It wasn't really achieving anything, because you still would rather quest that even if there's a 4-3 Tamatoa on the opposing side of the board. Every point of law is incredibly important at this stage.
So, interestingly, if DKP went for the library snake challenge play, he would have just drawn a second dock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he could have played both docks as well, it's true.
Yeah, so one of them could have been played without effect. By you doing it this way, I'm not sure if you particularly needed to play something immediately that turn.
I just think he needs to slow down a little bit at those moments.
Right, and all of these are decisions. Like, there's like a micro decision, you get new information. Then there's another decision, and then you get like, you play the dock, you draw 2 new cards, and then you like have another decision to make. And he's definitely playing this very, very quickly.
And it's an untimed round, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, you can get a Cobra there, but I think most of the time, if you got a Cobra, you could still play it the turn after. Because on board, he goes to, Federico's threatening to go to 11, even if they play an 8-drop Tamatoa.
So Tamatoa's going to quest for 2. The workshop's going to come through for free from the Tamatoa quest.
The other thing is that 8 ink, so they can't even play the 8-drop Tamatoa and have the ink to also activate it, unless you like cheat out Will and have bigger hand size than Federico has. So big Tamatoa not being a threat, I do think you had like the luxury of knowing you'll get another turn. The upside that I can see with not playing the second dock but like discarding it is that you could develop something like maybe a Smee, something that doesn't get taken out, but you need to like get it down because it only has impact the turn after.
It was actually Porpsicle that Federico played off the Tamatoa quest. He top decked the Porpsicle, decided to go for the Porpsicle off the Tamatoa instead, drawing an extra card. Did still trigger the workshop. He has 7 ink, so he could just quest and B prep. Alternatively, has the option of singing B prep and developing more cards.
Also, what's very interesting is DKP decided that this is enough to force Federico to play a board wipe, because they also opted to hold the magic broom in their hand, right? They had 3 ink left open, and they decided, okay, I have 3 ready characters, I'm at 18, I think this is enough to force the board wipe, which then allows them to maybe have an extra refill.
Right, and going for the win in this position is fine. There's just a few moments here with the docks in particular, and we saw it yesterday of DKP as well, with this Amethyst Steel deck, where there was a couple of like things in terms of sequencing that didn't necessarily seem perfect with the docks and the broom draws. And it's just a matter of, I would just like to see him slow down a tiny bit on those decisions. Even if he sticks with his original decision, just give himself a bit more time to really think about it.
And we could go through this more and more, like we could hyper-analyze it and say, oh, what if this dog drew a library? That would be a great reason to not play the other dog, because fitting a location to this turn would have been huge. But there's so many things to consider that I can't help but feel like these turns are being rushed a little bit.
And yeah, DKP's inking of that library in the last turn, I think, is still interesting.
Especially Federico is taking his free time, right?
Yeah.
And that's completely fine. Like they're allowed to take all of this time, but if you're sitting in front of someone that's taking their time in an untimed match, you can't let that. I'm not saying that's happening, but like you have to be careful to not say, okay, because he's taking so slow, I want to speed up this game. I play quickly. You're allowed.
I think it's actually a habit I have. Yeah, it's a habit I have.
I understand that.
Fishbone comes through, has the option of triggering Workshop with it. It very much looks like this Sisu is destined to sing B prep, doesn't it? Workshop, and then it is Sisu singing B prep. Federico has no cards in hand.
Wait, they played this Workshop?
Yeah, go off the top for DKP!
That's like basically game.
DKP draws to go off the top. I don't think Federico has any cards in hand.
Are we getting the Broom Boy interview?
I hope so. Broom Boy.
But I don't know if I care.
B prep, but it's going to be DKP's game even with the B prep. GG! DKP's in the semi-final. Commiserations to Federico. But the Broom Boy does it. Broom Boy does what Broom Boy wants.
An interesting micro decision where if you play the workshop or not, because they played it without triggering the other workshop, which is much better if you're drawn to like a cheap item. But sometimes maybe you would rather play the workshop next turn. But Federico deciding, no, if I have to play the workshop next turn just to get that draw trigger, that is too slow, just if my opponent plays any characters, which I think is completely reasonable. I'm just saying that was another interesting decision to highlight.
Germany versus Italy, and Germany comes out on top. It looks like a nice lineup from DKP. The Amethyst Steel doing its job.
We still didn't get to see the Amber Emerald, did we?
Nope, we still haven't seen it. Maybe they asked about it.
Benched because it was so spicy.
Very, very cool. So we have 3 of our 4 semi-finalists. We've got Ed versus Luca from Italy. Ed from North America, from the United States. We've got DKP, and DKP will be facing the winner of Zach Bivens versus Mo Shamblin. It is possible that Zach Bivens could beat Ruby Sapphire every round in the top cut, and then the Ruby Sapphire target lineup that I predicted would win the tournament wins the tournament. Whew.
Yes. Also, all 3 of my predictions were correct thus far.
Same. This is my bracket on screen, as you can see.
No, that's the official bracket. That's the one I predicted. Oh, imagine I get it all right.
Do we know the Broom list? Not exactly, but I mean, it's not hard to work out. We'll have an interview with him in a moment, and I think we're about to get a shout out.
We might maybe he's tired, maybe he forgets.
Maybe he forgets, but I think he's due to shout out the Broom Boys. Anymore. So we have a joke with DKP. Basically, I played Brooms in Seattle with Yensid, and then Sky said, "Shut it, Broom Boy," to me once. And then DKP found out my nickname was Broom Boy and found it hilarious. And then I was like, "Oh, guys, we are the Broom Boys," because I got like knocked out in like top 190, and then DKP and Moyen went in the finals. I was like, "Look at us, guys! 2 out of the 3 Broom Boys in the final."
Yeah.
And now he's actually playing Brooms. He gave me so much stick for it.
And he didn't even tell us.
No, it's true. He didn't even say, "Dear Broom Boys, please help me build my Broom deck." Yeah, I think Bivens is in a very good spot. Like, he's surrounded by Ruby Sapphire, and he might even have more Ruby Sapphire waiting for him in the final. Even if he doesn't, like, Bivens' lineup, which targets Ruby Sapphire, you would imagine is also going to be quite good into Emerald Sapphire, although that would involve the potential Emerald Sapphire mirror matchup in the final.
I really want to see Bivens play Ruby Amber and see the exact list.
Yep.
Seen some other Amber Ruby actually already, but I really want to see his list as well.
To play to make it into the finals.
Definitely. And before DKP watches the match, we do have DKP ready for an interview with JDZ. So let's go ahead and throw it on over to JDZ.
Greetings and salutations, my fellow Lumineers. We are here with DLC Australia winner and now your second semi-finalist. We have DKP. Congratulations on your victory. I think it was well played. Just talk about the emotionality. Just talk about how you're feeling right now going to the semifinals in this tournament.
I feel I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Let's go. Pumped over the moon. Pumped over the moon. Okay, so if you guys are just tuning in, this is the DKP, the Ruby Sapphire deck with the Sharks. It's typically known as a DKP deck, but you got to play it in this matchup. Can you just talk about that process? Were you thinking he was going to bench that deck in a fear, or I know that matchup is kind of favored more towards the item. Talk about that matchup a little bit.
So first, I was on the play because I'm higher seed.
Yeah.
That's really important because that just automatically made him not benching my Ruby Sapphire, because if he bans my Ruby Sapphire, I'm left with 2 really aggressive decks where his Ruby Sapphire cannot win against. Doesn't even matter if he's on the play or on the draw there, because he doesn't play Bell, he doesn't play Rush Maui. I know that, so I knew he wasn't banning this. he was likely to ban my hyper aggro, like it was a rematch from round 4. Right. It just makes sense. If I'm on the play and he leaves me the hyper aggro, I will win 100% with that deck on the play. Or not 100% if I break it, I don't, but yeah, most likely I will win. That means he will bench the hyper aggro green yellow. That leaves me with my purple steel, amethyst steel, and ruby sapphire deck. And now I had to think about, okay, if I start with my amethyst steel, I'm most likely to win against both decks because I tested both matchups. They were really good. But then the issue is it will come down to the mirror. So I just decided, let's start with Ruby Sapphire because there's an off chance that he will start with Emerald Amethyst. If he does that, I'm also most likely to win with that deck. So that leaves me with purple Amethyst Steel against 2 really good matchups. So that's why I decided to run Ruby Sapphire first. And but I also predicted that he will think, okay, if I run Emerald Amethyst into this matchup on the draw, I will likely lose. So he did also decide to play the mirror match. And of course, this mirror match was scary because Federico played items with 4 hideaways. Yeah. That was really scary. And I myself only played 2. Luckily for me, I saw both.
4 hideaways, Federico.
Early enough, the other one was way too late. And yeah, that worked out. And because I won the mirror match on the play, it probably left him with like just a slight chance to win the entire match because my purple steel is really good on the draw against Ruby Sapphire and is really good on the draw against the other deck too. It's really good on the play against both decks. So at that point I was confident. I just needed to win the mirror match, which fortunately I did.
All right, talk about that locations. You had all those McDuck manors on the board. Your opponent could not find a hideaway in time. When did you know? Is that when you knew you turned the corner and you were going to victory was imminent?
Around that, because I looked at the size of my opponent, right? Since this deck also teched a lot of removal, there were probably a lot of Sisus, Be Prepared sitting in the hand because he wasn't doing much, right? That also means I didn't want to play that much into my shark because if I develop my shark there, it just gets removed. That's why I skipped all the shards when I went through my deck with all the cards. And yeah, I decided to find my manas, which rewarded me because
the mic's not close enough to his mouth.
Tamatoa off the vision, but I took the Development Brain to dig deeper, and then I found the McDuck mana. And yeah, the McDuck mana are still a really good win condition, even though they are 4 hideaways. Because especially if you play out McDuck mana early, what do they want to do? Like if they hideaway, you go into 6, you can go Tamatoa Shark. So that one will always stick. That's how I won.
I don't think he's saying Broom Boys.
By the way, I stick 4 manas. Yeah, that's a really good win condition then. And I also tried to bait him into using Hideaway into the Merlin's Carpet Bag because I inked all my Popsicles, leaving me with 1 Popsicle, 1 Merlin's Carpet Bag, and to let him think, oh, if I have 1 Hideaway now, I need to use it on this and stop the drawing because I drew like 6 cards in that game. And the less hideaways he can use on my mana, the higher chance I have to win. So yeah, that was the entire gameplay revolved around the McDuck mana.
Absolutely. All right, well said, DKP. I want to be the first to congratulate you on your ticket to the semifinals. And we're going to let you take a quick break because you got a long wait before your next round comes in. So with that, we're also going to take a break. So my fellow Lumineers, keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. We got the semifinals coming. Oh, excuse me. We got one more round and then the semifinals coming your way here very soon.
He's fuming.
No longer a boom boy.
What if they do the break? I mean, it won't be a long one. It's just like.
I hope the broom didn't actually break.
Your broom broke?
No, I hope it didn't for the bit.
I imagine the main break is just getting like the new casters in, getting the players at the one stream table. So we've had 3 rounds of Lorcana so far today. We've got 4 left, including a best of 5.
Yeah. So we have 7 matches today. Wait, 6? No, 7 matches. 4 quarters, 2 semis, and a finals. And we did predictions for each of them. So far, 3 out of 3 correct. 4 left. Where's the boom? Well, I threw it away. Yeet. Well, I appreciate that everyone's having a good time, and so are we.
I am sad I'm not there.
Yes, of course. It's like
like the World Championships, and I'm sat at home. So sad, mate. It's gonna take a while to get over that one.
Okay, but no, it's okay. You're sad.
Yeah,
but I think we made the yeah. But so far we made the best out of not being officially involved.
It's true. So thanks everyone for hanging with us. Oh, let's listen to these two.
Final round of the quarterfinals of the Digital Lorcana World Championship, and I am not alone. With me, I have the all-impressive, the incomparable, the unimaginable, Mr. Lorcana Villain, aka Baker. Have you been watching these games?
What a pleasure to be back in the booth with you, my friend. It is a distinct honor to join
he loves
you.
The handshakes.
Just to catch a little bit of the light that shines off of everyone's favorite JD. But JD, what a day it's been, my friend. And it's not over yet. One more game left of the top 8, and we have an incredible matchup coming to you. We have, first of all, let's get straight into it. Zach.
That handshake almost went very wrong. It was almost.
And then I hope we get straight into the Bivens against Mo Shamblin.
Sure.
Right into the game right now, and I think this player is incredible. He is a fan favorite, but he is not alone. He will be locked in and engaged with none other than, you know him, you love him, Mr. Mo Shamblin. Mo Shamblin, he had an incredible story to tell coming in, starting this tournament 0-2. Baker, a lot of people would get so discouraged and give up, but guess what? This Illuminator fought hard, rallied strong, and made it all the way to the top 8, and I think this is going to be another incredible matchup. I know you're all in on the Europeans. We had 5 Americans.
I appreciate
had 3,
you guys.
and they
Thank you so
two
much.
of them facing each other together right now, and I think that is just a little bit sad for me, but I think it's going to be a great matchup.
Oh, as long as we see some good Lorcana, then I'm going to be a happy villain. But yeah, shout out to Mo. A poor start, but got some incomparable advice.
Oh, this matchup, the key thing is that Mo plays Ruby Sapphire. That's the most important thing. Zach plays Amber Ruby, which we haven't seen what kind of Amber Ruby it is yet. I really hope it's got locations. I have a feeling it might. I don't know though. We'll see. And Zach is the highest seed. So Zach's got Amber Ruby, Emerald Sapphire, Amethyst Steel. It's an Amethyst Steel with rabbits. The Emerald Sapphire is very similar to that we saw of Luca with the Oswalds and stuff. JDZ's been streaming on Twitch like almost every day for Lorcana. He absolutely deserves to be there. I'm really excited that he's there. Listen, me not being there, I don't want to take anything away from other casters, right? It's the bands are in. Emerald Sapphire band. We are going to see Ruby Emeralds. Happy days. Sorry, we are going to see Ruby Amber. But no, JDZ's been killing it. He's one of the hardest working creators in the Lorcana space. I'm not singling out any caster. Everyone's done a great job from what I've seen. I like everyone. I've met all of the casters with the exception of Liam and JD. But Liam and JD, I've got nothing but good things to say when they all seem like great people. Me moaning about not being there is like, obviously easy for me. It comes across as like, oh, I should be there instead of someone else. That's really not the case. It's just me being sad I'm not there. That's all. Emerald Sapphire got banned, Jan, and Amber Steel. So we are going to see Zach's Amber Ruby, and we might see it in game 1. We're going to see it. Let's go.
So with Bivens being higher seed, I think they will go first.
Yes,
so they can choose
correct.
Ruby Amber going first. Now that it finally wasn't benched. Okay, so now we'll hide cams and get into the action.
Please.
By the way, I found some dried mango.
Sounds good. This morning, I had a 5-egg omelette with chicken and a bit of cheese.
Oh, I want that.
I had some Spanish tortilla. I had some pork scratchings. And I had lots of Tango apple sugar-free. You've got all the elimination matches. So this is the 4th quarterfinal, and then we're going to see the semis and the final. Happy days.
And I'm so happy they're showing all matches that like
Yeah.
lets the viewer encapsulate the entire storyline of the top cut.
Agree.
And there's not a worse feeling than someone like making top cut, losing in top cut at something like Worlds, and then still never being shown to the public.
Is that Gatorade? I feel like that's the most Zach Bivens drink you could possibly imagine. I don't know. Just based off his accent, I'm not surprised that Zach Bivens is drinking Gatorade. So we both agreed that Zach is going to win this one. We agreed on basically this side of the bracket that the semi-final would be Zach versus DKP. And then Moyen thought that Ed and Luca were going to lose. And I got the top side of the bracket right.
Yeah, I linked the bracket. Or the bracket that I predicted. So far, so good.
All right. Zach versus Mo. Mo's a big lad. Look at that. He's tall. He's taller than I realized.
Yeah, probably one of the tallest Worlds competitors.
Who else is tall?
Is Federico tall?
I feel like he's like similar height to me. I'm excited to see the Amber Ruby. It looks like there's a Flynn Rider. There's a Minnie Mouse, Rapunzel, Moana. It's not a location, bro. There's the Prince Philip 5 cost. There's some sort of racer. LeFou, ready character. Daisy Duck. Mother Gothel.
How do you... Oh, you're just looking at it while they're shuffling their deck?
Simba! Oh, lady. Oh.
That's your type of deck, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's like big shout out to my friend Vincent from Sweden, who's like this 11-year-old kid that plays in Sweden. And he always plays Ruby Emerald. And I go to him, I was like, oh, what's your favorite card? He goes, Simba. I was like, why Simba? He goes, because it quests for free. It's like, that is such a good answer.
Yeah, it's a good answer. Hamza's very tall as well, that's true.
Yeah. You can't put chicken in an omelette. You can't take the egg out of the chicken. Oh. I guess you're right. Never thought of it like that. Mo versus Zach. Because he quests for free. Look at Zach just staring up that one-of-one Mickey Mouse. He's staring at it.
Both showing the etiquette. Looking away while shuffling the deck.
So, Zach's ideal opener. Turn 1, Daisy Duck. Turn 2, Simba. Turn 3, Lady into another Simba. GG. So if you're Mo, you've got your Amethyst, but your one-drops usually aren't going to be that good at contesting a Daisy Duck, right? Daisy Duck's probably going to quest at least twice. Cloud Kicker, Crab, Fox are all good turn 3. Okay, Diablo is a good turn 2 to contest. And a Diablo Shift would also be a good way of contesting. But it's a nice hand for Zach. He's got Simba.
This Amber Ruby deck seems like the main goal seems to be, yes, okay, there's a lot of story gain, but also just re-readying something that quests for a lot.
He probably plays Sven as well, the 4-drop.
Yeah, so there's Sven, there's LeFou. Maybe, did you say there's the Moana that re-readies or not?
No, the 1-cost Moana, the 3/2. I'm
not even sure there's one that re-readies. Okay, but...
You're thinking of Raya.
Yes. And what this kind of allows you to do is say, okay, even when you don't have board control in a way where your stuff just gets to quest multiple times, maybe you can just like get there anyways and leave the opposing characters just with nothing to do by questing, re-readying, then questing out again, maybe re-readying some characters.
Diablo 1-drop would be a big deal for Mo, because Mo's like, one of his best ways of contesting the early board is by shifting a Diablo, right? His 1-drops usually have like 1 or 0 willpower, strength. Maybe like a Chernobog's Followers might have a 2/1, but it's just going to be removed immediately. Whereas like a Diablo, you get like a 2/2 body. It's not going to be spectacular, but it's still probably his best opener. Might be able to put like a pull the lever into the discard as well for it, and then your wrong lever is putting something to the bottom of the deck rather than the hand. Here we go. Zach Bivens, Amber Ruby, Lilo Daisy. I'm excited for this deck. What's Mo got up his sleeve? There is a Diablo 1, the purple variety, Sudden Chill in hand. Looks like wrong lever's going to be actually inked, so there must be another action to shift the Diablo available. Daisy Duck's going to quest for 2 and trigger. He's going to rub it, and it's going to be a PJ.
Prince John! There's the PJ.
Now the question for Zach is, do you play Simba? Yes. So the question is, what do you ink? Because there's 2 Simbas. He actually mulliganed Lady away, I think.
Interesting.
Simba.
Why is Simba your favorite card, Speci?
Because the quest for 3. Go. Ooh, Hidden Cove. Okay, I officially like Mo's list. I think Hidden Cove in these Amethyst Emerald lists is the way. I really like it. Fair play to Mo. I'm a big believer in the Hidden Cove in this deck. Big believer. I played without Hidden Cove last weekend. Biggest thing I regret is not having Coves. I think my record at the weekend was 3 losses and... No. 4 losses and 12 wins or something. Imagine if I had Coves.
Yep.
I think Mo's hit the best possible start here. They can shift Diablo as well. Unless... Yeah. Bibbidi bobbidi boo! Mo, stop that.
Wait. That's one of those cards where I'm like, I'm not sure I expected that to see at a World Championship.
No.
I've not talked great things about Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo usually.
Well, with Ursula 3, if you play it, obviously Chip is the most obvious new addition with it. It's like an extra discard. If you play Ursula 3, it's interesting. I mean, it goes a lot better when you're playing Diablo and you can discard it. A second Daisy trigger. The last one hit. Is this one going to hit? Yep. I think Mo's hit the perfect opening here. But we'll see what Zach has to do about it.
They shifted on 2. They played another character that's pretty decent at contesting the board.
Yes.
But this turn 3 is still very important, right? Like a fox or a crab can still... Like, you want to be able to challenge both characters if they are left exerted here.
Mm-hmm.
Played Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo in Vegas. That's some good
This is where, like,
background.
if you have Lady, you go Lady plus Simba this turn, but I do believe he actually inked it. You can go still, like, Piglet plus Moana, which isn't that much worse than Lady Simba, I suppose.
Just recalling to the other Amber Ruby deck in the top cut. It was playing like all of these 2-cost bodyguards where I'm like, they would actually be quite good right now. Even if they don't deal any damage, they would maybe enable both Daisy and Simba to quest again.
Does go for the Piglet over the Simba as well. Which makes sense when Mo's staring him down with a couple of static cards. But this Daisy is a pain. No doubt about it. Crab would help. Hidden Cove!
Oh,
Insane!
the Hidden Cove!
Insane. I'm kind of officially Team Mo Shamblin now. I see that he's a Hidden Cove believer in this deck.
And at this point, yes, Daisy was able to quest twice, which is like the minimum amount it gets to quest in this matchup, at least when Amber Ruby is on the play. Simba was only able to quest once. Daisy didn't get a third quest in. So now I'm really curious to see how much lore can Zach Bivens pressure from a point where none of the early game really got to take off.
Yep. And it's going to be a quest for 4 with Moana Piglet. And this is why I went for the Piglet first. LeFou ready Piglet. Oh my goodness, though. Look at that. Simba Piglet quest for 6. LeFou 7. He's threatening 18 with the ready characters alone. A super goof off the top could win Bivens the game.
And this is exactly what we are talking about. It doesn't need that much, it doesn't need that much board control to actually enable characters questing multiple times. It just quests, and then some of the characters get re-readied. And they're all quests. There's so many characters that quest for 3 in this deck. There's the Simbas and the Piglets, so many 2-drops being able to quest for 3. And honestly, Mo had such a great opening, but all it enabled him to do was to deal with exerted characters very well. Still, at this point, he doesn't deal with ready characters well at all until he can reach the 5 ink threshold to enable the Elsa 5th spirit.
Yeah, so wrong lever are the main ways that Mo can like stop and like actually answer characters. Elsa as well. So Mo
Elsa
does
probably being the best
Bruno.
one.
Like Mo's deck has a lot of ways of stopping characters from questing entirely. But Super Goof right now wins Bivens the game. Gonna quest. Sven would be pretty interesting off the top here as well. If they play it, which I assume they do. Maybe even like Minnie Mouse Bodyguard.
Also interesting to notice, this was super explosive. They're also out of cards. They're off on 1 card in hand, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, the Prince.
Prince Bodyguard.
That might not be enough with the Cove. It's pretty good though, but Elsa, like a rush. You can probably leave LeFou. Like Diablo takes the Simba.
Well, you first need to get through the Prince. So if you don't have a Crab or Fox and you need to take... If the Prince is tanking 2 hits,
the Prince is pretty good. It's not quite a 0-8 Bodyguard. Lever is my accent. I can't say wrong lever, like when I'm talking about a card. I just can't do that to myself. That is just misappropriating my own culture, you know? I don't know if that's the right turn of phrase, but I can't say wrong lever. That would be me like saying, oh look, there's the tomato.
What's wrong about tomato?
It's tomato.
Oh. Definitely not tomato.
Oh, hello. Cricky.
Wait.
So he challenges with Diablo. Does he have to resolve that?
I'm not sure. I guess he doesn't from the looks of it.
Perhaps it's Zach's.
Maybe Zach didn't mind it, but they definitely forgot about the bodyguard and then tried to take an impossible challenge. And if they would have been forced to challenge with that character, that would have actually enabled another character to stay on the board.
Oh, what is that? Oh my god, it's the flipping guy that gains a law. It's the guy that gains a law and makes Mo lose a law. It's a 3-cost racer. I literally put this in my deck the other day when I built this same Amber Ruby pile.
What's that card called again?
It's called the racer guy.
That costs 3.
Button Mudge Fudge guy. He's a 3-cost 1/2. And when you play him, you gain a law and your opponent loses a law. Zach Bivens stopped that.
It's called Gloyd Orange Boar. Fierce competitor.
Okay, there's no darling here, just the gym deer. But still an interesting card.
Just made that card up.
What is the name? It's Gloyd
when you play this character, upon lose 1 law, you gain 1 law. And this is such a Giga Chat move. Oh, that's an illegal challenge. You can change up your play. Zack! Yeah. Gloyd Orange Boar. See you.
Amber Ruby. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about Zach's lineup, right? You get rid of Amber, you get rid of Ruby, which are 2 of the trickiest colors to pair, by just building a deck designed to just win going first. You've got the abuse of Lady, the 3-cost. You've got Daisy Duck, you've got Simba and Piglet. And then you've still got some story cards with Super Goof, but also Gloyd, what's he called?
Gloyd Orange Boar, fearless competitor.
Oh, actually, Moyen, how does it feel to be absolutely out-moistaged by Mo? He's got the Mo-stash. Oh, it's the Mo-stash.
The Mo-stash. Good.
Let's see your Mo-stash.
Make a full beard.
Let's see your Mo-stash. Yeah, it's not doing enough.
I shaved it.
And
I actually like myself better without the beard.
Now Zach Bivens just has to win 1 out of 2 games with Amethyst Steel. I think he likes his chances. The Amethyst Steel that Zach's playing has rabbits. It has a few Zeuses. DKP! GG!
I did enjoy the show. There was
Can you get your broom out? Can you get your broom out, Jan, and show him what's what?
I destroyed my broom because of you.
Guys, DKP's in the chat. Give him some congratulations. Do it. Break it. Break it. Break it. Do it. Do it. It's his parents' broom. Come on. Break it. Do it.
You're bad influence.
Let's go. DKP, are you still there? We have some constructive criticism about your gameplay. Slow down! When you're playing docks and brooms, I would like to see you in the semifinals. Take a little bit longer on some of those decisions, my friend. Even if you get the right call, just slow down.
There was a bunch of decisions where even after you trigger a broom and the card could kind of change your decision, or maybe you play a dock and you have a new decision to make. And some of those decisions felt a little bit rushed.
Yeah.
But still great play.
Great play. Okay, but so the main example in this one was when you played the Diablo 1 and then you banished the broom and drew 2. Whereas it felt that there was a strong argument to go Diablo 1, no broom trigger, play dock, discard fire the cannons, then draw 2 off broom. Because you just ended up with this dock stuck in your hand the whole time, right? But very good job. You do you, mate. Slow down a bit, though. And shout out Broom Boys, for goodness sake, or don't come back here.
Okay.
So we got game 2. Zach Bivens versus Mo. Mo will be going first, and
what?
You will slow down. Good man. That's all I ask. I mean, I think specifically on the broom and the dock plays.
Yeah, on most of the turns, it's completely fine to say, okay, I knew what I was doing, planned in my opponent's turn, but then sometimes, in your turn, there was some information that could have maybe impacted that play.
So, Mo, I didn't see what deck they're playing. We know that Zach's playing Amethyst Steel.
Mm-hmm.
The Guardians of the Galaxy. Stop rubbing it in! I'm glad you're having a good time. Grind that Monday. Good man. That's what it's all about. All right, here we go. Mo's playing Ruby. Sapphire makes sense. No Porpoise on 1. Over to Bivens. Bivens has the your favorite illusion. The 1/4 bloke.
I love the Palace card. One of the best cards of the new set. Especially in sealed.
What's so good about a 1/4?
Well, 1/4 is just above weight. Usually, for 1, you get a 1/3. But the good thing about the 1/4 is, for example, imagine a Bell comes down or a Thala.
Yeah.
It cannot deal with it on its own, so it gets significantly more chipping lore in than like the other 1 drops.
So Zach's turn 2 options aren't spectacular. It's a Snake or a Calhoun. We do know that Zach likes this sort of slower take on Amethyst Steel, but you can see the White Rose as some story gain there potentially. Inks the Fox, Quest with the Palace Guard, plays the Calhoun.
Yeah, you could it's easy to call it slow, but it's still kind of always trying to be fast. But then even when you deal with their fast openings, then they also have rabbits and Zeus to back that up.
It's the sail into Ink, and in comes Scrooge McDuck. Not the 4/4, not really too worried about the Palace Guard or the Calhoun.
Yeah, it's like 4-4. It's not an amazing amount of stats, but like for a 4 drop that also has the option of replacing itself if it finds an item, that on top of that being a 4-4, that's really where the strength of Scooch McDuck lies.
But Zach's in his comfort zone. He's played this matchup 100 times. You have to imagine Mo hasn't played it as much. Having said that, these players knew the matchups at the start of the day. I'm sure they've been using the time to practice the matchup and work out what they need to do. White Wove on 3. Can sing strength, gains a lore. Most of the 3 drops in Zach's deck, like the Fox, are often like you're bouncing something back. So Zach just able to develop something which can sing strength, and it gains an extra lore. Not spectacular though, that's for sure.
You know how sometimes we said like game 1 wasn't so impactful because then you can like handpick, play, draw for the other matchups. I think this game 1 is incredibly impactful because Ruby Sapphire, Zach Bivens cannot afford to let it get through. And this is like the matchup where I think Ruby Sapphire has the best chance of getting through. And I think even while going second, they definitely have a very fair shot on this matchup.
Yes. Also, Zach's version here of Amethyst Steel with rabbits with Zeus, I would say is not too bad against Mo's list, but like that is a tricky matchup. Mo, if we do go to game 3, it'll be Zach on Amethyst Steel versus Mo on Emerald Amethyst. That's actually the semi-final I lost last week. But Prince John is so good against Amethyst Steel. So
this is a huge tempo push. With this strength of a Raging Fire suddenly enabled this entire board to exert without too much downside, where before it was being kept in check by Scooch McDuck this entire time.
Yeah.
So Palace Guard before looked awful. There was a 4-4, it didn't quest, it couldn't replace itself like Broom and Shutterbox. But now that the Scooch is gone, Palace Guard isn't looking so bad anymore.
Kelly says they're baffled that Mo didn't bench Zach's Amethyst Steel. Well, the thing is that Amethyst Steel is what Mo identified as their best chance of winning with Ruby Sapphire. Like, in this triple deck format, Mo's Ruby Sapphire is his biggest liability in this particular matchup because Zach's teched his lineup for it. So Mo benched Zach's Emerald Sapphire deck, which is really good against Mo's deck, Ruby Sapphire. Whereas this matchup is the one that Mo identified as maybe being the best chance, and that's why Mo's also now queued it going first.
Yeah, and if you were to bench Amethyst Steel as Mo Shamblin, then suddenly your Ruby Sapphire has to win 1 out of 2 games, or it has a maximum of 2 chances. It has to win 1 game, and it's paired against Amber Ruby and like a super aggressive deck and Emerald Sapphire, and I think honestly benching Amethyst Steel might have been would have probably put them in a very, very dangerous position.
Yeah, I definitely like the bench decision from Mo. Unless you want to be really risky and just respect the Amber Ruby deck, which we did see someone bench the Amber Ruby deck yesterday. I think there's a big argument against someone that's on the play twice to just bench the Amber Ruby, honestly.
Right, especially because he knows he's going second in 2 of their games.
Yep. It depends how much you respect the deck. And to be fair to Mo got pretty close to dealing with it, right? So.
Yeah. It just got over the line. So like they had a benching decision, but I think to me it was mostly between Amber Ruby and Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah. So Zach's at 9. He's 11 away. It's not the most spectacular of hands for Mo. 2 coils, a vision, and a B prep.
Coil on its own just not achieving anything. How much ink is Mo Shamblin on?
I think 5. No, that's totally wrong. He's at 7.
Really?
Another coil, another trigger from the workshop, another rub of the table. And yeah, that 1-4 Palace Guard still looking pretty good. Those white roses as well, like they're just doing the business. They just gain a little lore, sing friends, so sing strength.
Would you ever be prep in this situation where there's 3 lore staring at you and the opportunity cost is just playing some coils and cycling with the workshop?
Probably because of Pete threat as well. Like, it's possible.
Personally, I think this was a pretty decent B prep because if you don't B prep, yes, there's Pete, but also it's like they don't need to gain that much. Or all of this is really, really adding up. And to me, just playing the coils and drawing off them wasn't like the biggest.
Cobra.
Like it didn't achieve that much. What it does do is it lets them dig closer to Sisu while having the coils on the board.
Did you see that, Jan? The ordering, the Cobra broom. He triggers the broom first. He sees what he draws. It's a rabbit. He can discard the Zeus safely in game 2. And Zach, off that broom draw, draws a rabbit. I was about to say there's no cards left in hand for Zach. But the broom cycles, the rabbit is drawn, and Zach Bivens is off to the bank. But this is surely now a B prep. But Mo gets away with it in a sense because this was the perfect Pete turn for Zach, right?
Sure, but does he get away with it because their opponent gained a good amount of lore? I'm not sure they would have redeveloped this much lore with this little cards and ink.
Yeah.
So setting up the Sisu was like the big reason. Right now, if you could go ink with 2 coils and already have the Sisu, but I personally feel like maybe you could have just inked either the coil or the vision.
Let's Baker alert.
Play the B-Burp immediately.
I love it. JD, love it. You join me, buddy.
Our teeth and ambitions. We can work on it next time. Next time, we'll shop it around. There
it is, mate. Cooked.
I
had a good season.
To me, it felt like you could get the B-Burp off first and then cycle the items and maybe get away with a situation where Zach Bivens is much further away from 20 lore. And I'm aware he was only on 11 lore or 9 lore or whatever, but just keeping them to a low lore total is a very, very important task in this matchup.
So Rabbit comes down, and it was turning out to be a bad hair day. I saw you stick your tongue out. I caught it. You didn't like it.
Did you show my cam?
Yeah, just as you stuck your tongue out.
It was just meant for your eyes, not the stream, okay?
I caught it with perfect precision.
Oh no.
It was a bit creepy, actually.
Why was it creepy?
I didn't see what's in Zach's hand. Did you?
No. I wanted to talk about the B prep decision.
Yeah.
But then I was interrupted by someone saying be prepared.
All right, let's see. It's going to be 3 cards in hand for Zach. Broom, Smee, Cannons. There's a word you just cycle the broom immediately here, right? Yep. Broom's so good. What a card the Magic Broom is. Like, that value is so underrated when people evaluate this card. Like, the fact that you can just do that is unbelievably good.
Okay. I've heard these words too often. I'm not going to argue anymore.
It's like, yep, pay 1, play a 59 card deck, draw closer to your Cobra. Nice.
Should just play 59 cantrips, then you always draw the 60th card by spending 59.
Oh, that's a good idea. Honestly, if I could, I probably would.
Play 1 card deck, GG.
Brawl onto Smee. The rabbit stands tall. Maui does deal with the rabbit. 3 cards in hand for Zach. One's a Fire the Cannons. There's 2 coils for Mo, so there's no damage on the Maui. The Fire the Cannons are not very good in this spot. Zeus, though, that ain't bad. White Rose. Zach's still only at 4 Inky passes. This is the 4th White Rose in Zach's hand. He's played 2. He's just played a 3rd. So he's played 3 already.
Mo really needs to find some proactive plays to like limit the amount of time that Bivens has to progress towards 20 lore.
Pro. So if Zach wins this game, he's in the semis.
Okay.
Crazy.
What are you wanting me to say?
Nothing. Just say nothing.
Okay.
It's now over to the Mo-stache. Mo Shamblin. He sold his car to go to Las Vegas DLC, and he plays a Tamatoa.
And then they won a golden Mickey and gifted it to their daughter.
It's a pretty good story.
Good storyline. Couldn't have scripted it better myself.
How do you feel about the table talk? It's chilling.
Table talk?
You can just not respond to them. Lucky dime drawn by Mo. It's not great ink management, is it? Not that mine would be much better. I probably would have inked twice by now.
Yeah, you realize that's what chat would say, so you're like, oh, let's say it myself.
Yep.
Good self-defense.
I mean, this Tamatoa is going to get out of hand pretty quickly. So Zach can quest to 17, and then has another... There's Friends in hand as well, so he could sing Friends. I think that's what he's deliberating over.
Yep. And the closer you get to 20 lore, the more valuable each point of lore gets. So then you... Like, if you were at 3 lore, you wouldn't even think about it. You would just sing Friends. But at this point, you have to really contemplate and weigh up the tempo of drawing, or like the tempo you can gain with the cards you could draw by exerting it, or versus the one lore that you can gain immediately. So there's 6 items on the board currently for Mo. So if you play a dime, Tamatoa could quest for 8. And you could activate the dime for 8. If there's another item in Mo's discard, that would already be enough. In conjunction with the dime.
Zach's got 3 in hand. Zeus, Fire the Cannons, Friends. Awkward hand in this position.
Yeah, especially because Zeus plus Fire the Cannons is like almost enough to take out Tamatoa. But this was my big concern with like thinking, I think Ruby Sapphire can actually be fine against Zach Bevin's lineup, and because of this matchup specifically.
Yes. Like, it's not a Chromacon show. I mean, there's a dime in Mo's hand, so it might look like he's a mile off, but
you're right.
There's two
with
dimes.
Just that dime. Oh, and the workshop, how much ink does he have? 3, 6, 7, 10, 11.
If Zach draws Cobra off the top, he wins. If he draws Goat off the top and the White Rose survives, he wins.
There's no more turn left.
You reckon?
Is there? Well, so there's 3, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11 ink on the field. So you can play the dime and like play the workshop ink. Okay, there's also Vitalisphere. Then you don't even need to ink to get there. And now you're already representing 21 lore.
That's gross.
Even with the workshop, if you could just like ink something, play the workshop, and have 12 ink to do everything. But with Vitalisphere, it's not even close. Bam! It's not gross. It's beautiful.
It's pretty gross. I don't think Lucky Dime is going to get reprinted.
From what set is it?
3.
Oh. Probably not.
I'm just going for a wee. This matchup's going to be fascinating, though. I'll go for a wee, but this one's one I know a lot about.
Okay, then go quick. I enjoyed all the time that we were able to spend with Lucky Time in our decks and in our opposing decks. Enabled like some like setting up multiple turn stories, which I think there was a lot of skill in that involved always. Yeah, this was the most important matchup. Now the red blue got through, and I think both purple steel and green purple are like in their core they are like mid-range amethyst decks with like some different packages sprinkled in, one being steel, one being emerald. But I think in general this has to be a close back and forth mid-range fight that we're expecting. But also depends if Mo can stick a Diablo early. And I don't know how many, like, we saw the Fire the Cannons in Bivens list earlier, but we don't quite know the count of the Fire the Cannons, which I think is very, very important for this matchup.
So, this matchup is the matchup I played in my semi-final of my 160 player tournament last week that I ended up losing. I was playing Emerald Amethyst.
Mm-hmm. Why did you lose?
Because I won game 1 very comfortably, and in game 2 and game 3 I did not draw Prince John.
Okay. How could you have prevented that?
I could have played 5 Prince Johns in my deck.
That's not allowed.
No, there is definitely, like, the hindsight is I don't remember my exact mulligans, but there's a chance I could have mulliganed slightly more aggressively, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I could have just drawn a Prince John. But Prince John is such a big problem for Bivens. Like, if Mo has enough discard, and I have to say, the look of Mo's Emerald Amethyst list is much closer to the version I would personally lean towards. I also think Hidden Cove in particular for this format is very strong. Because in a game like this where Mo's going second, he has like a big high roll potential line of like Diablo 1, Shift, Cove 2. But Bivens does play Fire the Cannons. So Bivens is ready for some Diablo action. And that Hidden Cove can also be like something which is interesting in terms of the numbers. No sign of Fire the Cannons early on. How's the Diablo Shift looking? It wasn't there. As far as I could see, there was no legendary Diablo, but there was a 1-drop Diablo. Baker just gave the Moistache a shout out.
Yeah, I want to know what they said. Yeah, I guess as a Ruby Amethyst player, Lucky Dime is not fun whatsoever. I wonder what's the count of Fire the Cannons. I think one very interesting decision in this matchup is, let's say you play a 1-drop, they play a 1-drop Diablo.
Do you want Fire the Cannons to 1-drop Diablo?
Yeah, because like it can prevent the shift, but you get even more value out of the Fire the Cannons if you let them shift and then play it. But what if they then play something like Cove Shift?
Yep. Here we go. Thanks everyone for being here. Give the stream a like if you're enjoying it. The final quarterfinal of the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championships. Game 3. Zach versus Mo. Now, let's not forget, the real predictions for the weekend. Zach Bivens was one of Moyen's 2 picks. He is the only player live from our original picks. So
I'm definitely rooting for them. Even if at the bracket prediction I said he was going to lose the final, but we'll see.
But Zach versus Mo, it's a broom, it's Smee into the ink. Over to Mo, he rubs the table. So, there is a legendary Diablo. There's a Prince John. There's a Sudden Chill. But there's no Cove, but it's a good hand for Mo. That Prince John is all important.
Also, you know, if there was the Cove, there's also the line where you go Cove on 1, and then on turn 2 you go like 1 drop attached to Cove, just to protect losing the tempo against the Fire the Cannons. Like the Diablo and the Diablo, Hidden Cove, and Fire the Cannons have like very interesting dynamics between each other.
Yes. So I think Zach's going to be forced to draw off this Broom here because of otherwise the Diablo shift taking it out.
Yeah, it would just be completely eating up the Broom for like no cost whatsoever.
But yeah, Mo's list is... He is still playing the lever stuff, which I cut this week, but it's looking very similar to what I've been rocking.
So now if they want to, they can already get a pull the lever into the discard by shifting and discarding that action. The problem is without the Cove, they leave themselves vulnerable to that Fire the Cannons we talked about.
Pull the lever being inked, not discarded to shift. That is very strange.
Well, it is very much playing around that Fire the Cannons, I guess.
Which is there. I think he just drew it.
I don't know how much I want to be playing around it because, like, but you're better if they have it, but you also don't capitalize on the fact that, like, on all of the benefit that you would be gaining if they don't have it. Plus, if they have to play Fire Cannons, you also like that. This is a big thought. If you like force them to use Diablo removal, you want to do it on a turn where it kind of occupies a key play.
Prince John.
So maybe they said that key play is Rabbit. So if they shift Diablo now, if they can't go Rabbit and they Fire the Cannons.
Oh, I don't like this. Early Sudden Chill. Gets the goat. I just don't know if I would be rushing to sing the Sudden Chill here. Maybe it's fine.
I think the Diablo, like, this is much better than... And their timing...
Sure, double Sudden Chill, sure, fine. If you're gonna double Sudden Chill... I didn't know they had to pull the lever in hand to shift Diablo here again. They might have just drawn into it, honestly.
I think they kept an action to this, but... And I think I really liked their decision of how they timed this shift. And this is one of their very best opening, right? They were able to shift Diablo.
Yes.
They timed it very well to play around that Fire the Cannons. Then they also had a 2-drop and a Prince John 2 Sunshield.
Very good recovery from Zach, though. Fire the Cannons and Sing Friends to refill the hand and mitigate the potential value of that discard. Like, this is all about Zach now trying to get rabbits down, trying to start drawing cards. And for Mo, it's going to be about how much discard do you have? Because this Prince John is a menace. But also, what's quite difficult for Mo in this position is Zach's guys, 3/3 stat line, might not seem that menacing. But trust me, it is. Mo's list is actually eerily similar to the list that I've been playing with the Lucifer as well. Let's go.
Yeah, so one very interesting decision, I think, by Bivens was on the second Sunshield, they decided to discard a Rabbit, which you'd love to have that, but at that point you knew you couldn't play the Rabbit on 4 because you want to get rid of the Diablo. And then you also want to keep the Friends in hand because that's just like immediate card advantage. But that double Sunshield, one of them being so good that it forces Zach to get rid of one of their best draw engine pieces, or maybe the best draw engine piece in the entire deck, is incredible work by the double Sunshield on 3.
Yes. When I said I didn't like it, I was sort of thinking he was just going to do one Sudden Chill now and a Sudden Chill the next turn. But it was then the Diablo shift that came through, enabling the second Sudden Chill. And like that double Sudden Chill combo made it a really nice play. But you can also see the power of Prince John, right? As Ursula comes through and it hits the Zeus and Prince John draws, right? Like, your game plan in this matchup is you need to discard your opponent's hand as quickly as possible, but while you're discarding your opponent's hand, you're just refilling your own. That's why Prince John's so good. You have to discard your opponent's hand to win the matchup, but while you're discarding your hand, you're actually getting cards back as a result.
But it's so sad, when you get Sudden Shield, you could like discard all of the songs that you don't need. But at that time, they didn't have a song. then they play the friends and draw into a song just for it to be discarded by the Ursula, which doesn't just mean you go down a card, but also because of the John, Moyen then goes up a card. So this was one of the biggest swings of this game after this early opening.
Yeah.
This is not looking good for my pick anymore.
Nope.
And this might be the first matchup I didn't call correctly. But this game is still completely open, but
yeah, Rabbit off the top for Zach could change things a lot.
Into their favor.
Elsa's going to come through. Ursula and Elsa combine to take out a White Rose. And look, Prince John's just chilling there. And Mo's likely playing 4 copies of Bruno in his deck as well. No way he's going to quest it. He's just going to pass. Oh!
I guess with them being on 0 cards, they're like happy if White was... I don't quite agree, I think.
No, I don't agree at all.
Because if you at least had like a good trade to trade back into the White Walls, I'd say like, okay, sure.
Zach has to take this challenge. And if Mo doesn't play Bruno, sure, this is fine. Friend, okay, that makes sense. So he actually gets away with the Prince John quest here because it's friends off the top.
Yeah,
Cobra and Strength.
Like justify it at least.
Mo's on no cards in hand, I believe, right? Like, is anyone? No! No!
Great.
Mo can draw for Prince John, and he
forgot!
Oh my god, I'm losing my mind.
No way!
He forgot to draw for Prince John. Oh
No
my
way.
goodness.
I was like, I don't think you discard here. There's a John on the board. Then they discard. I'm like, surely.
Oh my goodness.
Surely you won't forget.
What?
Earlier in the preset of the game is in hand right now. He does.
Are they even talking about it?
I don't think so. I don't know. Because you think with Cobra it's not discard, but it very much is.
It says discard. It is a discard. But I think Bivens, I don't think I discard there.
No.
Either.
No,
There's
definitely
no point. Like,
no.
Also, I think you're like far enough behind where like I would play towards Mo not having another discard trigger, and then on top of that, if you think your opponent will discard off the John, draw off the John, if you discard, then you also definitely don't do it. But even outside of that, I could kind of see a reason to hold the Strength to then.
Yeah, and now he leaves the John. I think you're supposed to leave the John ready. Like Bruno, this is why I think you have to play, if you're playing like a Prince John build, you play 4 Brunos, because a Bruno off the top for Mo, suddenly you control the board, you draw a card, you're good to go.
I don't think. Okay, so this is, if you want to see like always the positive and everything, you could say, oh, maybe Bivens was like taking the risk and consciously banking on Mo, maybe forgetting. I don't think that's what happened.
No, I think they both didn't realize. I don't know, like when you look at the Cobra, it doesn't seem like it's a discard. It's like, I don't know, banish almost, but it is very much discard. Because it's a purple card, I think you don't think it's like a discard thing, but it is. I mean, I literally drew off someone's giant Cobra last week in the semis. And then they played Doc, discarded 1. I was like, yep, I'll draw 5 or something. And then I had to call the judge on myself. Oops.
Oh.
Another Prince John.
Can't do this.
I mean, this is why like 4. I like Mo's list a lot. I wonder if he's playing 4 Brunos.
Aren't both players responsible? Yes, but it's a May trigger. So
yeah, the Prince John's a May.
Like, no judge would be supposed to step in if they forget.
No, that would
if
be.
They don't trigger it, then they don't trigger it.
It would be an incorrect ruling from a judge. Yep.
Yeah.
Which I have heard about a judge telling someone they can draw for Rabbit at a DLC like top 16 game before.
Yeah, which they definitely shouldn't.
So Zach's got 1 card in hand, but the broom's there. Prince John's still questing, which I think is fine since there's another one there now. It is good. Like Mo's getting a lot of value by questing with the Prince John. It's just risky. Crab comes through. Crab trigger is going to go onto the Rose, and the broom's going to be drawn.
Yeah. Mo was just making a joke about you could also do it on my Diablo, but
that's the kind of joke. It's the kind of joke I would make. How many times did I call a judge of myself last week? Not enough. Apparently. Quite a few though.
Yeah, drawing into all of now, drawing into these Johns doesn't help that much, but at least now finally discard is option is available again because Bivens still has one card in hand.
Okay,
there is
Lucifer.
That Lucifer.
It's another
and again
Zeus.
hitting one of those uninkable songs that's also so expensive that you couldn't even sing it. This is like the only card that I think would get stuck in Bivens' hand because those songs you could play, characters you can play, inkables you can ink, but a 4-cost uninkable song, not so much.
And it also, like, you have to question the Prince John questing, right? Like, the previous Prince John quested and could have just been removed, and now it was. But this second Prince John came down as a result, and, like, in this position, Mo's, like, Prince John is the key to Mo winning, and he's still questing with it. Like, it just suggests to me that he's not playing Bruno. That's the only thing I can think of that you would question Prince John here.
Yes. Even when you're not playing Bruno, I think some of these quests were maybe a little bit preemptive.
Go for Zach off the top. Prince John's definitely got... I think Zach's in a pretty good position, to be honest.
Yeah, because like he just draws characters that Mo is not able to challenge into, because Mo's drawing like these low strength cards that have high impact in terms of card advantage, but they're not challenging these goats, crabs, cobras, and they're just chipping away closer and closer to 20 lore.
Pro. Do you like that joke yet?
I don't get it.
I don't think he likes it. Mo draws 2 for friends. This looks like it's signed. Kind of jealous. So now, like, for Mo, he's just got to stem the flow. He's just got to control the board and stop Zach questing.
And better quick.
Yeah, which Elsa helps to do, but Mo's, like, curve in this position is a lot of cards which are expensive. He's not going to be able to play multiple cards a turn.
No,
this is where Bruno's good, right? Because you can sing Bruno with Elsa.
Yes.
Didn't see what Zach drew. But Zach's now in an interesting position where does he take challenges?
Yeah, and now that like the John and everything's out of the way, it's not like Bivens' top decks are much worse than most draws, with like rabbits still being in the deck, goats still being in the deck.
Lucifer taken out by the goat. Another white rose.
Another white rose, and that's more story gain.
Yeah, I think Bivens has got it. I'm not sure Mo could have done much more here. Like, I actually think the Prince John questing worked out for Mo in this case because he got more lore on the board and he never hit the Brunos.
Know what could have helped? An extra card in hand, maybe.
True. I don't know. I think Mo played pretty well. Just the Prince John questing's the only thing I'm unsure on.
Yeah, it's...
I don't think the Prince John questing mattered in this context because he'd never hit Brunos.
It's like sometimes you can play out of your mind exceptionally well all the micro decisions, but then you do like one significant mistakes, and it might be enough to like let the game derail.
I definitely would not say he's misplaying the deck, right? Like he didn't get a Prince John trigger off a niche interaction with Cobra, and then
I think. Sorry. I think in the first few turns he really displayed his expertise on the deck when he was timing the shift extremely well.
Yep. Zach's top decks have been very good apart from the Zeus's. Like Goat, Cobra, White Rose. It's not over.
Right, there's also pull the lever in the discard, so you can still draw Wong lever to have some hard removal.
What does Moyen mean when he says story card? I don't know, it's this weird thing he says. Instead of saying burn, he says story. I don't know why he does it. 18. 2 stories away. Fire the cannons. Story on board. Apparently JD said story on board in the stream yesterday. I'm proud.
Yeah, I really, really like it to kind of like substitute some words we know from other TCGs, and I think story instead of like
lethal
burn fits this game very, very well.
Yeah,
lethal also doesn't really fit Lorcana.
And some people call it lawful, which is just...
No, lawful I don't like. It's kind of like lean.
Kind of like bleen? PJ!
Like a combination of words that doesn't really sound great.
Yeah.
For, what did you say? Blue-green is bleen?
What is the card in Mo's hand? Oh, it is Bruno.
That's the Bruno!
Oh my goodness. That's come at the right moment. Prince John draws. He rubs the table.
I guess it's not completely over now.
No, the Bruno is exactly what we need. Elsa plus Bruno is so good in this deck.
They used a lot of Elsas already, but there's surely still some more Brunos. Another one?
But is there a pull the lever in the discard? Because there's a wrong lever in hand.
Yes, there is.
Ooh.
They shifted turn 3. No, they shifted.
Yep. So you just put the white rose on the bottom.
So they've got some heart removal.
You have to just pull the lever on this one, mate. Non-negotiable.
Wait, did they? Wait, what? What was their Cobra?
You resolve Bruno all the way?
Before Cobra, yes. Oh, people are confused about the vanish. Even if you play an action,
definitely draw for Prince John.
Character, you resolve the entire action first, and then if the card that has vanish is still on the board, then that's when the vanish triggers and it gets removed.
You 100%
like, vanish doesn't match at all with like bounce effects and pull.
Wait, he didn't play it? What?
Didn't play what? What did you not play?
He didn't play the pull the lever.
Oh, I guess this is playing around something like a 2-quester, but with one card in hand.
Don't think.
Yes, the white rose he can challenge.
Like, okay, you can challenge the white rose with your Elsa and John, but like, if you're gonna win the game, you need your Elsa and John, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would have liked to see them use the wrong lever here.
Pull the lever. Oh no, it's wrong lever. Yeah, like Mo's got 4/7 ink. Like, imagine he hits another Elsa, and then he's like, "Oh, Elsa, wrong lever, don't have enough ink." It's very possible. Calhoun. Let's see. It all depends what Mo draws. Mo can win the game. He's going to rub the table. And it's an Olaf. Lucifer. 2 Lucifers.
That's a lot of Lucifers.
That's a lot of Lucifer.
It's very good
like
in slower
Lucifer
matchups, not so much in
2
this
is a
one.
lot. But yeah, it's Zach's game. GG.
Well, no, they're still in the game. They can double challenge, and then they can like.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Guys, it's not over. I called the game before
like
it's
more
over.
Likely over because Zach just needs to draw into like any character.
Yeah.
And he still has a great chance to win again. Especially because Mo doesn't have a clock.
Go!
He doesn't have a way to gain lore quickly.
Grab.
That's the crab, and that might just be enough. We need another
Mo's
table.
Not going to rub the table until he thinks if there's anything he can do it with.
I guess my prediction is correct again. Bivens. The pivots. Also, congrats to Mo.
Yeah, GG. Cool deck from Mo. 2 Lucifer, I have a lot of respect for. So risky, but I liked Mo's Amethyst Emerald list is my favorite Emerald Amethyst list I've seen anybody not called myself play. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Whatever you say. Can't wait for the interview though.
Bivens. I don't think Mo threw. He missed the trigger, but I don't think there was much more he could have done there.
Yeah. I mean, there were some decisions you could like go deeper into analyzing. I think still played well nonetheless.
Baker looks happy.
Exactly. Just a caveat on what you said there. On what you said there, Mo should walk around this venue with his head held high. He played this thing so well, and to get to this moment, to get to this point, the relentlessness, the perseverance, the never give up attitude, to get to this spot, I think that is something we will be talking about for a very long time.
Forever.
But we're talking about this top 4.
Forever.
Let's talk about this.
Forever. I like the energy a lot. It's good to see.
Okay. You told me, if you told me that's what it was going to be, I wouldn't be shocked or surprised. These are some of the most consistent
Deck
players
top
in
four.
the entire.
This looks very similar to my predicted lineup.
No, it's my exact predicted top 4 after we saw the top 8.
I think most importantly, you still have your tournament prediction in the running. Mine are all out.
Sure. To me, both is important.
But
yeah, first turns out.
I mean, the other discussion within this is the lineup discussion, right? Because me and you are kind of other side of the coin on what lineup. Oh, we've got an interview. Let's listen.
Mm-hmm.
We are here with our last player to make it to top 4, Zach Bivens. What a match. That game 3 seemed from the outside like an uphill climb for you. Is that what it felt like? What was going on in your mind during that last game?
For the most part, I felt ahead the whole time, even though I was down on cards and he had the discard stuff. Just the way my deck's constructed, I can usually finish the game even in that state. So I felt pretty good actually throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, in game 2, Mo took that crazy. One. How did you feel in that Ruby Sapphire matchup with your Amethyst Steel deck?
I felt pretty good. I mean, it came down to one single turn, and if I make a different play earlier, but you never know. So yeah, it felt fine.
Good. And I really want to hear Ruby Amber, your first deck that you played. I was so excited to see that ink pairing here this weekend. What was your strategy with bringing that deck here this weekend for Worlds?
Well, I don't want to give away too much yet, so we're still got some games to play, but I like it.
That Gloyd Orange Boar, is that the right name? Gloyd Orange Boar came down for the win there for you at the end and secured you a spot with all of everything that you've brought here this weekend. We're so happy to see you in the semifinals. Hopefully I'll get to talk to you again. Good luck with the rest of today. We're gonna go to a break and we'll see you all soon.
I was muted. Well,
okay. So mostly I don't care, and I love Bivens, but I think it's not entirely accurate to say you felt good all the way through that game. I think there were so many spots where you were like significantly behind, and he called his way back, and credits to him. But you can't say, "Oh, I was always feeling fine that game." That's just not true.
I don't know. I think like the thing that's easy to underestimate in that board state. Oh, there's one sec. There's something going on now.
Cinderella Stout-Hearted. Okay. Feels really appropriate to have you draw Popsicle. So from memory.
Popsicle.
He's so bad at this.
There's like tomatoes and stuff coming at him or something.
Trying to decide how much actual time I want to put into this.
KPs is going to be horrible, guaranteed.
That's so good! Perfect.
It will not get better.
Oh, beautiful.
There you go.
Yeah, that's so good!
I think that captures it a little bit.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
Actually better than I thought it would be.
I want to see all the drawings now, honestly.
I'm gonna have you draw a whole new world.
A whole new world. Okay. All right. Let's draw this.
It would be nice to have had more of this stuff, right? This is great.
Yeah, it's a little bit late, but I love to see this.
Okay, this is the carpet. Let's see. Need a little stick Aladdin. There we go. Jasmine's gonna be blue. Bang.
Just, if you want a reference,
I
just look behind you there.
Something else.
High effort.
I think I got it.
You got it the right side, that's good.
Like when you didn't see what he was drawing, he was like talking like an artist, like this.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think that's the best drawing of a whole new world that I've seen. Zach Bivens, a talented Disney Lorcana player and a talented artist as well.
I think we should bring Lorcana players on to be card artists for some of these special edition cards, because Zach just nailed it there.
Yes, seeing all the players draw those cards, the Popsicle, the Stitch Rockstar was actually pretty, I liked that one.
Yeah,
that was
kudos.
good. Kudos. I love it. We have more exciting announcements for you, Illumineers. Thank you for sticking with us today. We've had 4 incredible matches. We are going to get to the semifinals soon, but Liam, guess what we have?
DLC dates.
Announcements. We have more exciting announcements.
News.
We have news. Cooper is back in the booth, so let's bring them in. JD is here with Cooper. What do you guys got for us?
What a fantastic day of Disney Lorcana we've had. Yesterday was great. Today might be even better, and we already had some great news this morning. I love the 3-game format. I love the announcements that have already been made, but we have Cooper here, who is the guy who has some more stuff to tell you guys. So right now, Cooper, I mean, are there going to be some more events we got coming up?
Oh yeah, we haven't talked about North America and the United States there. So
yeah,
let's go ahead and reveal the dates for North America. So real quick, we'll go ahead and recap all of the formats for the main event. Day 1, we're going to do Swiss, moving from that 2-game format, like you mentioned, into the best of 3. We'll have 8 rounds on that first day, followed by 4 rounds of Swiss, best of 3 on that day 2, and of course we'll top cut to the 32 best players at that event for a single elim bracket. Moving on.
Really excited about this new format.
Oh, absolutely. I love it. I think that's such a great decision. I know a lot of people in the community have been talking about this 2-game format, and now the 3-game format is finally here with that 12 rounds of
I like 2-game format.
I'm certain Rebecca and Liam are just as excited as we are.
I really like 2-game format.
Very excited. And don't forget, they're still looking at the 2-game format, evaluating it, looking for ways to improve in the future. So that format's not gone forever, but for the next season, it is best of 3.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm excited for these dates, Cooper. I want to know when this is going to happen. Can you tell us more about what's happening with our North American counterpart?
Yeah, absolutely. So on the screen here in a second, we'll go ahead and look at the North American dates. But the first challenge event for North America will take place in Milwaukee. That will happen October 25th to the 26th of this year. So
October
just a couple weeks after
is it a different date than
their
our
first
European
event. Then we'll go into
No,
Richmond,
no.
Virginia for January 10th
be
to
it, right?
the 11th of 2026. Ring in the new year with a challenge is always fun.
Let's go.
And then we will finalize our challenge schedule for the regular season in Indianapolis on June 20th to the 21st of 2026, and round out the championship in late August 28th to the 30th of 2026. Of course, just like Europe, that location is to be announced, and we'll have more details on that very soon.
Oh man, I am so excited. I've been so excited to hear about this so much. I'm just excited the fans out there watching. So hopefully you at home are ready for these events to take place. We got 3 new cities coming your way.
There was 6
I'm
North
just
American
over the moon. What do you
DLCs
think
in
about this
season
stuff?
1. Now there's 3.
I'm so excited about this. And Cooper, am I seeing this correctly? It looks like the top 32 per challenge at the bottom there are moving on to the championship. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. For both Europe and North America, the top 32 will be going to the championship from each challenge. So that's a total of 96. And we'll have more details on additional qualifications later on.
Okay, and all these tickets will go on sale just like in Europe on July the 16th. So make sure you get those fingers ready and get ready
Nothing
to
in
punch your ticket to the
Canada,
next season of DLCs. But this can't be it. There's got to be more. Is there more?
There is, yes. We do have a little bit more to announce, and this is actually a new addition to our challenge schedule. The first, really, that we're going to be talking about this weekend is Brazil. Brazil will be doing challenges in Season 2. We are still finalizing the exact dates and the details on when those tickets will go on sale for that market, but we can expect Q2 and Q3 of 2026, as well as a championship to happen in Brazil.
It's really good to see South America again.
For all the players there to get involved and join us for a world championship.
I've never been to South America. I would love to go.
Absolutely beautiful. I know we have a lot of our South American Illumineers who've been trying to get some of these DLCs that might be just out of their range, but now we're coming to Brazil, so you'll be able to get your chance to punch your ticket to the Disney Lorcana World Championship by performing well in a South American Brazilian DLC. That is a great addition. What do you guys think about that over in the interview station?
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Maybe I'll go to Brazil. There's a vibrant Lorcana community down there, and a couple Lorcana artists, by the way. Shout out to Ari Welly and Ellie Hori, 2 Brazilian artists who are bringing magic to this game ever since set 1. So I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, and I just am so excited to see Disney Lorcana Challenge expanding across the globe. The Disney Lorcana community is amazing. There are Illumineers everywhere, and so it's really exciting to know that Illumineers across the world are going to be able to come together for these Disney Lorcana Challenge
Now you know how we felt. You guys all laughed at us when we cried about Europe on every 3.
I have never been to Brazil.
Okay, let's plan a trip.
I'm looking for a reason to go down to Brazil. I'll go with you guys. Let's go ahead and set it up. I'll show up to Brazil. I'm going to Brazil now. I'm telling you now. I'll be down there. But I know there's more. There's not it. So we got more prizes.
Yeah,
we got presents and prizes of all shapes and sizes. I mean, coming into the top 4, can we talk
DLCs
about that a little bit,
announced,
or
unless
no?
we're
Is it-
including championships
we
as
absolutely
one.
should. Liam, you mentioned artists. Let's go ahead and get into the wonderful prizes that we have for the top cut of Challenge Season 2.
Yeah, we got some exciting things here.
Oh man, this is some alternate art for Elsa Ice Maker. This is a card from a previous set which doesn't see a lot of play right now, but who knows what's going to happen when rotation occurs.
Sure, maybe
and this artist is Malia Ewart, a Lorcana artist that everybody who knows the game is familiar with. Malia's most famous card is probably that Bell Accomplished Mystic, which was so favored by players and collectors that they made a playmat out of it.
Yeah, and Elsa is also going to be given as a playmat to the top 16 players at Disney Lorcana Challenge events.
Now, in the top 8, there's another prize that we are familiar with. It's those golden Mickeys, which have been awarded throughout the first season of DLCs. There's 500 of them. There's still some more to give out, and we're going to continue giving those out next season to the top 8 players.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see more golden Mickey Mouse. Of course, that's that brave
felt
little
like the
Taylor,
prizes
which
are
is
worse
such an
than last year,
iconic
Jan.
art for this game. So we're going to
they?
see those. And then, of course,
Well, I
our
think
top 4 are
they're like
getting
top
this
64 to
new
34.
prize.
New prizes! New prize
And
alert!
this one, I think that the players are going to be ecstatic about a foil uncommon uncut sheet. This is something we haven't seen before.
I mean, this is some wall bling, right? You can
Right,
flame this
yes.
up. You can put it on the wall at home, see what those Lorcana cards look like before they're cut into itty-bitty pieces. I know players have been asking for this. I'm excited.
I'm excited too.
JD, are you excited?
Listen, I'm excited for myself. I'm not excited for my bank account, Liam, because I'm not going to be able to get one of these, but I got to try to find one from someone who's willing to trade me for one of these uncut sheets, because I'm one of those people you mentioned, Liam. I've always wanted an uncut sheet, and I think having that as a nice little centerpiece on my wall would be fantastic. So now I got to get back out of the booth and into the arena, and maybe I could try to earn one myself, but if I got to lock horns with these players, it might be a little bit impossible for your boy to do that.
But if you like your cards chopped up and not an uncut sheet and you want a full foil set, the top 2 will earn a full foil set, including Enchanted and Epic cards, a new rarity being introduced in Fabled of the latest set. It's all in a binder. It's curated for you. It's brilliant.
So it sounds like those players are still going to have to get iconic
They'll
cards
probably
the same way
ship
as
the
rest
sheet
of us.
to you,
Yes,
right?
unfortunately. But I want to see those cards so badly.
Yes, and what about our winner of Disney Lorcana Challenge, Liam?
I mean, the winner is going to get some really cool prizes as well. The rarities being up for that uncut sheet. The first place winner will receive a foil rare uncut sheet of Disney Lorcana cards, and then perhaps the rarest of prizes, the Disney Lorcana trophy, the Challenge trophy. There weren't one per event, and that's the ultimate prize for the first place winner.
The ultimate prize and the ultimate title of Disney Lorcana Champion. These are some incredible prizes. I am so thrilled. I think these players are thrilled. I've heard some shouts of excitement out here in the crowd.
They're all excited. Look at them.
So yeah, I mean, we're expanding across the globe. We've got new prizes. JD and Cooper, this is big.
This is an absolute slam dunk. I can't see the chat. I can't see the comments. I can just feel
Probably for
the
the
energy
best.
emitting through the wrestling community right now, because I think this is a slam dunk. I know a lot of people have been talking about these things, and to hear that someone, I don't know, is
don't
listening
imagine
to
the
what
official
the
stream's
community
very
is saying
happy.
and responding, I think that's something that is incredible about this community, about this game, about because there are other things that happen, and we're not going to discuss any of that, but in this one, the players speak, and there is some reaction, and people, and I think the correct decisions were made overall. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
I think we're super excited to get this next season underway, but we do still have a season 1 to finish, right? We still have to crown a world champion today, so let's go ahead and Rebecca, I'll leave it to you to throw over.
We have semifinals coming up. We have 2 incredible matches, 4 incredible players. We're going to be back very soon with those matches and see who gets one step closer to becoming our very first Disney Lorcana World Champion. Let's go.
All right, so first and foremost, this might be, it is.
Hi, my name is Edmund Chu, and I'm from Hayward, California. I'm excited to play on camera again. I feel like that's like the rush that I'm like looking for when I play the game. If I won, I feel like I could probably just play like Lorcana full time. I think that's like the dream for me.
Good dream. Love the dream.
Mi chiamo Luca Lazzara, vengo dall'Italia e sono molto contento di partecipare al primo mondiale di Lorcana ed essere uno dei 28 migliori giocatori che si è qualificato.
My name is Luca Lazzara, I am from Italy. I'm really excited to be here and to be one of the 28 best people in the world to play at this event.
Vincere vorrebbe dire aver raggiunto il massimo livello di questo primo anno di gioco e sarebbe veramente molto importante coronare il sogno.
I think with the event will mean being able to achieve the maximum level of the competition, and it would be like fulfill a dream for me.
And we are back. It is time. It is time. It is time. The semifinals are underway, and it is time to begin the process of developing our first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion. But I am not alone. With me, I have the incredible, the talented Mr. Liam. I love your outfit, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
If you missed the mark, this is Liam Mickey here.
It's a little Disney bound. I mean, what better way to end it, you know, than paying homage?
All right. So, real talk. 3 DLCs in Europe, 3 in America, 2 in South America. That's 8.
Right.
So when they said 16 across the world, they must have included these championships as one, right?
No, but they're not a DLC. You know that. They know that.
But
like, maybe
if there's 3 in Europe, 3 in North America, 2 in South America, what, there's going to be 8 DLCs in Asia?
Maybe 6 in Asia, 2 in Australia. I don't know. But it's still possible.
Whereas if we're including the championships as one, that would be 4 in Europe, 4 in America, 3 in South America. So it's 11. That sounds more like it, right?
No.
If there's 11, you could have 1 in Australia, and then like 3 in Asia plus an Asian Championships, 16. Maybe I'm wrong.
I hope you're wrong. Not even listening.
And also, the third challenge of North America and Europe is Infinity Constructed, which means there is 4 challenges in Europe and North America combined playing Core Constructed between set 5.
Let's focus on the match. I don't want to hear it. Stop it. Add.
Yeah, I think the championships are being included in the 16 DLCs that they announced. Oh, we started. Let's go. Semi-final. Ed versus Luca. Luca benched Emerald and Amethyst, and Ed benched Sapphire Emerald.
And this is exactly what we said was going to happen, right? If you against red, purple, and Bastille, I think Ed's decently well positioned. It's just Emerald Sapphire that would cause him issues.
We haven't seen Ed play Amber Steel yet, have we? Amber Steel, Ruby Amethyst for the first time, I think, all weekend long. First time we've seen this matchup. Sorry, get rid of my camera. Yeah, Kang's in the other semi-final. All right. So Luca plays the broom. Plays the Diablo, draws off the broom. Who's favored traditionally in this matchup? Beast in Ed's deck, by the way. That's interesting. Namari. Ed's list is spicy. Namari and Beast are not cards you typically see. Storm comes through. Peter Pan's polished. 1 second. Sorry, Jan. I had you. There was a glitch in my OBS. When I say glitch, I messed up. You're back. Sorry. They can hear you, but barely. My bad.
Okay. It's okay.
I don't know how long you were gone for. Chinabogs.
Oh, that's sad.
I don't think you were gone for long. I think it's when
Why did
I
they
got rid of my
split
camera you were gone. But look at Ed cleaning up. This is what Amber Steel does when going first, right? Like, you've got a deck which is really good when going first in a format where you only need to play it going first. And that's why Amber Steel's just been eating up a lot of the benches. And Ed just said, like, yeah, okay, this is the most obvious lineup, but I just think that the most obvious lineup might be the best lineup. Like, Ed's trying to speed run this.
They developed a board, and Red Purple was also trying to develop a board, but it was just getting sung away every turn while Ed's deck kept getting bigger.
Lucas scooped already! Oh my goodness.
I respect it. It doesn't matter what are the stakes. If there's no way to get back.
Oh
like
my
maybe you
goodness.
can get to be fair, but that wasn't happening that game.
Stop it, mate. You need to relax.
Speed 1 to world champion.
And that's a big reason you're seeing Amber Steel getting benched very often, because like going first is just insane. Wowza, that was impressive. Prizes on the prize wall for the DLCs. This is according to Fanfinity website. Non-foil Dragonfire promo. Non-foil Let It Go promo. All main event promo cards non-foil. Non-foil uncut sheet. Common. Non-foil uncut sheet uncommon. Non-foil uncut sheet rare. Simba playmat, Mulan playmat, Elsa pin, challenge hat, oversized cards.
Sure, I mean the price wall sounds enticing enough. Completely fine. I like the oversized cards.
Yeah, they're cool. They're just so hard to get home. I have an oversized mini behind me, but she's in tatters because I just couldn't transport her in a safe way. All right, so Ed's got Ruby Sapphire left. And that's the deck that Ed's going to be worried about more, right? Like, this is the one that Luca just is hoping to beat him on consistently. And he's also playing Amber Steel going first, but it's got Vinny in the deck, highlighting that it's a deck which Luca is just planning on playing when going first. But does still have Cinderella.
Yeah.
I think it was Daisy and Vinny kept.
Yeah, so I think the big one is also, even if they can win this one, are they actually able to get a decent game off with Ruby Amethyst while going second against Ruby Sapphire?
No, there was no location announced for the UK one. But it was announced that there's like some big event, like third-party Ravensburger supported events happening in the UK. Nothing for UK, nothing for Canada, nothing for France. But yeah, Luca kicks things off with a daisy, and for Ed, inking Vitalosphere, which is definitely one of the good comeback tools that Ed has. So maybe Asani has another, but in comes Bell. Look at that, Bell on 1. Just what he's looking to do with his deck, but daisy is going to be pretty difficult, at least for Ed, to deal with. I am a bit worried about this deck for Luca. Like, how good is an Amber Steel aggro deck actually at beating Ed's deck? And Ed draws a Sisu.
I think that's like for me, the main storyline is like, if you want to beat Ruby Sapphire, there's not that much that actually achieves it, and there's like, to me, there's some traps to fall into with like thinking Amber Steel can be great against it, or maybe Purple Steel, a slower Purple Steel could be great against it.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you don't have to just beat Ruby Sapphire.
Hey Ben, great to see you. Plan is for UK events to have every set. That's really hype. First is in Cardiff, September 27th, 28th. More info to come soon. Let's go, Ben. Appreciate you, mate. Hello.
Hi, Ben. Oh, Ben.
He
only
didn't say
said
hello
hi.
to you. Unlucky.
I'll take it back. I don't want to talk to you.
All right. So it's Tipo and Bell versus Daisy and Smee. Luca's going to draw. Is that 3 Vinnies in hand or is it 2? Daisy trigger. Brawl onto the bottom. Happy days for Luca. It's a big game, I think, this one. I mean, obviously it is, but...
Yeah, this is also one of the best reasons for when Tipo can be better than Sail, is if you can combine it with a Bell, so that the 1 damage actually matters, because together they can take out a Daisy. Hi, Ben.
No, big shout out to Ben. Ben's working super hard for the UK scene, I can tell you that much for sure. All right, Sail comes through. So Vinny, the green pigeon. Whenever one of your other characters is banished during your opponent's turn, gain a law, but Sisu comes through. This was kind of my concern. When I was like looking to build these aggro lineups, my immediate thought was like, right, cool. I'm going to build an aggro lineup. I'm going to target Ruby Sapphire. But how do you target Ruby Sapphire if they can play a 3-3 on turn 1?
Yeah, and then they play another character after that, and then they play Sisus that get rid of your stuff.
Penny heals Smee and gives it, is it resist 1 for a turn?
It's Penny.
Rhino inked, Smee down. Luca's 12 away. They're putting up a fight. This Smee has resist 1. It's pretty significant. Bam! Sisu.
Yeah, doesn't take out that much, but what it does do is...
Well, it does.
Gives you a
Bam!
that can for 3, that can challenge.
Ed's just speedrunning, mate. It's like, yep, get me to the best of 5, please.
Please, I want to play the finals. Also, I feel like maybe the default lineup's also one that's good at the finals.
Definitely agree, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't need the benching phase as some of the other lineups that are actually trying to target something.
The crab. The coil. Into the ink, the popsicle. Luca does have a Lilo, though, which can be obviously recycled. There's only 1 willpower remaining on Sisu, but Bell trades for Smee. Sisu's going to quest.
Sisu as like some sort of pseudo removal, using it to quest, and hopefully being able to put on enough lore pressure to maybe force Luca to take a trade.
And popsicle does heal the Sisu too. Luca, 1 card in hand. The aggro Amber Steel just not able to contend with the Bell. The 3-cost Sisu, the shift Sisu. Ed's just got the Ruby Sapphire deck spot on. This was something I said pretty early on. Like, if you're going to play Ruby Sapphire, I feel like it's got to be with Bell. The 3. You just need to have this coverage against these quicker decks that people are going to play.
I mean, there's different ways to cover it. I think there's also the way where you just go like ramp into Rush, Goofy, Rush, Mario. But yeah, Bell is one way you can approach it for sure.
All right, well, who just Zach Bivens just won the last semi-final. I hope they didn't get too comfortable because they're up again. Luca draws. I feel bad for whoever's casting this one. 12-minute semi-final.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
So now I'm on a break
game.
again.
What a match!
12-minute semi-final. He's out. He's such a funny guy, man. He should just walk off. See ya. He's so funny, man. What a guy. A lot of time for him.
No, I guess it's 7-0 now. This was already the semis. 5-0. Quarter won the semis.
Don't smile, Ed. You ruined it. What a guy. Really, really lovely guy as well. I think Ed is like the person I spoke to that made me kind of like reevaluate how I think about Lorcana the most. Like just my first discussion with him, it was a video after he won his DLC. And he was like, yeah, I mean, I kind of like view my goats as being uninkable, so I was like, huh? So my kind of like preconceived idea of deck building would be like the uninkable cards are inherently more powerful. You have to get as many uninkables in as you can. He was like, no, the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, if an inkable card is similar on power level, much rather have that. But I don't think you should look any. I mean, I guess that's just like a phrase, but don't look at any inkable card as uninkable.
Ed's in the final. It's going to be
So
a best
now,
of 5.
Another correct prediction. I'm 5 out of 5 so far in these 5 matches. So now, if I get the entire thing correct, I'll be over the moon, which would be Zach Bivens winning against DKP, and then Ed winning against the Bivens.
I have some. I don't know if I ever posted it. I probably have an unlisted. I think I might have an unlisted YouTube video of me playing against Ed. He beat me 2-1.
So that's why it's unlisted.
In fairness, I told him I didn't want to die roll and I wanted him to go first twice because I wanted the real challenge.
And then you lost?
Yeah,
And you
2-1
didn't
though.
post it. And if you went first, you could have been like, oh, I beat Ed while going second.
Whew.
And we appreciate you watching, and just fantastic. One day I'm going to make it out there, one of your challenges, to visit you all. But a fantastic performance by Luca as well. Well, I don't know about that, JD. Like, that went so fast. I want to see more Lorcana now. But after 15,000 players-ish, and after 11 challenges, we now know who one of the top 2 players in the world is. We're going to find out who the next one is pretty quickly. I can't wait to see.
Not as quickly as the first
And
time.
again, Liam, I am not shocked. I am not surprised. These players that are in the finals, that are remaining, they are very consistent in their performances that they've had over this season so far. It is completely incredible that this is how it's going to be, how it
To be honest,
down,
whatever the final we get, it's either Ed versus Zach or Ed versus DKP. Like, it's an all-star final no matter what happens. Big respect to Luca, though.
Where we will be right back with the next semifinal match.
Obviously, our community is English-speaking, so we're not as familiar with Luca. But what a great show. Very, very epic performance. Very cool lineup. So if you're Ed, who are you more scared of? Bivens or DKP? Probably DKP, because DKP's lineup is like, I feel like more suited for the best of 5 compared with Bivens.
Yeah, that's great point, I think.
Oh, there's more drawing cards.
From those 3, I think Bivens is probably the one that loses the most value from
I'm gonna have you draw the card
using the benching phase.
Rabbit from memory. I'm gonna have you draw Tipo from memory. Let it go.
Tipo I could do, maybe.
This is awful.
Or not.
Alright, it's not gonna get any better, so I'm just gonna reveal my joking Mufasa.
Why does Rabbit look like a pig there?
Honestly, that's pretty good.
I just remember it's a square carpet thing with a lamp on it.
He's against the wall, the height. That's
I'd be so bad at this.
Yeah, me too. Okay. That's one of the best ones.
Draw, bring little Taylor for me.
Yeah. So he's got a little hat.
Always agree with
definitely can't draw the outfit, but he's got huge scissors.
Moyen in the podcast said he didn't think Ed would win. There we go. There it is.
That doesn't look right. It's not gonna look like scissors.
Can somebody clip that and send it to me, please?
And here is.
Well, how the times
Mickey
have
Mouse,
changed.
brave
I
little
predicted them
Taylor,
to
ready
win
to
now.
cut through the competition.
See the guy go 5-0 and you're like, yeah, okay.
Well, we
I'm
also
gonna
analyzed
pick
the
the top
lineup.
seed. I'm so good at predictions.
Hello
We
guys,
looked
my
at the
name is
lineups,
DKP.
okay?
I'm from Hamburg, Germany, and I'm really excited to be at the Disney Lorcana World Championship. I'm most excited for playing against all these amazing
Boom,
players
boys.
and their really unique lineups, figuring out what I have to bench and what they will bench, and then figuring out, of course, what will happen during the game. I'm really excited for that because I'm, by heart, a really competitive player.
Hey, I'm Zach Bivens. I'm from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and I'm so excited to be competing here at the World Championships. If I win the World Championships, I'll just be so happy. Like, my whole life has been leading up to this, basically, because I've been playing card games since 1999, I think. So, very long time. So, feels like my whole life's been building up to this, so it just mean everything.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana World Championship. I'm here for the last round of the semifinals. We're gonna find out who our last finalist is, and I'm joined by the Lorcana villain himself.
It is a pleasure to see out the day with you, my friend Liam. What a pleasure it's been all weekend. And this is our sail into the sunset casting
Our swan
match.
song, as it were.
The swan song, yep, your finals will be casted by the legendary JDZ and Brandon, which is sure to be absolutely epic. But I know me and you, Liam, are keen to leave our mark on this final match. And what a match!
All right. So Liam and JD are casting finals. Interesting. I actually don't think Ed would even disagree that much about the 4-of strategy. I think he would just say, yeah, I like it, and I like the consistency. I mean, I've had the discussion with him before. It's a very interesting discussion.
Yeah. And it's nothing against Ed, honestly.
It's actually just high level. I mean, honestly, my general approach with deck building is I'll often like 4-ofs as well.
And like,
But
yeah, it's a very interesting discussion to be had.
I also think a lot of the time when I look at my lists, recently I've been trying to warm up more to the idea of playing like 1-ofs and 2-ofs and things like this. All right. So, to confirm, 3 DLCs in North America, USA only. Nothing in Canada. Nothing in France. Nothing in the UK. I'm kind of bummed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, there'll be more announcements. It's okay.
That's not. I think that's cope, mate.
Then I'm coping. So, what are these guys benching? And I guess it might depend, right?
So Bivens has Emerald Sapphire, Amber Ruby. I'm not sure who's the highest seed. I think these two guys qualified at the same time. I actually think we have left in the tournament seed 1, 2, and 3. Possibly.
That's very possible.
Or did Zach? Maybe Zach snuck in. No, that can't be. Maybe Zach snuck in right at the end.
No.
I guess.
I think he made it about earlier.
Yeah, I think it's seed 1, 2, and 3.
The thing is, we still haven't seen the Emperor Emerald from DKP. Which
it's just an hyper
very
aggro
important
pile,
for
I think.
benching decision. Yeah, it could be.
It's like Go-Go, Daisy.
I want to
Lady.
see Emerald Sapphire in action again with the Red and Schwab. Sure, maybe you will focus on Lorcana again in the chat if you guys don't mind.
Guys, please stop talking about politics. Thank you. That's a bit of an excessive timeout. That's a long amount of seconds.
28,800 seconds.
Oh my god. How about like 10 minutes? I think that might be
my
more
cam.
reasonable.
But we will hide it in a bit anyways.
8 hours is too long. 10 minutes, please. It's fine. Just let people cool down. That's all it needs. Thank you, though. So, do we know who the high seed is?
I don't. I think they both qualified in round 6.
Mm-hmm.
Getting their 5th win.
I'm going to go for a wee.
Okay. I think Bivens I could see benching the Boom deck with Amber, Ruby, Emerald, Sapphire, Amethyst. What would I see DKP benching? Bivens is higher seed, okay. That's interesting. I'm German. No one got muted for having a different political opinion. It's just not really the place to discuss these things, is it? Where's the stash? Actually, I haven't had it in a while. And I kind of feel more comfortable without a beard. But sometimes I bring on the stash for the fans. I know you're the fan.
Thanks everyone for being here this weekend with us. It is hot in Europe if you're just joining us. We might not have as much energy as I would like at this stage in the day. I'm like sticking to my chair. 6 hours and a half we've been live. How long was yesterday's stream? Like 12 and a half hours?
Yep, like 12. Yeah, so 12 something.
We're going to keep going with the energy, but yeah, just bear in mind, like, it's a slog. It's been a long one, but we've enjoyed it a lot. The gameplay's been great. I think the highlight of the tournament has definitely been the gameplay, right? Which is, I think, no surprise with Lorcana. Just very good gameplay in general. Decks and formats have been awesome. Production quality of like the actual games itself has been very, very good. We haven't listened to the casters, but everyone's looked like they've been enjoying themselves and the energy's been high.
Yeah, when we listened in, they've been doing great. Also, I predicted the Amethyst Steel benching. I wasn't quite sure what DKP was going to bench, but it looks like it's the Amber Ruby. Also, Bivens is higher seed.
Amber Ruby bench. I got some grub, so I'm going to go grab it. I'll be right back. You enjoy the people, mate. I'm just going to get my food.
Can you bring me some food? So hungry. Okay, so Bivens going first, choosing to play the Rabbit Zeus Amethyst Steel, whereas DKP still feels comfortable playing his very own Ruby Sapphire into it, which I think that's probably a matchup that he's happy to hit, because he needs to get the red blue through, and because it can kind of struggle against the Emerald Sapphire. But also, I think it has a very decent shot, even when going second, to still do okay against the Purple Steel. That being said, actually, he can run out of cards somewhat easily, because Amethyst Steel has such efficient answers to the threats that Ruby Sapphire Shark poses, because they can deal with the Shark, they can deal with the mana. So, and also the 4 hideaways that DKP. Wait, was it he that player was playing, or was he playing against them? But there was definitely like at least 2 hideaways that don't perform incredibly well in this matchup. He plays 2, Federico at 4. Yep. Kind of what I was thinking, but just wasn't quite sure. Four from Federico is mental. But I can see it, because if you want to beat Red Ruby Sapphire, maybe against the mana version, you just get rid of the manas, and then against the item version, you can just give them all the ink that they want by getting rid of the workshops, but actually denying the draw engine. We'll probably get to see Emerald Sapphire items again. It's a very exciting deck to watch. The best showcase of it was yesterday, when they were playing against Ruby Amethyst, and just every turn setting them back enough to not be able to get to 20 door with the trap, while still advancing their own game plan. He didn't see any ramp yet. Is that game ending going second? Definitely makes for a very, very tough game. But even if with his version of Ruby Sapphire, even if you don't have it in your after your mulligan, you still have like the turn 1 draw, maybe develop your brain or popsicle, the turn 2 draw. Like there's still a good chance you can pick up Sail or Tipo nonetheless.
Did I miss the whole of game 1? Hello?
Someone's trolling in your YouTube chat again.
Did I miss the whole of game 1?
No.
Oh. Why is there 10 minutes on the timer then?
Well, the timer doesn't matter.
Don't draw attention to the trolls.
No, the
Rule
person
101
that
of
find out
streaming.
in
Ignore
Twitch
them
just
and
got
someone
confirmed.
bans. GG.
Okay.
Thank you, mod.
Okay, that's the develop your brain. Very, very important one. That kind of looked like a quick one where they just found the turn 2 ramp.
It's timing up. Counting up. I'm eating, by the way.
Okay. I'm hungry. Right, they looked at the deck list for like a good amount of time. But I didn't mind it, I was just talking about the benching and everything. Yep. So Sail hit off the develop, so they... Yes, if they didn't have ramp on 2 at all, it would have been an issue, but most of the time, even when after... Okay, not most of the time, but there's a very good chance you can still find ramp, even if you don't have it post-mulligan.
So we saw Zach like barely cross the line against an item build, but he does have Zeus for DKP Shark. So maybe this is actually. Would you say it's a better matchup?
Yeah, it's much better than the item matchup. This is like. I think the drawback of building it like this is because so the upside is you are very good against like other aggressive decks as well, because of all the tempo tools with Rabbit and Rabbit singing songs. So I have both card draw engine and tempo tools, and it's also incredibly good against DKP's version because you can deal with both sharks and manas quite efficiently. I think the item version is really where Zach Bivens can struggle to get this through, but. This matchup specifically, I think, is quite good for the Bivens.
Was DKP's Amber Emerald banned again?
It was benched.
Yeah. Pretty good success rate on that being benched then.
What was it? No, I think the Amethyst Steel was being benched because Bivens really doesn't want to face Steel with the way he built his deck. So yeah, Amethyst Steel, I think, has been benched, hasn't it?
Oh, nice. So we'll actually see the deck that he's been teasing us about, saying, "Ooh, you have to wait and see. Don't want to spoil the surprise."
Can you look at your YouTube chat, Speci?
Good covering while I was doing that. I'm eating. I'm trying to ban people. Come on.
Okay, I was monitoring your chat so to tell you to actually act on stuff. And I'm also super hungry.
Alright, the Diablo comes down. Sisu! But Zach is going to draw. Zach is 12 lore away.
The big problem at this stage is that DKP has already survived the worst part of the onslaught. But there's a lot more to come, right? There's like Amethyst Steel is the kind of deck that it has the early push, but then can also like gain some lore here and there, and make it like kind of difficult to efficiently remove it because all of these cards already did something, or they're kind of cheap or replace themselves. So Sisu is one of the most important cards, I would say, because it doesn't just like reset the board state to equal, but instead also gets you ahead, which Shark can do as well if unanswered. But outside of that, you really need to have those Sisu swings, because just like B prep and remove it alone, Amethyst Steel is very, very resilient against.
Did I just Sisu? I should do that more often. That's a good idea. Shark comes down. No, I'm just eating. I'm just eating, guys. That's why I'm a bit quieter.
The decision to sing Pirate's Life here is a fascinating one, right? Because you could say maybe you can just sing it next turn where you have like another shark in play, or singing it like I guess this way you ensure that you get to sing it, but the singing it is not very efficiently when it's at the cost of 3 lore. The big one is also that the half shark can kind of stick around here, because the only efficient way to remove it is to sing Zeus, and if you have to hardcast the Zeus, the Ruby Sapphire still has a lot of time to do what it wants to do.
So the White Rose still standing for Zach. 2 Palace Guards at Calhoun and a Pete in hand, but Zach is a long way away, 11 away. Right, you talked about like the upside. I've always been skeptical of this kind of. Excuse me, I just burped. Rabbit deck being that good against red-blue. I've always kind of doubted it.
Yeah, but I think it's quite good against it. Of course, you still need to draw into some card draw.
It's fine margins though, right? Like, it's not a comfortable win.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's definitely still a close matchup, but like, I would say Zach Bivens' deck would much rather play against the Shark version than the item version.
Mm-hmm. And if anyone's going to be able to win this matchup, it's Zach on Amethyst Steel, because he's stuck by this style of deck so much.
Yeah, this is also the deck that they use to top 8 North American champs to qualify for the World Championship. At a time where like it wasn't really like there was a lot more Doc builds and Genie builds around, and then he's
double mana
stuck to his guns with the Rabbit Zeus build. There's the double mana. This is some of the threats that are a lot more difficult to deal with, and they can deal with it. But now with the Shark on the board as well, if you exert your characters to deal with the mana, the Half Shark is immediately there to punish it.
It's worth noting as well that DKP is Europe's last hope. If Zach wins, it's an all North America final.
And I don't want that. I want some European representation in the final. But
it is the final you predicted, though, right?
Yes, it would be if Bivens is to win this round. And Bivens and that, of course, being like some of the most deserving American Illuminateers.
So, the double mana from DKP, only one is still standing at this point.
At this point, you want to play tower defense and kind of like deal with the board, but this is kind of like a make or break situation for the game. So you had to set up these mana so that after you clear, you're actually ahead. But not finding the clear, now you're kind of like playing catch up to Bivens' board.
You know, I just thought of something as well. If it's DKP versus Ed in the final, we are going to have 100% rate of players popping into this stream today and making finals.
Yeah, it's a lucky charm.
Because Ed was here earlier, and then DKP was here, so Ed and DKP are actually quite often in the stream, hanging out. Which just shows you that they're like people that are very, very into Lorcana all the time. I mean, if they're watching my stream, they must be desperate for some Lorcana action, right?
Now bouncing the crab to get another trigger and taking out the mana with the white roses. Moving the Maui into the mana for no reason is like such a DKP. I mean, now I think a lot of people do it, but I feel like it's such a DKP thing to do.
Be prepared. All right, unmute Baker.
I think that's my last one of the weekend, guys. I think that's it. I think we're retiring.
See.
Yeah, good timing.
I'm perfectly in sync. I'm eating my food, but I find to be prepared.
But with 8 lore being left, the Bivens has quite a long way to go, and if DKP can just use like a good part of his ink, it should be enough to set up a winning race situation against the Bivens.
DKP's looking pretty comfortable. I have a corn on the cob and I'm not quite sure how to eat it.
And this is really something that has like developed over time, whereas at the start, the 6-drop Tamatoa in DKP list wasn't involved that much. Maybe it was like 1 or 2 copies. And then the more that the meta developed, the more necessary it was to like have consistent access to proactive plays in these types of situations. And now I think 6-drop Tamatoa has become like a 4-off staple in the deck. Yeah, Ember Steel has been played. It was a very, very quick game last round.
I mean, the other thing about the Tamatoa is that it's just post Hiram, it's just an extra card that can draw you cards as well, right? And 4/5 stat line is very solid. If you hit your popsicles earlier, your Tamatoas can draw you in the late game. And you just don't have necessarily that without the Shark, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it has a similar function as the Flava Charm, but it can also be like much more of a questing threat or like a challenging threat than Flava Charm was, but it's also of course a little bit more expensive and less efficient in terms of just drawing cards, because you need to find both 2 popsicles and not just one to actually go +1. Now another mana, and Bivens being a little bit lower on resources and having a lot less characters on the board than when the other mana was first deployed. This rabbit at least somewhat refilling the hand, giving the Bivens some hope to be able to contest it, but still being on 5 ink, they had to ink a crab, which they would have loved to keep, just to actually get some more tempo out of this turn and develop another character.
This How Far I Go makes Maui so much better in these decks as well, right? Like just being able to sing with Maui.
The suddenly Maui, which is usually just good to stop questing threats, is also something that can like generate you card advantage if you combine it with the How Far I Go.
And deck cycling, right? So strong. Like just look at the top 2, which you want, which don't you?
Yeah.
Be prep. Don't mind if I do. DKP's
Yeah,
going through the motions.
Now the McDuck mana is being protected quite a bit. Bivens draws off the rabbit, now 2 cards in hand.
Goat.
There's not that many cards.
Something else. Palace guy.
Goat and Palace Guard, which they can both be deployed, but they're not dealing with the mana. They are getting Bivens closer to 20. But we are getting to a stage where DKP could reasonably set up a board state where they just actually raise the Bivens.
Zach is 6 away, no cards in hand, but suddenly Zach's 8 away.
There's the Pirate Life. And right now, both Bivens and DKP are gaining 2 lore a turn, as the mana is just too inefficient to take
Vanish.
out. And now it's only 1 lore a turn for the Bivens.
And look at that, guys. The illusion card, the vanish keyword, is relevant. It was targeted by a brawl and it vanished.
It didn't vanish. I think we didn't over the at least over the triple deconstructed, every time there was an illusion, like the vanish never happened.
Yeah.
Vanish keyword never like actually had a downside.
Yeah. Because I was being facetious here. The brawl actually just gets rid of it and then the vanish doesn't happen in a similar way to the previous game, the Bruno. Only 1 card in hand for DKP, and it's a vision.
Some people call it visions, but it's of course called vision.
Yes, it would be wrong to call it visions because it's vision of the future.
Yeah.
If you have multiple of them, it's still vision of the future.
It's Vision of the Futures.
Yeah. Draw.
Okay, there comes the Fox. That's surely one of the best draws the Bivens could have found here. Bouncing the goat, but also putting some damage into mana, but I'm not sure it's enough at this stage.
The other card in DKP's hand is a Tipo, so he needs something big here.
You know what's big? Shark is big. Even half a shark is big.
Oh! Mom, look at me. I think I'm still growing.
Game. Story on board.
Story on board indeed, my friend. Zach, fire the cannons to Tipo. And... go! And suddenly it's not
15.
story on board.
Yeah, but he's still unable to exert any of the characters because otherwise the half shark ends the game with Pirate's Life having been played
DKP
earlier.
is only up to 18. He can quest a 19. Yes. Action off the top wins him the game. Why is my stream lagging? Why is my stream lagging? It was Hideaway! And DKP takes it.
But even if they don't find an action there, like the Bivens couldn't really get there even with like a bounce top deck for the goat, right? They were 1 or off still. So they would gain another turn where the shark would probably just finish the game. But still, better close out the game as soon as you can. Can you hold the fort? I'll get some food and drinks.
I'm eating my food. Should I just listen to the casters while I eat?
Yeah, like, honestly, a sequence of pretty good top decks from DKP, but I can't hold him against him. I can't hold it against him. This deck is built for consistency. You're digging through with Develop Your Brains, Porpsicles, How Far I'll Go, Vision of the Future. It's not unreasonable to be finding these cards that are going to help you. So, yeah, DKP on the draw in what I think is not the most favorable matchup for Ruby Sapphire, able to take that win, moving on to game 2 now. So DKP's Ruby Sapphire deck is now out of contention for the remainder of this match. DKP will have to swap to his last remaining deck, whereas Zach Bivens will have the choice to either switch or stick with Amethyst Steel.
And, you know, I love learning more about these players. We know a lot about them already, but one of the best ways to learn even more about them is to hear from some of their friends. I'm excited between this match. We're going to learn a bit more about DKP from somebody very close to him.
Hey, Lumineers, I am here with Robert, who came with DKP this weekend, and we wanted to bring him on and just give some words of encouragement to DKP. He's been challenging and questing his way here to the semifinals. Do you have some words for your friend?
Honestly, he's been working so hard throughout the entire year. I think he's got this. He knows exactly what to do. We're sitting watching from the sidelines, and we're not even doing the plays he's seeing, so he's definitely got those reps in, and I'm excited for him.
We're excited to watch these next couple of games, or maybe just one game. He took game 1. We shall see. Thanks so much, Robert. We're going back to the booth.
Great to see there the support being handed out for DKP. And yes, we do have some people in the audience, players of +1s and players that have been playing over the weekend, who are keen to see how this weekend, how will the story end, and who will be named the first ever world champion.
Yeah, it is really.
All right, I finished eating. Sorry about that, guys. Jan? Hello? This guy's just like, he just walks off without saying anything. Thank you to the channel sponsor Card Market. If you guys looking to pick up singles online in Europe, Card Market's a great place to do it. I really appreciate you guys all being here and supporting the stream for Worlds. I've been pretty sick this week, so I think I'm definitely not feeling my best at the moment, but I'm really enjoying the games. I'm not sick anymore, but like the 2 days before these streams, I was just in bed, and it's been like non-stop streaming since. So I'm definitely struggling in the heat, but it's been a lot of fun, and looking forward to some more games. So thanks everyone for watching it here with us. We both really appreciate it. All right, game 2. So Zach still has Amethyst Steel. DKP has an aggro deck, which we haven't seen yet. He said, wait till you see my deck. I theorized before the tournament started, it makes a lot of sense to just bring one aggro deck in this format, because it's very similar to what we saw in competitive Gwent, where you would just have some decks designed to be played going first and some decks designed to be played going second. Gwent also followed like a triple deck constructed kind of system, And it was a very, very common strategy to have decks for specific sides of the die roll. And DKP's done exactly that with this Amber Emerald. It's got Lilo. It's interesting that Zach's queued the Amethyst Steel, though, when he's going first. I'm trying to think what Zach's other deck is. I think Emerald Sapphire got banned. Amethyst Steel, Emerald Sapphire. Oh, it's Ruby Amber. It's Ruby Amber. So despite Zach having Ruby Amber as their other deck, they queue Amethyst Steel going first, which tells us that Zach is more confident winning with Ruby Amber going second than they are with Amethyst Steel going second, which I'm kind of surprised by. I guess the Pegasus Evasive. Pegasus Evasive into Shift is actually insane.
But are you sure about the bans? I was still listening.
I'm not sure, no, but
maybe Emerald Sapphire isn't benched, right? I think Ruby Amber was benched.
Right.
So that's why this pick order makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that does make a lot more sense.
But it's funny how, like, based on their picking decision, you could, like, kind of sense that something is off. So probably the assumption of the benching was
yeah.
wrong.
Right, green-blue items is the other deck, sure. And yeah, Zach has Under the Sea, so it makes sense, so that could be an option. I mean, Ursula 2 for DKP would be great, but it's going to be fascinating to see. You imagine he's going to go for the Shin Miri line, it's going to be Lilo and Pegasus here, but it could also be Fred and Lilo, but it's going to be Lilo, Pegasus, Quest for 1, and DKP's off to the races. And if you guys are wondering, what the heck, why is DKP playing a hyper aggro deck? Well, it's a deck designed to win when it goes first. But Zach has a chance to beat it twice. Zach's going first in game 1 here, or game 2 as it turns out, and then in game 3, if Zach wins this, DKP will have one chance to go first with his Amber and Emerald deck. I think DKP's queuing decisions of like getting the Ruby Sapphire through, like playing his Ruby Sapphire going first, has actually been really heads up.
Wait, you played it going second, right? Because Bivens was second seed.
So my bad. Sorry, I was a bit out of it going to get food. Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely like a little bit of an upset that DKP was able to get Ruby Sapphire through while going second against the Rabbit Zeus version. But the payoff is huge because now that it might like strand the Emerald Sapphire, because Emerald Sapphire no longer has the easier matchup of playing against Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, and one thing we've talked about a lot in this sort of format is you're only as good as your worst deck. And while Zach's Amethyst Steel deck isn't bad, it has been identified in the previous 2 rounds as maybe being like not that good against Ruby Sapphire compared to the others. And DKP was able to correctly sort of exploit that weakness, if you will, and predicted Zach to queue the Amethyst Steel deck in game 1 and thought, right, I have to queue my Ruby Sapphire. Okay, obviously his other deck is like a hyper aggro deck. It wouldn't make sense to queue it. But like DKP gets the matchup he finds to get his best chance through. Like if DKP loses that, he's still got his Ruby Sapphire and Zach just has Emerald Sapphire left. So it would be a pretty tricky spot. So it does also beg the question, it's like, okay, could Zach's lineup have worked better in this top 8 if it was just like hard, if this Amethyst Steel was just hard countering Ruby Sapphire with something like Chromacons and story cards?
Maybe.
But he does also play an Amber Ruby deck, which is like designed to go first, right? Then he would have 2 decks designed to go first.
Yeah, and also then I'm still a bit skeptical if even like something like a story Amethyst Steel can be super favorable against Ruby Sapphire. I think.
Oh, it definitely can. It's like the best deck in the game to beat Ruby Sapphire going second consistently. There's no deck I think could be winning more consistently.
Every time when you played that deck and we were testing and I was on Ruby Sapphire, I wasn't struggling that much.
Yeah, I had no Maleficent ones. It's very different context.
The Maleficent one doesn't help that much if you go second, because I can just play.
No, it does. Belt 3 does change things, no doubt. But there's also a very different meta. Flaversham was around at that point and all sorts.
Yeah, that helped.
But here we go. Big wide board from Zach, 11 to 8. Lilo, Baloo, Quest. And then what DKP could do here is they could challenge Calhoun with Baloo. Banish their Baloo, gain 2 law, right? Like, or they could quest for 1, but then Calhoun's going to gain an extra law. But Zach is just going full quest mode here. DKP will quest up to 9.
Because even if this enables
to 11.
Law, DKP also needs to like get much closer to the waves because they're just not there, right? They're just too far away from 20 themselves.
But it's another thing to look out for with this blue. While it only quests for 1, you can take a challenge with Baloo where it sacrifices itself and you gain 2 law. I'm sure Zach's going to be heads up to that fact when doing all the maths here. So DKP's at 11, can quest for 2, 4, 6, 17. Even if he sacrifices both Baloos, he's only at 19.
That's the big one.
But Go-Go, yeah, there's no Go-Go value. Is there like, I guess Jock might be a card in DKP's list, which is like, if you have 3 or more characters on the board, gain 2 law. Or like Wendy Darling. But Zeus comes through onto a Lilo, and that's going to keep DKP right at bay. Zach's not even challenging the Baloo with Calhoun. What's that all about? Does that make any sense?
Limits that law a little bit, but I don't know if I love it.
But DKP scoops, and we go to game 3. It's going to be DKP with Amber Emerald versus Zach's Amber Ruby.
That's the only thing.
No, Emerald Sapphire.
In my mind, both plays kind of end up with Zach winning, so it doesn't really matter if you take the challenge or quest.
So Emerald Sapphire, it's going to have Under the Sea, Oswald. I guess DKP plays Kit. Bell 1, like the Bell 3 rather, is going to be a big card potentially for Bivens. Trash aggro deck, easily punished, but that's when it went second. It doesn't need to win going second, it just needs to win once going first. That's what it's in the lineup for. If he's playing an aggro deck going second, it's because he's already won with his other deck at this point in the game.
Yeah, so of course it would have been nice if he had like a better shot at winning second, but
yes,
as long as he gets this game through, it's completely fine by then.
Yep.
I think he has a very good chance at beating Emerald Sapphire going fast.
Yeah. Ursula 2 to snipe Under the Sea is a big deal, so Zach might even be inclined to like try and hold on to 2 Under the Seas. Zach's likely to try and develop Oswald on his turn 3 to ink, but he might like prefer to go like Hidden Ink Caster or Porpsicles on 2 instead of Oswald to play into Kit, to then try and set up like a Scrooge McDuck that you can play for nothing at all. It's going to be interesting. It's not going to take a long time, I'll tell you that much as well. It's not going to last very long.
Yeah, both of the... all the players that are left in this event play rather quickly.
Big stakes. Europe's last Illuminaire. DKP. Zach Bivens looking to book an All-America final. Sven's in the hand. Do we see that Jock? Is Jock in there? No, but Curse Merfolk, Ursula 2, and the rest gets mulliganed. Lilo, Donald Duck, Olivia Flaversham. Is that there's a Flotsam or a Jetsam from like set 1 or 2 or 3 or 4? Zach really needs to find Bell. So his kit is interesting for him.
Helps a lot, like enable dabei.
I'm not sure. This seems a little bit passive of a mulligan for me. I think Zach could have done with being a little bit more greedy there and just try and find the Bell. But maybe not, we'll see.
It might just be that like this popsicle, so his kit opening could also at least be a good basis of getting into this game.
Definitely.
And then you can still find Bell, and if you find Bell, you also have something to follow up the Bell with the hits and the kit.
So his is significantly better than Oswald on 2 into a kit cloud kicker.
And maybe even, like, there's the upside that it gets to take out, like, the one-drop Pegasus if you want to. Of course, it's not a great trade, but at some point it might be better than not being able to take out something. But I guess optimally they would just set up a board that gets this thing under the sea and not have to involve themselves in too many early challenges.
Here we go. DKP Zach Piven semi-final. Game number 3. DKP is going to be kicking things off by inking something and playing a Curse Merfolk. What is this Jetsam card doing? It's being inked. Curse Merfolk. Does Zach have Bell? If he doesn't, he's still got 2 draws to find it, because draw for Popsicle. Bell? No. But he's going to draw for turn. I guess...
Just the Jetsam is a 3-cost 2/2. Quest for 2 with Ward. That also gives you a Flotsam support.
And Hera's also just a 1/3 with Ward. But look at that Shin Miri line at the Disney Lorcana World Championship semi-final.
And now, because the Bell didn't come down turn 1, this Merfolk is just going to quest at least one more time.
Oh my goodness, the Shin Miri line of dreams. This is the kind of deck Earlmeister would call mid-grow.
Why?
Because it's got loads of cards that quest for 2. It's like, yeah, I'm playing this mid-grow deck. It's like, no, you're playing hyper-aggro. Olivia and Lilo.
Oh, that's like another Shin Miri.
Yeah, the triple Shin Miri. Say his.
Is the game over next turn?
Yes. What's the best thing Oswald can hit?
No item impacts the board that much.
You see what I mean, though, about the mulligan?
Yeah.
Like, I think Zach was just in such a bad spot that I would have liked to have seen a more outrageous mulligan. Probably wouldn't have worked out for him, but...
Yeah, it's difficult because the Bell on 1 isn't even enough unless you can also follow it up with stuff.
So Oswald hit Louis.
It's also really, really good 3-drop against these hyper-aggro decks.
Kit bounces Olivia.
Maybe
Oswald...
even better than Kit, to an extent.
I mean, it's not all over, is it? Kit, Oswald, take out Merfolk and surviving. It's not all over just yet. DKP's going to quest up to 14. Prince Philip!
Prince Philip is a very big one because both of these Lilos are very, very vulnerable until there's a bodyguard in front of them.
Prince Philip is not a bodyguard, he has Ward.
Oh.
You're thinking of the Prince.
Yes. You made me excited for nothing. So these Lilos are still very vulnerable to these challenges.
Yes. So DKP can ink Prince Philip and go Olivia Ursula. So his decision here is, does he ink and play an Ursula too?
Or they wait and then play the Prince Philip.
I think you're supposed to do it, right? Technically, if you're going to do it, you should have played the Ursula first.
Yes. But, I mean, in this particular instance, I don't think there's a difference, but just like to form good habits, I think you should play the Ursula.
Because if you're playing the Ursula, you're playing the Olivia no matter what you see.
Mm-hmm.
DKP 6 away. He's got no cards in hand, though.
So the Lilos won't get to quest again on the spot state. But if Daisy, Olivia, and Ursula get to quest, that is still 6 lore, which is exactly what they need to get to 20.
Like, Zach needs the Bell so badly because it's not just about challenging, it's about just getting enough Singer value to get the Under the Sea through. but it's nowhere to be seen. I mean, I'm assuming Zach plays Bell in the deck. It's possible he doesn't.
True, but not very likely, I would say.
Popsicle.
Yeah,
Draw.
the kid, yeah, this kid Cloud Kicker lets them stay in the game, and then on top of that,
Oswald. Oh, Oswald's missed every time.
I guess you have exactly Singer 8 on the board, but only if the Oswald doesn't challenge. Because as soon as Oswald challenges, Oswald also gets banished.
Yes. It's got to be Olivia, right?
Yeah.
Or is he maybe considering the Daisy?
I don't know why you would. I guess.
I mean, you've got to consider it, but I'm sure it's going to
Sure.
be the Olivia, but...
Yeah. So if you do it on the Daisy and then take like the challenges, then the upside of that is Olivia is much easier to challenge after that, but I don't think it's enough. Yeah. So in the end, you still go for the Olivia, but just
I like that they
you
considered
have
it,
to
though.
take the time. Yeah, that's definitely.
DKP can quest up to 17. 2 cards in hand. One of them is Olivia Flaversham, and the other one is a Curse Merfolk. Daisy Duck. Bam!
Now because
Scrooge McDuck. But there's no Bell, so there's no Under the Sea threat.
Exactly. So they kind of like they had to do this play to stay in the game, but they only really, to an extent, they only stay in the game to like lose the turn after. I guess that's not entirely fair. They have like the two cost item, which with the name that I can't remember. That can also bounce the Olivia back to hand if they want to.
It's horrible playing here because like I'm already like, I lost. But like Zach's doing the right thing and is like, okay, let me absolutely make crystal clear sure that I have.
Yeah, especially because after you've lost this, you're out of the tournament. So it's not like you're preserving energy for something.
Galactic Communicator can bounce a character back to DKP's hand. Can they stall enough? Oh my goodness, it doesn't look like they can.
Yeah, so they can quest to exactly.
Oh
20.
my days.
More for turn. Quest to
DKP's
20.
in the final.
DKP's in the finals. Boom, boy, boom.
DKP or Ed will be the Lorcana World Challenge champion. Big shout out to Zach. What a great performance.
Yes. Zach being one of my picks from the very start of the tournament. Of course, I'm sad to see them lose. Also, this was the first prediction I got wrong. But I can't wait for this final. DKP against Ed. I don't think we could have asked for a better storyline.
Yep. I also had Zach to win this one. Thought that Zach was going to get it done with the Amethyst Steel. That was the big game, wasn't it? That game one.
Yeah, that was the biggest factor in determining like what are your odds to win the series. Of course, outside of that, if this game the Bivens opens with Bell, I think he wins this game, right? You just go Bell, 2-drop Kit. Maybe, okay, you also didn't have an Under the Sea in this particular instance, but it's very easy to see what would have needed to happen for the Bivens to win this game with like a Bell, 2-drop Kit into Under the Sea opening.
Yeah. I think a Bell would have made a difference. I think Bivens could have won it with a Bell actually, which is very interesting. Because he could have sung Under the Sea a turn soon. I mean, he didn't actually even have Under the Sea towards the end, but let's just say he also had the Under the Sea. Like this turn where he was challenging and had to sacrifice his Oswald, he could have sung.
Also, it's like the challenging kind of snowballs. You're like, oh, the Merfolk doesn't get to quest one more time. What's the big deal? But it's not just that. Because it already took out the Merfolk, then the next turn it helps you take out something else.
Yeah.
And then even the Daisy and then
it
like
sings
all
Under
of
the
the
Sea.
stuff doesn't quest as much. Yeah.
Do you reckon this is the moment we get the Broom Boy shout out? Did Ed actually have a winner interview of the last game? I don't think he did. So they might do like a pre-final interview.
I hope they do.
Again, 100% success rate of the players that popped into the stream earlier made it to the final. That's pretty cool. 2 friends of the channel, Ed and DKP, in the finals. He loves a handshake, doesn't he?
the community, to my friends and family, to my testing club SLTC. I'm a happy baker. Are you ready to go to a break? Any last comments?
I want to say it's an honor sharing the booth with you, and it's an honor sharing this broadcast with all of you.
It really is.
Thank you so much for allowing me this honor, Baker.
Good on him. Ooh.
So I'm gonna have you draw Diablo Devoted Herald.
Okay. I'm a terrible drawer, so it's gonna be horrible. At least I only have to use like one color.
Yes! More detail.
I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna write Diablo so no one gets confused.
My last bit of caffeine, by the way. They bought one.
Alright, ready?
Okay.
Thank
Yeah, I
you,
like
guys.
it. It was also one of the best ones. Probably Zans and Sailors were the best drawings so far.
I'm so bad at drawing. So she has eyes.
One of my picks for the tournament.
Question mark?
Who's the snake?
Great guy.
And she has
What is going on here? And
Something like that.
what is that? I actually really like it. It's quite artistic.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I like it.
Actually, I think that's my favorite.
See what you got.
Alright. That's the best I got.
Oh,
Is that
that's
close?
creepy.
Perfect. That looks exactly like the card.
Okay. Good. Which one was it?
It's the legendary blue one.
The 2/6?
He's flying, yeah.
Okay.
With the,
All right. I put it was kind of flying.
Yeah, no, that's great. It looks
There's
just
some
like-
motion
Yeah,
lines.
that's the one. That's the one.
Oh, there it is. Oh, it's mirrored. I mirrored it though.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, he had wings.
Cost Teka card that is Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, Teka is a hard one to draw.
Just give me the best one. You can use any of those colors over there if you want to.
I should probably use red and purple or something.
The big tech art.
I think she's. Yeah, there's a lot of
Was played on
fire in
sealed.
that card, I believe.
No, it
so,
wasn't.
Yeah.
No, the 10 cost
Well,
tech
the 10 drop definitely wasn't.
Let's put some water. I'm not sure if there's water behind the card, but
Shut up.
she's coming out of the water, right? So if there's a little bow with a Moana, then maybe people will understand it's Teka. And I'm gonna put the side.
I don't know. I think Ed's lineup is like the obvious lineup, and DKP's is the second most obvious lineup.
Yeah?
Which in theory
Oh,
means the
sounds
second
not
most
bad.
obvious
People will know I
lineup should
didn't
be
know the
better
card,
into
I'm
the
just
first
bad.
most obvious. Maybe.
No,
That's the idea.
because the second one is it's not the second most obvious because it's not like level 2 in terms of it always means level 1. It's more like
yeah,
it's just one of the two
I need
color
to look
pairs.
at the
you
card
make
hard after
most.
because I'm not sure, but at least you want to reveal it? Look at this beautiful art.
That's pretty good. You even got the bow. Dang.
Is it close? I have no clue.
That was amazing.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana World
We'll have some
Championship. I'm out
announcements,
from the
I
booth
think.
into the interview area with you, Rebecca.
Here you are again.
Here I am again, back and forth. How was that last match? You saw that.
It was incredible all the way to game 3. 2 amazing players, and that came down to the wire. It was wild watching those decks at play.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible Lorcana so far. We're going to see more incredible Lorcana in the finals. We also have had some incredible news and announcements today.
We have.
And we're going to bring you some more.
We have more.
And to do it, we're going to go back to the booth with Cooper and Brandon.
Yes. Hey, Cooper.
What's
you have
up?
some more announcements for
Go ahead,
us.
Brandon.
Back, ready to go.
Let's go.
All right. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Cooper. We have some things to recap from this weekend. A lot of exciting things to start with. We have the formats for the upcoming challenges. We have the main events of Day 1 Swiss, 8 rounds of Swiss, best of 3 instead of the 2-game format. Day 2, 4-round Swiss, best of 3 into a top 32 grand finals with best of 5. And as we move on to the Infinity format as well, each challenge will feature a larger Infinity constructed side event, but challenge number 3 will feature the Infinity constructed main event. So anybody interested in the Infinity format, be sure to be practicing for that. Infinity constructed will host a separate ban list as well.
I really
so
like
pull
it.
out those high rums, pull
It's
out
just when it's a third of the challenges.
the steel items.
it was like
Moving
6
back to
challenges, one of them
Challenge
was
Season
Infinity.
2, we've got
Be like,
3
great.
challenges in Europe, Bologna, Ghent, and Dortmund, with the championship happening in September. And remember, the top 32 in these
Like
challenges
there's one in
will go
October
to the
and then there isn't one for
championship.
6 months. It's crazy.
After that, we have the beautiful day 1 prizing.
Look
with
at those
your
cards!
Participation promo, the Pegasus, the Mulan, the Simba. Beautiful cards that I know that all of the players will be seeking after for sure. After that, we have the Challenge Season 2 North America schedule with Milwaukee, Richmond, and Indianapolis. 3 challenges happening in North America with the
So you have
championship
one in Richmond
happening
5
in
months
August
later.
28th through 30th. Again, top
Such a
32
long way.
per challenge, making it
And
over
then
there.
5 months later, there's Indianapolis.
Then we've got Brazil, where we have challenge number 1 in Q2, challenge number 2 in Q3, with the championship happening in 2026 as well. Then, of course, we can't forget the rest of the beautiful prizes. The Challenge Season 2 prizes. Top 32
Wanna
gets
qualify
this
for all
Elsa
of the
Maker
championships.
Challenge foil promo card. Top 16 gets the playmat with the same
definitely
beautiful
keen to
art.
go to Brazil.
The golden Mickeys are back
Yeah, me
for
too.
the top 8. The Brave Little Tailor. Top 4 receives a foil uncommon uncut sheet of Disney Lorcana cards of the most recent set, while the top 2 gets the full foil set, including enchanted and epic cards, not those iconics though. And then for first place, you get the foil rare uncut sheet and the Disney Lorcana trophy.
So many exciting prizes.
Then we have Oceania to talk about.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay,
So we are
cool,
happy
Oceania.
to start talking about Australia
Told
for
you.
Challenge Season 2, and there's a little bit of a difference here with what's going on in Australia. So in Oceania, there will be a challenge qualifier starting in New Zealand on November 1st and 2nd of this year. This will award buys for one open challenge event in 2026, which will be announced at a later date. The 2026 event will still award a World Championship invite spot to the winner. However, these will not be a championship event for the region. So again, all of those details will be announced at a later time, and we'll be sure to keep everyone up to date as far as what those look like for Australia. And then moving into the Asia region, we actually have China joining the challenge season for this upcoming year. We have 3 challenge events that are going to be taking place. One in 2025 September, one in January of 2026, and one that is to be determined sometime between April and May of 2026, followed by a championship in 2026 July. Now, we will be inviting the top 16 per challenge, including the Grand Prix winners that have been taking place over the past couple months. They will also receive invites to the championship in China.
Very exciting.
We're going to continue on into Japan for Challenge Season 2. We have a first challenge event happening in Tokyo. This will take place in the new year, January 2026, along with a second challenge
I want to
event.
go to
This
Tokyo.
will also is still being worked
We're
on.
going.
We will announce details
Never been
on
to
this
Asia.
a little later on, but this will take place in the summer of 2026. And similar to China, we will also be inviting members to the championship from each challenge, along with Grand Prix invites that have been taking place over the last couple months.
Ooh.
More
prizes.
What is this?
Well, Cooper, what is this?
Yeah, this is prize wall items that we are really just excited to show off. There's a lot of awesome items here to talk about. You know, we have 2 amazing playmats, kind of taking the artwork from the promo cards of the challenge foil, kind of going over those.
Oops. What
those
does it say on the
details.
hat?
All 4 challenge promo cards will receive a non-foil version to go on the prize wall as well, which is really exciting. We have
Not
some
final.
And those, if I can, Cooper, those are actually going to have a collector number and a new challenge border as well.
Yes, they will have a new challenge border, and you'll see on the Dragonfire and Let It Go cards, which are from Season 1, those will also have a new collector number and new challenge border to go along with the refresh.
Cooper, are Dragonfire and Let It Go coming back? Will they be part of Fabled? Are they being reprinted?
These cards are not returning in Fabled, but you never know when you might see them pop up again. So for now, they'll be great for the upcoming Infinity events that we announced earlier today.
Absolutely love all this. And take a look at that
What?
that hat and pin. I have to tell you, the
Non-rotate
hat is one
cards
of my
confirmed.
favorite prizes from the prize wall last season. Occasionally you see one in the wild, like on a plane or in the airport, and you know that is a Disney Lorcana player. So super excited that people can earn that as well.
I'm particularly excited about these playmats that we're showing here. It looks like there's 2 versus the 1 for the Cinderella Stout-Hearted for last season.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be just really great. We're excited for all these prize wall items, and yeah, I'm excited for people to get their hands on this and all these items.
So it looks like all of the details have been shared so far, but we do have this graphic to go through for all the different ways that you can earn your invite to Worlds for the next season, Cooper. Why don't we go over this?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and review all of these details. I do want to call out that for Southeast Asia, we unfortunately were not able to have quite locked in details yet around those events' dates and locations, but we are happy to announce that they will be part of the circuit for this upcoming season. So we will have more information on exactly what that looks like in the coming weeks and months, and of course keep an eye on all of their socials as well, so you can stay informed on when those events will take place.
Such a random number.
But nonetheless, let's go ahead and run through the World's invites from the top. North America and Europe will be receiving, again, as per standard from Season 1, a first place invite per challenge.
Oh, the per challenge,
will
I
go to
didn't.
the World Championship,
total
as well
invites.
as the top 8 from those championship events will also go to
Oh no, but
Worlds
there's
for a total
it says
of
11 total, but there's 11 in each. So it's
going into
39.
Asia, China, Japan, and Southeast Asia. Those will both be first place per challenge as well as first place per championship. Based on the number of challenges and championships they have, we will be running through 4 total invites, 3 total invites, and 5 total invites for Southeast Asia. And going through Australia and Brazil to wrap it up, we will have a first place per challenge invite for Australia, as well as a first place per challenge invite and championship for Brazil, for a total of 3. So this is shaping up to be a really great Worlds event already. We don't have more details to share on Worlds quite yet, but we're super excited over the next coming months to reveal more details.
So many exciting things.
So
many new events around the entire world. So many new prizes. Those playmats, I know, are some of the toughest prizes to earn at the prize wall. I know people are going to be doing those side events to earn those playmats. So get ready to compete and get all of those prizes on the prize wall.
I mean, if you're not a competitor, you can go to these Disney Lorcana challenges. They have spectator tickets. You can go. You can play in some of these side events. You can grind out those tickets. You can earn amazing promos. I'm a collector, and that's one of the things I love about challenges, collecting all the fun trinkets.
All the fun things.
Me too, and there's plenty of challenges to go to. 16 total, 5 championships coming up for the next season. I mean, if you're a competitor, you should be excited about this.
Yes, and I think one thing that we are all excited about, everyone, is the Disney Lorcana community being able to come together again. The Disney Lorcana community is something that makes this game so special. People have created lifelong friendships, an incredible support group through teams and friends and people they've met. I know there's marriages that have happened in this game, and we all have lives outside of this game. There's things that happen, but we have our friends that support us, and sometimes we have tragedies and challenging times that come up. And one of our players here this weekend actually had a tough thing happen earlier this week. Mo Shamblin lost his dog. This is Cookie, his dog of 14 years, and they had to say goodbye to Cookie. And we know that that was just something that was really, really hard on him, and he still showed up this weekend to play. And gosh, did he play. He did so much, and that's the spirit of a champion right there. And so we just wanted to give Mo a little shout out there for coming here and still playing, and again, coming back to that Disney Lorcana community that we are all here. We're one big, happy, magical family, and here to support each other through it all. And I can't wait for those challenges next year when we can all be together again.
I totally agree. And I can't wait to see the way this challenge finishes up. By the way, Cookie would be proud. Fantastic performance, Mo. And I'm glad you're able to push through it and compete here. I'm going to cry again.
No, don't cry,
Crying on camera is my
Liam.
thing now, apparently.
Well, we are getting ready for the match of a lifetime here. Liam, we have 2 competitors who have challenged and quested their way here to the finals. We are going to get ready for that. Stay tuned. We have a best of 5 coming
Best
up.
of 5.
Are you excited, Liam?
I can't tell you how excited I am. The entire challenge season, a year plus of preparation, 11 challenges, 15,000 players, 28 competitors here, all the way now to the top 2, the 2 best players in the world going head-to-head to hoist that trophy. Everything's on the line.
Everything's on the line. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We have the finals coming up.
All right. I mean, like, overall, I think all the news is positive. I think, like, the one thing we're sad about is the quantity of North American and European challenges. Because I thought it might be, like, 3, but I thought they would all be, like, this year. But it's, like, 3 this year and next year.
Yeah. It's like 3 in the next 1.5 years.
Like, I think it's really easy to underestimate how few that is.
It's like 1 every 6 months.
Yeah, and we're already 6 months into this year, right? So three events over 2 years is the reality in North America and Asia. But yeah.
Day 2,
I mean, I'm
we've
just happy
been
we got
building up.
communication news, but
Definitely.
not happy with all of the news that we did get.
Yeah, like having like you know, the one in I think North America and Europe, it's like in January, and then the next one's not until like June. Hopefully, there's a chance they could squeeze an extra one in there, but I doubt it, right?
DKP, the 3rd seed.
Man, you cannot write a better story. You're talking about 2 of the most consistent players we have in Disney Lorcana meeting at the finals of the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship, and I can't write a better story. But you mentioned it. There's no more benching. You're going to truly have to prove that you are a master of all of the inks, and all of your decks are going to have to record a victory in order to receive that coveted title of first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion.
Yeah, we're going to see who is the master Lumineer of all 6 inks, and Rebecca has them has an interview for us with the players before they get started, actually.
Broom boy time.
Let's throw it over to Rebecca and see how these
Could be
players
broom boy
are feeling.
time.
Probably nervous, I would only imagine.
I would think so.
I am here with your 2 finalists for the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge. We have Ed and DKP. I have a question for each of you. DKP, you are the only player who played on 3 continents for this Disney Lorcana Challenge season. What would it mean to you to take this title?
It would mean everything for me. Yeah, it was almost my dream to win a world championship for any.
Ed staring the camera down.
Now I'm here, and I can't be more excited.
Great. And Ed, you have the title of Disney Lorcana Challenge champion in Fort Worth. You have the North American champion title. Is there a moment this weekend when you felt like world champion title could be yours?
Job's not done, so we take it one game at a time, and you know, we'll celebrate when we get there.
All right. Well, good luck to you both. Players, please take your seats. And Illumineers, we are ready for the finals of the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
Absolutely. I love that tenacity.
I love it.
Job's
I love
not
hearing that from
done.
Ed.
That is that Mamba mentality you need in order to be a world champion.
I think Worlds is so far, the next Worlds is so far away that China would be caught up by
different
them.
level. And let me tell you something real quick, B-Square, before we hop into this game. I watched this, I read this article, and it was talking about all these players of all these different sports and all these millionaires and billionaires and all these successful entrepreneurs, and they said, what is the one word that you can use to define how you got to this moment that sets you apart? And guess what that word was, B-Squared? That word was focus. And when I think of focus, I think of these 2 particular players. They're able to drown out all the noise. They're able to lock in, and they're able to be laser focused on this stage. They're not going to sweat, and I think they're going to get it done. What do you think, B-Square?
I am so excited for this matchup. We've got 2 Titans in the community. As you mentioned, I just want to repeat, Ed, first seed, going 5-0 yesterday. 5 rounds, and he was done, locked in, went home, said, this is all I needed. DKP only needed 6, going 5-1 before going home as well. We got the 1st and 3rd seed here. I couldn't be more excited. That's right. Let's get some hype for these players.
And you can hear that now. Yesterday, it was a completely different vibe. There was a completely empty auditorium. The players were playing. It was a lot of stress. But now all the friends and families and all the guests
I would imagine Worlds happens
right
just before set 12. No, during set 12. It makes sense, right? Like, you would have... I guess not. Worlds kind of makes sense to have, like, around now, just before you rotate. Having Worlds after you rotate is kind of weird, right? You're muted.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to finish off a cycle.
Let's go, guys. It's the finals.
But the players are so lighthearted about it. It's like they're just sitting at a
Oh,
little
the lineups facing off. Oh, the lineups facing off against each other are
both on
Ed
Ruby Sapphire.
On Ruby Sapphire and Emerald Amethyst and Amber Steel, whereas DKP is also on Ruby Sapphire, but instead opted to play Amber Emerald and Broom's Amethyst Steel.
Yeah.
But and this lineup that DKP is playing is also one of the two most expected lineups. But I think when people first talked about that lineup, it was more like, oh, Amber Emerald's probably going to be either Churner Dogs or Amber Emerald Discard. But he's not really playing either of them, with him kind of just playing a go first hyper aggro Amber Emerald.
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder who profits more from the benching phase not happening in the finals. What do you think?
Good question. I mean, first, worth considering, right? Ed is the higher seed. He has an advantage, but the advantage of being the higher seed in a best of 5 is slightly lower than in a best of 3, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, no, I think the more games you play, the less it matters that, like,
yeah,
you get to go first one more game than them.
I don't think either of their strategies were massively reliant on it, but probably Ed benefits a bit more, right? Because DKP bans Steel, probably. And it's like Neo deck's good, but I don't know. I don't know if either of them benefit that much, to be honest.
Yeah, I do think Ed probably has some benefit of his benching strategy seemed to be a little bit more flexible than DKP's, where DKP really didn't want to be facing off Steel, especially not with his Amber Emerald discard deck, or maybe definitely with that deck.
Germany versus North America.
Europe versus NA.
Oh, excuse me. Why is Ed not looking at his deck list?
I understand I don't already know my cards. I can just look at them to make a read, but you don't gain a read by looking at them, looking at your list, I think. I guess once you're like, oh, I know what cards they're playing, you don't need to stress yourself out. Maybe you can use the time to relax a little bit.
I mean, Ed also had the earlier semi-final, right? So he's probably studied DKP's list.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, we're going to have Emerald Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire in game number 1.
Yeah, so no benching phase happening here. Ed's going first, game 1. And now there's like a lot more variety in how the series could play out, because they both had 3 options for what they could be playing game 1. Which means there's like 9 different matchups that we could be seeing here.
Who's winning the battle of the shuffling? I have to say I'm more impressed by Ed's. And then he starts pile shuffling. Oh,
They're
no!
both pile shuffling. No. Okay, you have to talk. I don't want to say something.
Why don't you like pile shuffling on a serious note?
Because it's the biggest waste of time in card games. It doesn't shuffle the deck.
I mean, it does. It's called a pile shuffle.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually, it doesn't randomize the deck, because it's very easily reversible. There's nothing particularly wrong with it in terms of, that's why people shuffle so long after it anyways, because that's what actually shuffles the deck. There's just no point in wasting everyone's time and putting it into piles.
What kind of gum do you reckon Ed's chewing on? I reckon it's some mint. Mint?
Well, so okay, sometimes people say it separates clumps, right? But if it does separate clumps, then it kind of like affects your deck. And if post shuffling, it affects your deck in a way where, or you want your items to be set apart or something. That's not actually legal. And if you randomize your deck sufficiently afterwards, it shouldn't matter. But if it doesn't matter, then why are you doing the pile shuffling in the first place? But okay, let's get into the games.
Here we go. The final of the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championships 2025. Ed, DKP. That was my UFC commentator impression.
Okay. Yeah, pretty impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, pile shuffling
DKP
is
miss
too
ramp?
controversial. Let's talk about Lorcana.
Has DKP missed ramp?
Well, even if they did, just like the game before, right? They still have a few outs to find it.
I'm not even sure if we've seen. No, we did see Ed's Emerald Amethyst. It's like Murphy. I don't think he has Murphy necessarily. But it's like Genie, Kick Cloud Kicker, the kind of stuff you'd expect. Peter Pan. Not sure that there's Diablo.
So like a non-discard, non-Diablo Emerald Amethyst?
I believe so. Sure. Which I would say this is the deck I'm actually most worried about for Ed in the lineup. But let me see the list a little bit more, and then I'll see if I stand by that. But I personally like discard. I personally like Diablo. Maybe he is playing Diablo, but no discard. Yeah, there is Diablo. Like, if I could pick Ed's list for Emerald Amethyst or Moe's, I would pick Moe's every time. But here we go. Ing Diablo, play Diablo. And now,
so now we
it's all
actually
about
get to see the hand
memory
properly. That's great. So we see the popsicle, but there's no ramp found yet. Also not to develop your brain, which is like a little bit more likely to find ramp than popsicle would be.
Whoa!
Now, one draw turn 1, popsicle, and another draw. And the draw turn 2. 3 draws to find ramp. One of them didn't find it.
Draw 2. Uh-oh.
There's the second draw, still not ramp. One more draw, or we're having a rampless game 1.
Pull the lever discarded, shift Diablo, sing friends. Oh my goodness, Ed has hit the best opening that they could possibly ask for. And they're going to ink and play a 2-drop Diablo for good measure as well.
We are off to the races, card advantage being gained, and now it's the develop your brain.
DKP has missed ramp. Whoopsie daisy.
Ink the develop, probably play the vision, look for a Diablo answer. I don't think we've seen a brawl.
Ed off to a lightning start. That pull the levers in the discard, and that is so good against the half shark as well, because now a wrong lever can just put the half shark on the bottom of the deck. DKP up against it. Is there still no ramp there?
It's another vision, a mana, a hideaway, a Tamatoa, and still, I don't think there's a Diablo answer in the hand yet either.
Uh-oh. Ed, sings friends. And look at DKP leaning back in his chair. He cannot believe his luck.
Job's not done.
Pull the lever. Draw 2. Ed's basically played 3 friends on the other side. He turned 3 cards into 6.
They drew another 3-cost Diablo. Do they have another action? Do they just shift here to set up another draw engine?
Draw?
They must not have had an extra action, did they? Yeah, their hand is just full of characters. Still no ball found. The good thing about Develop Your Brain, Vision, and Tala, and even Hofalgo, is that they add cards to your hand. They don't actually draw, so they don't trigger the 3-cost Diablo. But still, even just with the Diablo drawing 1 per turn and limiting card draw options for DKP, it's doing so much work.
Ed is not messing around. He's not getting involved with DKP's antics of like chatting in between. He draws for Diablo.
Just a good old death stare, silence, and good old Lorcana.
And slamming the cards. No messing around, right? He's not here to make friends. Here we go. Ed draws for turn. Pull the lever. Is a discard option to shift Diablo. Could make use of that dual ink Diablo. We're not going to see it. Ed instead just going to draw 2 cards and just has huge card advantage at this stage. Not much questing power, but it suggests that he's happy to win slow here. Quest for 4, up to 7.
one thing that was easily missed in these turns is the popsicle is no longer on DKP's board. On the turn where they didn't find the ball, they played Develop Your Brain, hide away on their own popsicle, then leading into the Alphalgo. Now they're already on 6 ink. Going into the next turn, they can actually ink to immediately get the B prep off.
Mm-hmm. And I've heard people call Hideaway like a pseudo ramp before, and I was like, yeah, right, okay. But in this case...
Yeah, if you don't... It doesn't come up that often, because most of the time you just find the actual ramp, which lets you preserve the popsicles. But at times, this is the only ramp you have, and that's the ramp you have to take.
Yep, and it's going to be the Cricky into the Inkwell. Third Diablo down for Ed. He's got one of each kind. He's even shifted on the green 1-drop, so there's 4 different Diablos on the board for Ed here. It's going to be Vision of the Future for DKP, top 5 cards. There's going to be 4 ink remaining after this Vision, but he can ink and could play a 5-cost card, so not enough ink to play the Shark, not enough ink to B prep.
Yeah, and Ed recognized the B prep as the big threat, and after the Genie just drew more cards, played a Diablo, but not committing any cards to the board that don't replace themselves. So even if the B prep was to happen here, there would be a huge hand from Ed to refill the board.
Develop Your Brain, so 3 ink remaining now for DKP, still enough for a brawl. Hasn't yet inked this turn, but there is a brawl in hand. And he's got 3 Sharks, but is that just going to be too little too late? It will be brawl. Genie or Diablo is the choice. It's going to be...
Still plays the ball and then thinks about the target. Is it the Diablo? Is it the Genie? What would you target here?
I think you've got to go for the Diablo, right? But you don't feel good about it. You
can't
just let Ed continue to draw. Yep. Ed's just got so many cards in hand, right? We're used to players, when you play against Ruby Sapphire, you take loads of questing, but Ed has not prioritized that. He's prioritized getting a lot of cards in hand while he has the board, right? Like, he's singing Friends with his Diablo, he's hard casting Pull the Lever, and he's just got so many options available to him now. He can even afford probably, and look again, he's continuing to draw more. It's like, yep. And what he's doing here is he's not trying to overcommit into a B prep. He maybe doesn't have Ursula 2 available.
Wait, is it all Pull the Levers? They used one to shift. On turn 3 they played one, didn't they?
I think there's 3 in there. They sang Friends twice.
But they shifted one. They used one to shift. They played one turn 3. They played one turn 5, and now this is turn 6, and they played another one.
I think they've played two Friends, 2 Pull the Levers, but I could be wrong.
Okay, one of them might have been a hardcast Friends, maybe.
No, maybe you're right. You could be right, my friend. And yeah, Ed just not overcommitting into the B prep is. I would imagine if he had Ursula 2, he would have played it here, but he didn't. Sale for DKP. This is like one reason to get rid of that Diablo, because this sale would have drawn for Diablo, but there's no B prep in his hand right now. There's not even a Sisu.
Yeah, right. I was about to say, at this stage, it's not even the B prep that you're looking for. It really is the Sisu that also lets you start to quest, and actually, it's not just about that. It's also about getting a B prep singer onto the board, so that as soon as you do find that B prep, you can also develop behind it.
Ed, doing the business. In comes Genie.
Okay. Chat confirmed there was actually like 2 Friends sung and all 4 Pull the Levers hardcast. I mean, one of them used to shift 3 hardcast. That's amazing.
Yeah. Very, very impressive stuff.
And still not falling behind in tempo. They just, all of the other stuff put up such an efficient board that they just still had time to play the Pull the Levers instead of overcommitting to a board.
Ed is 5 lore away. Still has 2 ink available, like a Diablo 1, the purple one, exactly like that. Doesn't give B prep or Sisu any more value, but DKP doesn't have any of them anyway. He's got some half sharks, but Peter Pan nowhere to be seen. Actually, hard casts the Halfarago, finds a Pirate's Life, but I don't think that's going to be enough for him at this stage.
Basically, you have 2 options here. Either you sing Halfarago, you try to get a Sisu, or you hardcast it, and if you get a B prep, the Hades is still free to sing the B prep, and then you still have 5 ink open to then develop.
Genie quested when it wasn't able to. This makes me feel a lot better for doing something similar last week.
Yeah, but this, I mean, I respect playing fast, but this if you play slow, this doesn't really happen. But then sometimes you get lost in the motions if you play.
I think Ed uses the tempo though to like. I think it's a psychological sort of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like I'm just slamming. I don't care. Come get me.
Still no clear found.
But when I've played against him before, he's just told me like, yeah, I mean, I see the play, like I know what I'm doing. I don't need to take edges.
Yep. Saw the play, just play Genie Quest. GG.
Play Genie Quest. No, I'm Edmund Jew. I can do what I want.
Job's not done. Genie's questing. What do you mean, Judge?
Elsa, she's going to rush in and she's going to quest for 1. No? Okay. Half Shock's exerted, so Diablo and Elsa can combine. But obviously with this many cards in hand, you've got to think Ed's got a Crab. Crab plus Elsa. Hades obviously helped Ed out a little bit by putting a card into his Inkwell. I think it was a Genie. It's going to be that D23 Ursula. It's going to discard a Pirate's Life. And it's going to be Diablo plus Elsa combining, and it's going to be questing, and Ed is now back with Story on board.
Yeah, but you play Elsa. Why do you play Elsa first, and then you think, and then you play Ursula? No, you should play Ursula.
Sisu!
You get so much information on what the rest of your turn should be.
Sisu, but is it too little too late for the man from Germany who gets his first story on the board?
3 stories.
Sisu! Yeah.
Genie? That's 19?
Genie? And then he plays Iago and he just quests with both, and it's GG! This is me being facetious. Don't worry, guys. Does ink Elsa, but like... Okay, I don't think DKP can stop. And that's that. That's Ed's. Ed's with his questing Genie, the turn he plays it, wins game 1.
It was kind of crazy how quickly the game could have swung around, right? If they maybe had like another Sisu, because then also quickly they had the Shark on the board, the Sisu questing for 3 now. But yeah, the early game just went so smoothly, which enabled Ed to draw a lot of cards very efficiently while also gaining a bunch of lore.
And yeah, this is a game DKP missed ramp. This is a game Ed shifted Diablo.
Yeah, this game couldn't have gone much better for Ed.
So we go into game 2. DKP will be going first. Is he just going to queue his hyper aggro deck? You would imagine so, right?
Yeah, but then what if there's the death stare from Ed? He looks into your soul.
Look,
and
Ed's
he realizes
speed running. Look at the death stare. And actually, Ed throws a bit of a curveball and picks Amber Steel, which you might expect to be more a deck going first. And I actually think it's a really heads-up pick from DKP. Because, like, you're probably the obvious read, the obvious cue there for Ed is Ruby Sapphire. But Ed's almost trying to, like, sneak his Amber Steel through and not have to play this matchup. Historically, this is a bad matchup. But DKP's managed to make sure that Ed does not sneak this through. DKP's saying, okay, I can play a Ruby Sapphire mirror, and I'm also happy if I do Ruby Sapphire versus Amber Steel. The hyper aggro is the obvious pick. Ed maybe predicted it and went for the Amber Steel, and DKP, I think, got the better of this sort of mind game, if you will, of the queue order. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it's very fair. It's like you expect... As Ed, you kind of expect the hyper aggro, so maybe you want to try to snipe this matchup where you actually got into the hyper aggro, and if DKP anticipated that queuing Ruby Sapphire to dodge this and get the matchup of Ruby Sapphire into Amber Steel works out perfectly. Of course, there's a lot of layers to this, and you can either mind game this or randomize it, and mathematically, if both randomize, there's no way to exploit that.
Yes.
But usually human beings love to actually try to mind game or think about these things instead of randomizing.
Yeah, and the logic is, right, like if you mind game it, what you could say is that's like layer 1 is like, okay, DKP predicted Ed. But what you could argue is that Ed predicted that DKP predicted Ed, who predicted DKP, and you can just go down this like infinite rabbit hole, right? And ultimately, it kind of just does come down to, as you say, sometimes you can just randomize it, you just pick a deck, and maybe you get lucky, maybe you don't. The analogy I use sometimes is like, if you've ever played FIFA, you do a penalty shootout, you can go left, down the middle, or right, and there's no real mind games with the goalkeeper. You just go left, right, or down the middle, and it's kind of the similar thing with the deck you pick here. You could argue, but I think either way, DKP came out on top.
Yeah, or rock, paper, scissors is, I think, also an easy analogy.
Yeah.
But okay, we can do FIFA penalty shootout as well if you fancy.
I think it's rock, paper, scissors is not, I don't know, there's no psychology there. There's actually some...
Why is there no psychology there?
Okay, let's not go down this rabbit hole.
No, there's some ways to tell what people like statistically tend to use more often.
Sure.
But let's talk about Lorcana and not rock, paper, scissors.
But no, the order that you queue decks in this format is, there's a lot of thinking behind it, and I'm not surprised by Ed's bring in this one, and I think DKP got it right. And this thing, Ruby Sapphire, it's never bad to pick it here. So I think fair play to DKP, he made the right call in this case. And the Ink Sail, which I think is fair to say, Jan, that he's probably got some more ramp in hand.
Yeah, probably another Sail. Because I mean, sometimes the Tipo helps in this matchup to take out the Daisy in combination with a Tala. But outside of that, still, you would usually prefer the Sail into some Rush Maui's. Rush Maui's a complete MVP in this matchup, as Amber Steel has to exert their characters to advance their game plan and get some lore on the board. And then Maui always has a good challenge, never gets Rapunzel trapped, and then also at times requires at least a song or even takes out another of Edmund's characters.
But look at that, the turn 3 McDuck mana from DKP. There was no shift Rhino from Ed. He's got an Ursula and the 1-cost Rhino. DKP's Inkwell as well, pretty good in terms of like bad cards in there. You've got Sail, you've got Tipo. These are cards you would rather have in your Inkwell, but it's only going to be 2 damage onto the McDuck mana, and Ed doesn't have a turn 3 play.
Also, this mana, it looks like, oh, you want to play characters first. No, against Amber Steel, if you play character, they sing something, it's gone. If you play mana, it's kind of like a character, but it just has 9 willpower.
Yep. Doesn't Ink? What?
Yeah, they have 2 Rush Maui's in hand. And
Oh
I'm
my
sure
goodness.
you just draw any Inkable, you go Ink Rush Maui, then you play another Rush Maui's. You control the board, you have these 2 manas. This is going very much in the favor of Ding Kang Fam.
Rhino no shift? What? This is one of the most insane games I've ever seen. Pirate's Life Inked. In comes Enchanted Maui. See you later, Ursula Vanessa.
This, with the way the breakpoints work here, even against the Rush Maui, which Edmund might have been expecting, this is still enough strength on the board to actually take out the damaged McDuck mana.
Yep,
so
and he could Zeus Maui maybe even.
Yeah, and if they were to have shifted it, now they would only have 1 character on the board and be much, much closer to losing the entire control over the board.
Beast. Does Ed sing Zeus here? Yep. Nope, just challenges.
It just gets rid of the first mana. Now the Maui got to stick around. This is also where Popsicle can even generate a lot of tempo if they had one to heal it. But I don't think there's... So is there time to sing the How Far I Go here? There might be.
Now,
but there's also some great challenges on the board.
Again, Ed is just controlling the pace of this final. DKP is playing at the same pace. Slow down. There we go. Catch your breath, mate.
Yeah, love that.
This is the Speci advice. He came into chat and said, slow down, mate. How Far I Go does come through. Pirate's Life into the ink. McDuck mana into hand.
Basically, you're allowed to sing How Far I Go here because you have another Maui in hand. If you didn't have that, maybe you'd be forced to actually use this Maui to challenge.
He's going to use the 1 ink, and he's going to move Maui into the McDuck mana.
There we go. Rich Maui in a mana.
Ed's going to draw for
Deserving
Beast.
for
Ed's
hero.
going to draw for turn. I like the way Ed's played this a lot. Not to take anything away from DKP, of course.
Yeah, I love the way DKP has played this as well, by not inking to the Maui, not rushing it,
Yeah.
instead getting the second mana down and then inking to those rush Mauis. And this is not a brick. You don't this is a very, very good opening from Ruby Sapphire for this specific matchup.
Yep, and Ed, of course, did miss that turn 3 play entirely, but that does also mean that they've got one extra card in hand as a result. So Rhino could trade with Maui if Ed so decides. Zeus is in hand. Namari can come through. Now, Namari, if you're not familiar, it's a 0/5, but you get +1 strength for every, I think it's every character in your Inkwell. It's going to be Ariel. And Rhino will trade for Maui. Now, Ariel, you can pay 3 ink to deal 3 damage, or is it 2 ink to deal 3 damage? I think it might be 2 ink to deal 3 damage.
Yes. Ariel Sonic Warrior.
Yep. What a final. The pace of play is outstanding.
We can barely catch up with the casting. They're not letting us catch a breath.
McDuck Manor moves into the other McDuck Manor, moves into the other McDuck Manor, and moves into the other McDuck Manor.
They're going infinite.
Love it. That's so dumb. Moyen's lost it, mate.
It's such a Maui thing to do.
That's true.
That's what I can do. I'm so fast. So strong. I'm Maui.
And then he did the Maui pose.
Chee-hoo.
Chee-hoo. Look at this ink efficiency from DKP. You just can't teach that. Not one ink wasted. Rapunzel, Cindy, Beast, Miss, Ariel.
Some beautiful cards, but not a song.
Ariel, what are you doing to us? But it's not the only Ariel left, because there's also... What's she called?
Yes.
The Grotto one?
The 6 cost 3/8?
Yeah.
Ariel Sonic Warrior.
Sonic Warrior, yeah.
I'm
I
just
believe
so
the Sonic
impressed by
Warrior was
the
the first ever Disney Lorcana card to be designed. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yep.
I'm just so impressed by Beast's Tragic Hero in this event. I think it's been doing a lot of work every time we've seen it come down. Especially while we still at the benching phase where it didn't have to really play against Steel, it just stayed untouched, undamaged for quite some time.
So Ed played the Ariel and missed. He has Be Our Guest, which is not a card you see very often. When you've just played an Ariel, which missed songs, it is feasible to think that your Be Our Guest could miss. Very unlikely. You're probably playing like a 40-card character deck and 20 songs.
Yeah, I guess what you're getting at is it's slightly more likely because you've just put a lot of characters to the bottom that Be Our Guest isn't going to find.
It is possible, but it's not going to happen.
Song.
There's
a character.
DKP's reading it. He's like, I started playing in set 3, bro. Which I think he did.
Great. Oh, yeah, okay, they found Beast. Was it the only character? I think it might have been.
I think there was an Ariel 3, maybe?
There was definitely at least 2 songs. And this would have been hilarious if that Be Our Guest also missed.
Rachel asks, are you allowed to ask your opponent to slow down? I mean, if they're following proper procedure, no, but you can double check with everything that they're doing. It's like, oh, can you explain that?
Right.
Ariel
also,
cleans
you
up
don't
Maui.
have to let them shortcut everything.
Ariel, Beast. Ariel, B-Prep. Where's
There's
Baker
the
when you need
B-Prep
him?
with 2 manas on the board.
Hitters in play.
Off of the top deck. That was insane because he did not have that card. We saw
Namari.
Yes,
Draw a
Namari.
card. Discard a card.
Is it on play and on crest?
Yep. Maybe it's on play and at the start of your turn. Yeah, it is. Gets +1 for each card. That includes songs. Oh my goodness. It's like a 9/5.
This can easily just... Wait, can this just one-tap a MacDuck mana?
Ed is
which is
cooking.
Exactly the situation that we that this led to.
Oh
Ding
my
Kong Fong
goodness,
kind of
Ed.
running out of cards, and now Namari just smacking away at these manas.
Ed, cooking. Like, here's the thing, right? Ed's got the cookie cutter lineup, but his deck is anything but cookie cutter, right? It's unorthodox.
Sure. I mean, a lot of these decks, they are closer to maybe what you'd expect than some of the other lineups we've seen, right? DKP is playing hyper aggro Ember Emmet, but all of these archetypes are pretty much what you'd expect. But in all of these archetypes, there's maybe some card choice that really form this coherent
he
strategy.
scoops! He can't answer both manners, even with that Namari, with more than 9 strength, 1 mana stood tall, and DKP gets his Ruby Sapphire deck through. What a game.
Equalizes, now we're 1-1. It's very easy to lose track of how much lore was there actually gained, because like you never really saw DKP questing a lot, but all of these manas at the start, now these manas, they kept chipping away at instances of 2 until they finally went over the finish line to 20.
Oh, we've got, it looks like Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel. Ed will be going first. Amber Steel going first is just frightening.
That's a menace. And especially against like another mid-rangey deck, a mid-rangey steel deck, I think it can make a huge difference to go first, because you might be able to sing away some of your removal, like Strength of Raging Fire and Storm Rage on, before the characters from the other mid-range decks, from Amethyst Steel Brooms, get to stick, which might mean that DKP himself doesn't really get to sing their own removal songs.
I'm going to go for a wee while they pie shuffle.
Sure. That's why they pie shuffle, just so you can go to the restroom. Draw 3 manas in the top. Well, I think there was like the most interesting decision of that game was like, so they ramped to the first mana, and then they consciously decided, oh, these Wash Mauis are so good, this mana is so good, and they don't have that much strength on the board yet. I can just play the second mana and then control the board with the Mauis, which you can only do by not inking after ramping, which is so counterintuitive, because like you could think, why are we playing a ramp deck if we like undo the ramp by immediately after spending a turn not inking a card? But you could easily see how it makes sense, because all of the cards that they could have inked were like absolutely premium cards in the matchup. I wonder if there's like a count. Imagine you could count how many words do you guys think DKP said during the after this round is over, in comparison to how many words Ed said.
Is DKP
I think that's like
just
a vast difference.
DKP does love a chat, doesn't he? Like when you're playing.
I've played against him a bunch. He loves to chat on the table.
I actually advised you when you were playing against him in like a semi-final or something recently in Leipzig. I was like, dude, don't engage.
Yep. And I mean, it can get to him if you like don't engage with all of the chit chat between the turns, and if it can ruin your concentration, you just shouldn't engage with it all that much.
Death stare him.
Yeah, it's probably Ed counters DKP outside of decks just by like his demeanor. Demeanor counter, GG.
Yeah. DKP used small talk during the game to distract. It was not very effective. Ed used Genie to quest the turn it plays. It was super effective.
Ed is immune to small talk. Oh, I'm having a great time. Thanks everyone for watching.
Yeah. Almost 2,000 viewers.
Yup.
On our stream. That's pretty cool. Thank you guys. Pretty nice.
Good old 24-hour stream weekend. Love it.
It's been a slog. It's been fun though. Thank goodness for Ed playing quickly. It would have been even longer, right?
Yep. And some of the semi-finals being over in like 6 minutes.
So game 3, it's 1-1. DKP is going second. Ed missed a turn 1.
Okay, that's the Troubadour for turn 2, though.
Ed's playing some Troubadours and some Vanessa, which is interesting as well.
This Boom kind of has to leave the board. If it doesn't, it will be met with a Storm Rage on. Jens Sid would be quite efficient here.
He's thinking about ink in the strength. The hand for DKP is Fire the Cannons, Goat, Cinderella, Storm, Strength, Double Smee. Double Strength, Double Smee, Goat, Dock, Fire the Cannons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Goat's the card I was looking at, which I would want to see getting inked. And he's considering the Broom Trigger, and this is where Ed reaches across the board and says, no, you can't do that.
No.
Rackham power, activate.
No more Broom allowed. You already said something afterwards.
You didn't announce the trigger. We go, Ariel.
Storm. There's a Storm.
Is found.
So maybe you don't necessarily want to think something here, but now there's 2 Storms in hand, and Ed might just wait until he can exert both characters to sing at the same time.
Yeah, Ed is from the Bay Area. I've hung out with him in the Bay Area before.
Storm. The biggest downside to this that I can see is just a Fox, right?
Hmm.
Don't know how many Foxes there in DKP's deck, but
Pete,
Fox
no actions.
Being able to get this trade would have been huge, especially because it does get to recycle the Smee.
So DKP.
But now that they didn't have the Fox, they just gained like some extra advantage by already having sung that song, so that they got that out of the way.
Vanessa inked, Rhino played, past turn. DKP at 3 ink can go up to 4 and develop a Genie. It's going to sing the ink the Magic Broom and maybe sing Storm. Strength. Not doing the best here. It's been a long weekend. Genie draws second dog. And look, the facial expression from DKP reveals it all, but I think that Ed forgot to death stare him and might not have caught that.
Ed was actually looking at his own cards. Why is he not looking at his opponent's face?
Ed, what are you doing? Slow down and start death staring DKP.
Also, a big decision actually here, which Ed did in like half a second, was: do you sing the second Storm? If you sing the second Storm, singing Strength gets a lot more difficult. But the downside of it is the Smee isn't the biggest threat on its own, because if it ever is to quest, it also just
double. We see the Storm taking out the Smee, we see the Zeus taking out the Genie, and we see the Beast Tragic Hero hitting the board.
Yeah, but there's some ways to damage it, but at that, if you're now spending resources to damage the Beast to stop the draw engine, you're losing so much tempo doing so, and it's hard to see like a high tempo play, especially with 2 dogs in hand.
Double fire the cannons. It's not going to be enough to polish off the Beast, but you could go double fire the cannons and sing Strength to remove Beast. That sounds pretty bad. Of course, Rhino has resist 2.
So you could double fire the cannons and it would not take any damage. So Rhino being resist +2, but only as long as it doesn't have any damage counters on it.
Fire the cannons.
Okay, so they did it in the wrong order. They played fire the cannons first before they announced the challenge, didn't they? Oh no, this is a judge call. It definitely looked
like he played it and then...
Yes. And I'll try to resolve it anyways, but... we have a situation on our hands, chat.
Ed should definitely just not be the overly good guy and just say, sorry, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely within his right at the World Championship Finals to say, okay, well, you took my card, you read it. If you announced it the wrong way, that's not really on Ed. Uh-oh. So now the fire the cannons was completely wasted. And I guess the challenge wasn't. I guess the challenge also then goes to, and then you use the other fire the cannons, which in this case, maybe it was. I guess now the Beast is not damaged. That's the big one. Now the Beast draw engine is still up,
and it's Ed just dictating the pace of play, right? Like, I mean, I have to say, I think Ed was already in a very, very strong position here, but this...
Yeah, I really, really hope this doesn't get to DKP's head, right? This is the biggest game anyone has ever played in Lorcana. This is the World Championship Finals, and you like slip up, do a sequencing mistake, but like you have to move on from here, and I hope he can do that.
Be our guest is gonna hit Rapunzel and Amari the options. I do think the reality is that DKP was in a very tough spot regardless. This is not a good matchup for him, and he scoops. I don't blame him.
Okay, so we set your mental state. You have to be able to focus up again, which is incredibly difficult to do.
Ed is one game away, one Ruby Sapphire win away against DKP from being the world champ. So Ed's got Ruby Sapphire left. DKP has hyper aggro and brooms. It is not over yet.
Imagine if like some wise streamer told DKP to slow down. That would have helped. But no one told him.
I know a thing or two, right?
Yeah, good advice. Okay, time to reset. Everything is still
and I still think that like realistically, DKP, if you put him in this position at the start of the series, Ed's got Ruby Sapphire left. You've got hyper aggro and brooms. I think you take it every time. I think this is like
you're 2-1 down.
Yeah, but I don't think you're in a bad spot.
I think you are in a bad spot. You're 2-1 down. You have to win 2 games. One of them going second against the deck that plays Bell.
Yep. I still think you take it.
No, you should take it. You want to win.
Yep. I think DKP can do it.
Yes, of course he can do it. I'm just like, so far things didn't really go super well, but he can crawl his way back into the series.
I mean, okay, so let's like look back at the series, right? Game 1, it was Emerald Amethyst versus Red Blue. Okay, he whiffed. There's nothing he could do.
And he ran like, it's not just about the whiff. They also just ran away with the game with the Diablo shifts.
Sure.
And
DKP wins game 2. Ed wins, I think, a very favored matchup. DKP fluffed his lines over Fire the Cannons. I don't think it mattered.
Well, it doesn't matter if it mattered. Like, we will never find out if how the game would have ended because we'll never get to see it, right?
Sure.
It's a mistake. It happened. Now we have to focus on the next 2 games. Probably has a good chance to advance into like a game 5.
Look at the death stare. He's just watching DKP's every move, and he goes for the hyper aggro, which means if he can win with hyper aggro, it's going to be Ruby Sapphire on the play versus Brooms on the draw. But the Beast wouldn't have snowballed as much because a Fire the Cannons could have hit Beast. But then he had Rapunzel. He had Rapunzel. It was over. He was never winning from that.
It doesn't matter. But sure.
It definitely matters.
No, it doesn't matter if it did matter. It's like, do you want to always do mistakes if you're losing? No.
No, but it definitely matters for the audience. You're coming at it from like a player's perspective, but the reality is like, it's not like DKP lost this game because of this mistake. He was losing this game regardless of this mistake.
But I think there's too much weight being put on that. And as someone that gives the perspective of the competitor, I'm telling you as a competitor, it matters a lot, even if it didn't change the outcome. And most great competitors think that way.
Popsicle on 1. Bell!
And there's the bell! And it's not just the bell. Did I see a Tipo as well? So bell plus Tipo can actually take care of the Daisy on turn 3.
Oof. Fred into the ink. It's going to be double Merfolk or it's going to be Daisy Merfolk. Daisy Merfolk, Shin Miri line. Workshop to the bottom.
Another one.
The Shin Miri special in the world's final.
Now the TP doesn't matter as much because you could get rid of 2 lore anyways because you can get rid of the Merfolk, but still over multiple turns I think this will make a huge difference.
You know, the funny thing is Ed's called this the Shin Miri line to me before as well, so he might be sat there thinking about...
He's thinking, oh no,
he popped up in chat before. I've got a screenshot of it because I sent it to Shin Miri.
Shin Miri must be so happy. He barely ever played Lorcana and you have a line named after him.
Tipo? So do you just challenge the Daisy now? You probably can't because of Rapunzel, right? But shows what I know.
Rapunzel isn't happening yet, and I think this opening by DKP is so fast that if you don't do it, that you're just allowing too much lore.
You've heard of the Shin Miri line? How about Piglet?
The Piglet line.
And another one drop. Daisy trigger, Brawl. Daisy trigger, Sisu. Big.
So now running away with it. Maybe that's a win condition that Ed can set up.
DKP's hand is Daisy. Merfolk goes for another Daisy.
Yeah, this is a difficult decision to make because you have to like look a few turns ahead and realize if Daisy actually makes it so that it requires more resources to trade into versus if it does get traded into, Daisy questing and giving them a card is much worse than Merfolk questing and discarding them a card down the line.
So Tipo can take Daisy or Merfolk. We saw Ed when he beat Ely in a similar like matchup. He was up against Amber Sapphire aggro. He went like Sisu 3 and then was able to shift the big Sisu. Doesn't look like he has that Sisu 3 available at this stage.
Also huge payoff for the line that he took. Because the Bell already put 3 damage into the Daisy preemptively, this now enables Ed to actually take out not just the Daisy, but also the Merfolk on top of that. So actually denying 2 lore just by the tempo of taking the preemptive trade.
So Tamatar inked, he can ink again, and then could play Vitalisphere and trigger the Vitalisphere. It's looking like it's what he's going to do. Maybe not triggering, but yeah, we'll trigger Vitalisphere and 1 Daisy Duck down. Tipo will take the... Probably got to take the Daisy in case of Rapunzel, right? And that's what he decides to do.
Yeah, I mean, they still get a Rapunzel off if they want to, but now if they want to do it, they have to actually sacrifice 2 more lore for it. So
Lilo, Merfolk. Ready? Bam!
Bam, 4 more lore. Great.
Tamatoa. But DKP is 5 away.
So if the exerted characters can be dealt with, DKP only goes to 19.
And one thing Ed needs to think about in this position is that 1 damage counter on his Tipo. Because of a go-go. So if Ed is able to like clear the board somehow here, or like clear the ready characters, he might also want to do it while sacrificing his Tipo to not have any damage counters. But I guess Bell will have damage counters either way, right? So
the most important part is really like setting up the shift Sisu here. So the vision was really looking for the small Sisu because it doesn't just keep you in the game. On top of that, it also sets up for the shift. And the shift is something that actually reduces the amount of time that DKP has to just draw into more characters. With the small Sisu not being found here, I think this is starting to look more and more grim for Ed.
Bell takes out Piglet. Tipo takes out Merfolk, discards a coil. But Daisy, Lilo, and Merfolk stand tall. And DKP, if none of these are removed, wins. But the Merfolk is brawled. And suddenly DKP is still 1 lore away. Gogo off the top wins him the game.
Wait, Gogo wouldn't work because he's on 3 ink. Because
Gogo off the top does not win him the game. Daisy trigger, Vitalisphere to the bottom. Prince Philip with ward.
How do you answer that?
Scoop.
There's no answer to Prince Philip.
And we go to Game 5 on the Disney Lorcana World Championships.
Prince Philip is like this exact card where you're like, okay, this is not the best card in the game, but if I play this, I'm quite sure I will get at least 2 lore out of it. And usually, specifically, exactly 2 lore out of this. And that's exactly what it did here.
DKP's doing all the small talk and it's like, yep.
Oh, you want to talk to me? I'm shuffling. Job's not done.
Job's not done. So Ed's going first. Ruby, Sapphire, and Broom Boy. DKP, the man that ripped me to pieces for playing brooms in Seattle, is now playing brooms. And if he wins with brooms, he wins the World Championships.
Game 5 with the brooms. Broom Boy. What a story.
What a story. The Broom Boy. Oh, man.
Oh, a smile. He smiled. He broke character.
Ooh, it all comes down to this, everybody. It's been a very fun tournament. It's been a fun season. Thanks all for the support. And thanks for all hanging out. We have over 2,000 viewers across the channels. 6,000 in the mainstream. Many more thousands in the international streams as well for the World Championships final of Disney Lorcana. It's been a great tournament with just great, interesting gameplay. I've really enjoyed it. I will say...
Incredible support, but also incredible showcase for the game. What will you say?
Nah, never mind. I was just going to say, like, some of these hyper aggro decks maybe show that there's, like, a bit of an issue of play-draw disparity in some regard, but...
Yes. It's like... And also, like, the gameplay of these hyper aggro decks isn't always the most interesting, right? But we see it like one game a series.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's even benched. And it's also like the fascinating thing behind this is also all of the work that went into building that lineup. And I think there's a lot of skill expression in that.
Yes.
And then also a lot of skill expression in piloting.
Broom Boy! He's got the broom, he's got the Yen Sid, he's got the broom. He's got two
There's
goats.
broom,
Probably going to
there's the
mulligan
Yen Sid.
Doc. And you're probably going to mulligan goats. Because you don't
There's
want to ink
Tipo.
goats. He actually keeps one goat. So he keeps
the goat.
one goat. I like it. I can see it.
You?
Hmm?
You do? I feel like goat is kind of...
Probably would have
Like, there's
mulliganed.
so many turns. Yeah, me too. I think you just like flood the board, want a high tempo plays, want the dogs, and then as many goats in the deck as possible. For when
Agree.
you
That
get to
would be
stage.
my logic, right? When you mulligan away a goat, it's not that you don't want the goat, that it's that you want the goat in the deck and you do not want the goat in your ink. And you do not want to be playing goat in this matchup early at all, right? You just don't. You want to be playing like Doc and lots of low cost cards. So I would imagine this goat might end up in the inkwell.
Okay, no item on one because they have the Vitalisphere, but they don't want to use it. No popsicle being found.
Broom Boy! Broom Boy!
There's the ramp.
Sail.
They opted to use the sail instead of the Tipo.
I can't believe I'm watching Yen Sid maybe win a World Championships if this happens. It's insane.
I can't believe it either. What is this parallel universe?
I'm just going to have to pull up my Seattle deck list, my one DLC deck, and just say, well, hate to say I told you so. Yen Sid, draw a card. Broom, quest. It's DKP couldn't ask for the better start. So this is the beautiful thing about Yen Sid. The high roll potential of it is massive. If you hit those brooms, it quests for 3 and replaces itself. It's absurd. And it's a good target for a snake. 4 ink. Scourge McDuck. That means Yen Sid will be questing for 3. Insane.
With DKP on the draw, which started from the very first situation of Ed just being first seed. Now going second in this game means you don't have a 3-drop on the board yet. If you go first, sometimes you have a 3-drop. You get to strength the Scrooge McDuck immediately, but now the Scrooge actually gets to contest super well. Yen Sid, quest for 3!
Leaves the broom down.
Which makes sense to me. The only thing that really punishes it is like a rush Maui. But outside of that, the Yen Sid has to be challenged, so the broom might just be able to gain 1 extra law, and 1 extra law can make a huge difference in the outcome of this game.
Sail, so Ed is just trying to ramp up to those board clears. He doesn't play any B preps is what we've been told. So that 8-cost Sisu is the board clear that Ed is looking for. DKP's at 5 lore, 15 away. Scrooge will be able to take Yen Sid, but then with DKP's board questing, he'll get up to 9. And we can even then, at that point, go back to the mulligan of keeping that extra go. It could be big. Brawl onto Broom. Scrooge onto the Broom, not on the Yen Sid, and that's a huge heads-up play by Ed.
Because Yen Sid is still a 1-3, and you don't really expect your opponent to have 2 Brooms, and if they don't have any Brooms, Yen Sid is just a 1-3 that quests for 1, that unlike Broom cannot replace itself.
Smee damage. Smee damage.
That's the Smee damage.
Smee damage.
That's the second time.
Hey.
Yeah.
And that's where, like, the draw with the Broom, right? Like, if... I don't know. It probably still wasn't worth it, but it wasn't as clear-cut as it initially looked. Porpsicle comes down, Workshop's down. The Porpsicle could heal the Scrooge, and the Scrooge could take the Smee. DKP's decision to keep this goat in the mulligan right now is looking outstanding.
Is it?
Yes.
I mean, there's still a lot of, like, better plays that the deck technically has access to.
Well, I guess, like, this last turn he could have played, like, wide, but he just plays a goat. I don't think that's bad. It's like 3 lore. Guaranteed.
I mean, it's not the worst, but I don't think it's worth keeping. It's like, what if you could have had, like, Smee Dock or whatever. Just
going second, you can't dock on 4 ink usually.
Yes, okay, you could have played 2/2 drops and then have a dock in hand.
And he could have hit, like...
You don't really want to play a 4 drop.
Is that a second dock in hand? It's going to be another quest for 2. Goat! That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT. He has a third GOAT in hand. Library's also in hand.
Dock in hand as well. Yeah. There is the refill. There is the lore gain. There is some pressure on the boards being exerted still.
He also could have gone for Yen Sid challenge Scrooge that turn.
Sure, but again, it just all comes down to how valuable is this one lore, and outside of a Popsicle healing the Scrooge back up, like, it's still going to do the same thing. The goat, even if it has 3 more strength than the Yen Sid, it's not that much more valuable on the board. They both quest for 1.
Tamatoa, it just gets back 1 Popsicle, I think.
Yeah.
I think the mulligan decision, I was worried that DKP was going to have to ink a goat, but he hasn't. So I think with the fact that he hasn't, I think it worked out for him.
Sure, and that way it worked out quite well. Usually the biggest downside is that you often have to ink it to do like the other strong plays you need to do before the goat.
Now, it's worth noting he didn't ink the library. Another lore gain for this. He could have inked library, which would have enabled draw, ink the card off the top, and then go... but it's Fox here. Fox is another way of bouncing the goat. But he could have, like, if he inked library the last turn here, he could have inked Fox, played goat, played dock. But I don't think he even wants to do that with the fact that he top-decked the Fox. Fox! He might just be wanting to develop the goat still for now, though, and he does! And the goat is the star of the show. I think DKP's doing it.
Yeah, that's the third goat. Now, even if both of your characters can be challenged, because Ed opted to play the bell instead of healing the Scrooge for, like, a higher tempo play, there's another goat on the board, and if you don't deal with this, it's going to quest, it's going to be bounced, and it's going to hit the board again 2 turns from now.
DKP is 4 lore away from being the world champ. And suddenly, the pace of play from Ed has stalled. Vision of the future. Is it slipping away from his grasp? The Ruby Sapphire deck.
It's been slipping away this entire time.
DKP, that Q order to get it through against Amber Steel, it comes back to those lineups, right? Like, Amber Steel has that weakness against Ruby Sapphire, but DKP's just doesn't. And maybe, like, we talked about which deck benefits more from the bench.
Mm-hmm.
The lineup, maybe it was DKP's. Ed maybe could have benefited from benching Ruby Sapphire and not having that dodgy Amber Steel matchup. I don't know.
I mean, the biggest one is just this matchup going first for Red Blue. It's supposedly okay, but I mean, every okay matchup is like could very much swing in either direction. And right now, it seems to be flipping into DKP's direction.
Goat taken down, but that's 1 lore gained. Yen Sid is no more, but the hand has a Cobra. Is that it? Oh my goodness, DKP's the world champion. That's insane. Fair play to him. That's crazy.
Yeah, this was the fastest finals. They both played so fast.
DKP is the world champion.
No, I already had prepared the drop is done tweet with like a picture of Ed, and now I can't post it.
And he's celebrating with Frank Carsten, Kurt Speci, and Rob, as well as the guy from World's Class Cards. Very cool. Very, very cool.
Broom boy, broom boy.
Broom boy, broom boy. We have to get the broom boy shout out now, don't we? Yen Sid.
Surely.
Yen Sid Brooms wins the world championships. And I am vindicated. I have one deck I've ever played at a DLC. I got the nickname Broom Boy. And who's laughing now?
Are you passing it on?
He is the Broom Boy.
He's the Broom Boy now.
Look at me. Very, very cool. Very, very epic final. That goat as well. That goat. Not to mulligan it. Really, really worked out. But what went wrong for Ed there? No Sisu shift?
Yeah, they couldn't set up for the big Sisu in time, and I don't know, they were always one step behind, right? There was always one character that got to quest twice, and then just 3 goats into a Cobra, being able to finish off very quickly after that.
Yeah, I think Frank might have gone for the high five and got left twice. Poor Frank.
I need a clip.
I mean, I think it's quite a fitting way for the World Championships to end, right? The first season of Disney Lorcana, it was all about the GOAT for a long time. The GOAT's gone out of fashion for a bit, but wow. What a tournament. DKP, a worthy winner from Germany.
Yeah.
He got in through Australia as well.
Yeah, like, he went to the most DLCs, then he didn't quite get there in the European Champs. He's also qualified to a North American Champs, also doesn't get there, but books the ticket to Melbourne, wins Melbourne DLC, qualifies directly by being first. And now he's world champion.
And Broom Boy.
Well, thank you guys for everything.
Whew. I'm looking forward to the Broom Boy. He has to say Broom Boys now, right? But commiserations to Ed. What a performance. What a guy. Very, very, very cool. Jens had quested for 3 in the final. Jeez.
Yeah, there was some very, very important 3-lore that Jens had got, while also drawing a card.
But thanks everyone for hanging out in the stream. In terms of content this week, you can expect some videos. Set Champs is coming up and all that sort of stuff, but you can also expect to see me playing some other trading card games over the next few weeks. I'm going to be doing some Gundam Learn to Play stuff. That comes out in a few weeks. And also, I'm going to be making a lot of Riftbound content, the League of Legends trading card game. Still doing lots of Lorcana stuff, but you can definitely look out for some other stuff as well. And don't forget to follow Jan on all of his socials. There's also like a new Shadowverse, like a new multiplayer online card game. I'll probably stream some of that over the next few weeks. I'm not traveling much in July, so I've actually got some time to chill and hang out. But yeah, if you want to follow Jan, he does a podcast, Podcana, and he also does coaching. I do some coaching sometimes. If you want coaching, hit us up.
I'm also, I don't know, I think there's some rounds that we've seen in this World Championship that are like very much worth analyzing more in depth. So I could see myself doing that for some Metafy or YouTube content.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going to be sure to try and interview some of the world's players as well. DKP and Ed, I think, will be top of my lists, seeing as they made the finals. Maui. Oh, okay.
Or maybe
I thought it was like something about Maui Half Shark being reprinted or something, which wouldn't make sense because it was set 5.
It's just about that deck.
Yeah.
I think maybe now we'll have. Maybe now is the appropriate time to finally have DKP up on the pod.
I don't think he should, mate. I
No?
think he should decline. Now, really, really great tournament. Liked the formats a lot. I do think that Triple Deck Constructed particularly highlighted the kind of play-draw disparity with some specific decks, and players took advantage of that. Like DKP's lineup was one of these lineups which had a hyper aggro deck. So it's very, very fascinating to see. Sorry, I have a corn on the cob. I
think
corn on the cob.
For Lorcana history, one of my favorite quotes forever will be "Job's not done." It would have been
Job's not done.
The greatest quote ever if he also finished the job. But still, I really, really like that.
Yeah, job's not done.
Can't say too much. Job's not done.
You did
You're
great.
here,
Yeah,
and I'm so thankful that you guys let me be here, and everyone who helped me out to get to this
Big
point.
congratulations
Shout out to everyone has been watching and cheering me
involved.
on, and
Seemed
cheering
like
on
they
these
did a great
players and
job.
watching this. It's just been so much lovely energy, and I'm telling you right now, B Square, it's been a dream come true.
It has been amazing. It's been a dream come true for me as well. And I just have to say, JD, like you're one of us here. You deserve to be here. You did phenomenal this weekend. We're happy to have you. I know that the chat loved you. I know that everyone at home loved you. So I'm so happy that you were able to join us for this weekend in the caster booth, because it's well deserved. You do so much for the community through the content that you make in the casting booth and other tournaments that you do. I can see that you're working hard, and so you deserve this just as much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I learned so much just being here with you, being here with Liam, and being here with this amazing tournament. Again, like you said, shout out to the judges and the production team. It's so nice in this facility, man. And shout out to Disney World, huh? If you get a chance to go on through to the Walt Disney World experience.
We want the Broomware interview now.
Orlando, Florida. But man, what a tournament. I am still buzzing. I hear all the chatter and chat happening out in the auditorium as the players are hugging and just congratulating each other. Everyone is here. All the players from the entire event are coming back into the facility, and it's just an amazing experience to be here.
Yeah, I just want to let everyone know that's watching, we will have an awards ceremony coming up. That's what they're prepping. So as soon as they're ready for that, we're going to cut over to that, and you don't want to miss it. We're going to bring back a lot of the players, the top 8, give them their prizes. They're going to meet Ryan and Steve. There's a lot of cool stuff that's going to happen. And, even though this is a wrap-up on the first season of the Disney Lorcana Challenge Series circuit, it's not over, right? We have the second season coming up. We have another World Championship coming up as well to look forward to. So if you see people playing this weekend, if you say, I want to be at those tables, you have a chance. You have a chance.
It could be you. You could be the next great player. I mean, this is like you said, yeah, this is it. Now you know if this is your first time. There are so many people that this is their first TCG. And when we go to those DLCs, one of my favorite experiences about those DLCs is that they always sit there, and one of the first things the creators of the game, they say, hey, raise your hand if this is your first ever DLC. This is your first ever trading card game. I'm always so shocked and amazed with how many hands are extended to the air as this is their first TCG. And sometimes, more often than not, some of these first-time TCG players are making it to day 2.
And play too
are
fast.
making it to top 16, or now top 32, as it may be. And it could be you. So if you
should have just played a little bit more fast and snuck in a few extra quests.
The game is very fun to play. It's very easy to learn, but it gives you a lot of incentive to do that. So come on in and start playing. It's a lot of fun.
It's something that I'm really proud of seeing how many.
As soon as this stream finishes, I'm getting in the shower. I'm like sticking to my chair.
A lot of the reason that we play this, that's the thing that brought me in initially. I saw that Mickey Brave Little Taylor from the first chapter. I said, what is that? It's on a trading card. I'm interested. I want to come in. And like you mentioned too, there were players here this weekend at the World Championship that had said that this was their first CCG that they had ever played. They didn't have any prior experience. So if anybody at home is thinking, I want to be there, I want to make it, go get your cards. We announced some stuff this weekend where there's the first chapter box, the Rise of the Floodborn box that you can enter into have a chance to buy, and build up those cards. There's Fabled that's coming up as well.
Absolutely, but I believe the award ceremony is ready. So we have Rebecca over at the awards booth right now and ready to introduce you to our first ever Digital Lorcana World Champion. Take it away, Rebecca.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Lumineers, after an epic season of Disney Lorcana challenges, where Lumineers have summoned glimmers, challenged and quested their way to victory, we are finally at the tail end of the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship! And it is finally time for the first ever awards ceremony.
We have some incredible prizes to hand out, some very shiny things over here. But before we bring the players out, we just want to give a huge thank you to everyone who made this day possible. The event staff, the production team. Let's give a shout out for our judges today.
Cheer for the judges!
Let's hear it for the judges.
We have no AC. It's boiling.
Thanks to all the players. Thanks to all of your support, your teams, your +1s, all your guests that were here. And thank you for watching and tuning in this weekend. The Disney Lorcana community is incredible. And we just want to say thank you to everyone who made this first season of Disney Lorcana Challenge possible. And now,
it has been an incredible day, but the time has finally come. We are ready to celebrate the top 8 players of our first ever World Championship.
Yes, and we have Ryan Miller and Steve Warner here to hand out those prizes. Thanks for joining us, sirs. Our co-creators of the Disney Lorcana trading card game.
Tall.
And who's ready for these awards? Who's ready for these players?
Ready? So to start us off in 8th place, please show your appreciation, clap your hands, scream as loud as you can for Illy Vepierre!
Where's the Mickey at the back? Where's the Mickey at the back? The Mickey at the front.
And now in 7th place, we have from O2 to day 2, Mo Chamblin.
Don't put the Mickey at the back.
Yeah.
It's at the back.
Yes, the Holy was amazing too, but yeah, the Mickey
In
should be
6th place in the Disney Lorcana World Championship, we have the legendary Federico Marinangeli!
Baker loves it. Fair play to him, mate. He's giving it more beans than I would, I'll tell you that much.
And coming in 5th place at the Disney Lorcana World Championship, wearing his signature Mickey Sorcerer hat, we have Lucas Caupa.
Love that. So good.
Lumineers, let's hear it one more time for 8th to 5th place at the World Championship! Thank you so much, guys. Please take a step to your right over here, but don't go too far because we will be welcoming you back very, very soon.
Now we have our top 4 players, Baker.
The top 4 of the World Championship. First off, please show your appreciation. 4th place in the Disney Lorcana World Championship, we have Luca Lazara! Luca, please come and join us. Step in the middle of me and Rebecca here. We'd love to get a couple of comments from you.
Luca, do you have a favorite moment from this weekend of Worlds? It was a huge event. You accomplished so much. What moment really stood out to you this weekend?
Luca, hai avuto un momento preferito in questo mondiale durante questo weekend? Ci sono stati tanti momenti in cui, insomma, intensi. Qual è il tuo preferito?
Il mio momento preferito forse è stato quando ho giocato contro Lucas e con Oswald ho girato quel Galacti che mi ha fatto la partita.
My favorite moment probably has been when I played versus Lucas and I turned out that Galactic that allowed me to win the game.
Luca, if you could give one piece of advice to anyone that might be watching at home that wants to be in the position that you're in right now, what would be the #1 thing that you would say is important for them to do?
Luca, se tu avessi un consiglio da dare a chi oggi vorrebbe essere come te in questa posizione, quale sarebbe il consiglio numero 1 da dare a chi ci sta guardando?
Sicuramente quello di lavorare tanto, quello
Robin
che ho fatto
says,
io negli ultimi
Luca,
anni,
13 minutes.
risultati, con anche un sacco di abilità arrivano.
There's no need for that.
Advice is to work hard. By working hard, playing a lot, you will see results. They will come. You will achieve it.
Good
Please
job,
give
Luca.
it up one more time for Luca Lasala!
Congratulations, Luca. Congratulations. And we have in third place, we have the legendary, the one, the only, Zach Bivens. Come on over here, Zach. Congratulations.
Zach, I know how much it means to you to be up on this stage. Congratulations. Very simple opening question. How do you feel right now?
I feel great. You can't be upset about third place no matter what. So.
Zach, I know that you are such a pillar of the Disney Lorcana community, and I just wanted to
What
hear
do you
from
do?
you.
He just
What
got
does
TO'd
the Disney
in record
Lorcana
pace.
community mean to you?
Everything. I mean, everybody's a family. They're so supportive. So, yeah, everything.
Well, thank you for being a part of this community. Congrats on top 3, and one more time for Zach.
Moving on to the top 2 of the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. In second place, the Iceman, the landlord himself, the legendary Ed Chu!
What?
Why?
Yeah.
Not done.
Ed, what an epic weekend, an epic journey for you from the start. This whole season has been quite a journey. When you look back at that journey, what are some things that stand out to you as like the most momentous moments of this journey?
Yeah, I definitely could not have done this alone. I want to give some shout outs, especially to my girlfriend Emily. She's been very pivotal in this entire journey. She did everything for me, you know, spreadsheets, practice, arranging things, and from back at home, Josie, Chris, Dennis, Gary, and Daniel. Thank you guys so much for all the help you guys provided. So, thank you.
Awesome.
What?
Not bad. Thank you.
Ed, you've been playing the game for a long time now. You're super experienced. What is the greatest thing that's come into your life as a result of playing the Disney Lorcana trading card game?
I guess it finally feels like I belong somewhere. I think like I work really hard for it, and it's really nice to like share like these moments with the people that you meet along the way. You know, like the meme where it's like, oh, the friends along the way, right? That you meet. And I really do believe in that. Like, if I was just playing with myself, like Lorcana, it wouldn't be fun, right? So, thank you for everyone that's, you know, been part of my life.
I think everyone agrees, Ed, you're an inspiration. Let's hear it for second place in the World Championship!
Please say Broom Boys.
And now, this is the moment that you all have been waiting for, that we all have been waiting for. 11 Disney Lorcana challenges, so many players, so many games, so many matches, and we have your first ever Disney Lorcana
feel like he's not gonna say it.
Champion, Din Kang Fei!
He's got a lot more important things to say. The gold world champ Mickey Mouse, crazy.
One serialized golden Mickey and the champion trophy.
I gave him like all his found and the 4-cost Kida. Do you reckon he'll swap me?
DKP, the community knows you, they love you, and what were you feeling in that moment when you secured the title?
I just still cannot believe it. My hand was amazing, of course, but it just hit me when I typed the 20 on my notepad, and I still cannot believe it because I beat insane odds because I couldn't believe that I won against Zach, for example, and then against Ed, especially on the draw. Yeah, it was so hard. Amazing games, and it was so much fun. It was really so much fun.
So much fun.
DKP, you are the first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion. What do you think is the most important quality to become a world champion for anyone that might have aspirations to follow in your footsteps? What's the most important piece of advice you could give?
Friends. So basically, what I mean with that is you need friends to travel with, to train, testing, and so on. And that's I think the best thing you can do to improve as a player and to get into the next level. To have dedicated friends who are willing to do the entire journey with you together, and yeah, that's literally the most important thing.
Yes, and speaking of all those people that helped you along the journey, please, is there anyone that you want to shout out who supported you on this journey here?
Yes, so first, of course, my girlfriend Victoria at home. She supported me the last weeks when I tested. She did all the things to support me, just all the basic things in the house, cooking, cleaning up, and so on, so I can focus on testing. Yeah. And of course, my team, World Class Cards, everybody who was here to help me in the bootcamp: Robert, Kurt, Kendall, Frank, Justin Morales, Justin Shaft, Jonathan Lamb. And there are so many that helped me too. Yeah, like, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Enjoy this moment, DKP. Enjoy this moment.
I don't think we deserve the shout out, to be fair.
We are so
maybe
excited
after
to see you holding that trophy. And
maybe after
like
top 8 win.
All of the players that played this weekend.
Win
Every player, all
chance.
28 of
Maybe
you,
not.
please come join us. The whole casting team, broadcast team, can you join us? The judges, can you join us? I mean, look at this beautiful group of people. We want to invite Ryan over to say a few words. We had such an incredible weekend. We are so happy that you all could be a part of this
Look
event.
how tall he is.
This is just amazing, folks. I know I was at the first challenge in Atlanta.
Insane.
Steve was at Lille that same weekend when we first kicked this thing off. We've come a long way as a team, as a game, as a community since then. It's just been a fantastic journey. I'm so incredibly proud of our team at Ravensburger. Has done just an amazing job. Our game design team has done an amazing job. I think we saw this weekend the kind of the fruits of your labor there of putting together such a great series of sets of cards and a great environment to play in. The thing I'm most proud about is you all. The community for this game is second to none. I've met so many beautiful, wonderful people through this. I have been so privileged to be a part of anything that can spread this kind of smiles, this kind of love, and this kind of connection throughout the world. It has been my privilege, but I am so grateful for you, all you Illumineers out there that play our game, you content creators out there making wonderful content, helping keep growing our community. Folks that, you know, once again, let's hear it for their judges because that's a tough job.
Thank you.
And I don't want to be here too long before they start playing music on me, but I do want to also thank our stores, our hobby stores that had took a risk on our game and do the weekly events, do all that stuff. Your store is where our community was born. It's where it grows, and it's so dear to us. So thank you for what you do. And I'm going to stop before I start crying. So thank you all. Thank you all very much. It's been an amazing weekend. Congratulations to our competitors. Outstanding work, everybody. I'll hand it back to you guys.
Yes, thank you everyone for joining us at home, watching the Twitch stream. It's been an incredible weekend. Some great matches, Baker. And we are just so excited to have this as the send-off of Season 1 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
But with all that said, we have a second season of Lorcana to prepare for.
Yes, we do.
What did I just say? Prepare for?
Oh.
Well, I'd love it if everyone would join me, and that includes everyone in the audience. Because we'll see you soon, but for now, our teeth and ambitions are bared. Be prepared! Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for watching.
Bye. Congratulations. Come on up here.
Zan's not looking too happy, bless him. Who can blame him?
I don't know. To some extent, even if you get second place at this tournament, you have to like what you missed out on is so huge that it makes sense. Well,
Alright, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks, Jan. Thanks, Card Market, for sponsoring. Thanks, chat, for watching. I need to shower desperately. Who should I raid? Elmeister. Bam. All right, guys.
Thanks everyone for watching.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. It was really good fun.
Yeah. Like you saved our weekend.
And thank you, Jan. It definitely would have been a lot less fun for me without you. So thanks for keeping me company on what was a bit of a tough weekend for me, but in the end, I really enjoyed it. So thanks, mate.
Same.
And thanks, chat. All right, guys. Have a good one. Cheerio.